jump in?
Yeah.
Not behaving himself right?
Yeah. You know, I found just having a little bit of resistance actually on that helps stabilise them a little.
Yeah. It's just got a lot of flex, hasn't it?
Yeah. This is one to vibrate a little bit, and it's like, so you put it on the bin.
Yeah, that fluid drag on the other one is so nice compared to this.
What's that?
The fluid drag on the other one is so nice compared to this.
It's good for the viewfinder.
Yeah. I knew there was one. I just couldn't see where it was. Where's it hiding?
How was it? Yeah, the more laps to go in, the harder it was. What's that?
Good, excellent, good. Have fun. Really fun. Just don't drink the water down at work.
Did you get the audio sorted?
Coming onto the track now, ladies and gentlemen, you've got two riders that hold the Australian record for their category. First of all, I speak of Darren Hicks from the South Australian Institute of Sport, who's a C2 competitor. And Darren Hicks set that Australian record in Glasgow this year, where we rode a 333.186, where he picked up the silver medal at the UCI World Track Championships in Glasgow, which set a new Australian individual pursuit record. And David Nicholas from the Bathurst Club in New South Wales, he holds the C3 Australian record of 3:23.674, which he rode in Japan in 2021. David Nicholas. So both these riders in the para cycling category are both Australian record holders, but in different in different categories, a C2 and a C3 competitor. Darren Hicks in the front straight from the Norwood Club over in South Australia with the South Australian Institute of Sport, and David Nicholas with the Queensland Academy of Sport. So they're way nicely, and yesterday we seen David pick up a gold. David Nicholas a gold in the time trial, and Darren Hicks picked up a silver in the time trial behind Gordon Allen. So two very, very good Masters riders, para riders we're watching. Getting ready now, we will have the para ladies to be making their way to the respective straights. In the front straight, we'll have Paige Greco, Meg Lemon and Alana Foster. And in the back straight, we'll have Emma Michael, Sharon Boyd and Emily Petricola. David Nicholas has got Darren Hicks in his sight. because once a rider's been passed, he can't slipstream the other rider, and he can't repass that rider. So Darren Hicks comes down the front straight to get 4 laps to go. Darren Hicks from the South Australian Institute of Sport, pedalling strongly. David Nicholas into the back straight to get 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go, 500 metres. And so the bell sounds in the back straight for David Nicholas, 3:10.824, looking for about a 3:16 maybe. Tell you what, this could set a new record here if he can bring it home. A 3:28.579, a 3:28.579. He holds the record of a 3:23, so 3:28.579 for David Nicholas, and Darren Hicks goes through in a 3:41.154. 3:41.154 to Darren Hicks. So David, being the fastest qualifier, will ride off against Kyle Willis for the gold.
No, we're just doing okay.
Now we turn our attention to the paracycling women. So in the front we have got Paige Greco from the Lifestyle Cycling Club in Queensland, the Queensland Academy of Sport. And in the back straight, the Victorian in Emma Michael. Classy rider here in the front straight, Paige Greco. She holds the Australian record for the C3 ladies in all disciplines. She set the Flying 200 record in Paris in 2022. She set the time trial record in Appledorn in 2019. And she set the individual pursuit record in Tokyo in 2021. So all her Australian records were set outside of Australia, Paige. 3:50.815 is the Australian record for this category for the ladies. A very talented rider from the Queensland Academy of Sport, Paige Greco. Went to the UCI World Track Championships this year and came back with a bronze medal in the individual pursuit, which is her, I say her favourite discipline. And the rider in the back straight in the VIS Institute of Sport, Emma Mickle. Just on the scoreboard, they aren't the correct names at this stage. We've got Paige Greco and Emma Mickle. So Emma into the back straight in the Queensland Academy of Sport colours. And she'll come around to get 2 laps to go. She'll come around to get 2 laps to go. And the young Victorian goes into the back straight. And she'll also get 2 laps to go. The bell about to sound though in the front straight for the Australian record holder and world champion bronze medalist in Paige Greco. So Paige Greco will come to the front straight and stop the clock in a 3:58.871. 3:58.871. And Emma Mickle from the Victorian Institute of Sport into the back straight and stops the clock in a 4:14.921. 4:14.921. Next up in the front straight from the South Australian Institute of Sport, we've got Meg Lemon. And in the back straight from the Victorian Institute of Sport, we've got Sharon Boyd. Sharon won the gold medal yesterday in the time trial and Meg picked up the silver. Both these riders in C4 category. Meg Lemon from the Port Adelaide Club in South Australia and Sharon Boyd from the Eureka Cycling Club. So 3 competitors in the C4 category, 2 competitors in the C3 and 1 competitor in the C5. So these two riders at this stage are locked together. They were very close in their time trial yesterday. But at this stage, it might be the Victorian in Sharon Boyd in the VIS colours going to the back straight. That's got a slight advantage over Meg Lemon. We have got some more chairs available here at the commentary area, so if anyone's looking for a chair, there's a few left here at the commentary area. And there's a rush for chairs. There's a rush for chairs. It's first in, best dressed. All gone. Looks like there's been a mishap there with Sharon. Not sure what. I was watching the chairs being grabbed. Didn't see what's happened there to Sharon. But Meg Lemon comes down the front straight. And next time around, she'll get 4 laps to go from the South Australian Institute of Sport. The final 2 competitors in the paracycling individual pursuit qualifying for the women will be Alana Forster in the front straight and Emily Petricola in the back straight. So Meg will see 2 laps to go as she comes down the front straight. 2 laps to go for the South Australian. Because just a reminder to the elite sprinters, if you've arrived, you can come and pick up your number and sign on here at registration. So Meg Lemon gets the bell. And Meg comes down the front straight to record of 3:58.585. 3:58.585. What happened to Meg, you know? To Sharon. The final 2 competitors now will be getting ready. Alana Forster from Ballarat, moved from the ACT down here, the doctor. Of course, a former great road rider, riding National Road Series events, and was always a lady on the attack in the National Road Series. She'd either go solo or be in every breakaway. But unfortunately, due to a very, very serious car accident, Alana now is riding in the C5 category. They were fast-tracking her to be a commissaire, but Nick Owens had other ideas. He said, no, you're too good to be at this age. So she went to Glasgow this year and set an Australian record for the C5 category, a 3:49.684, Alana Forster. and that was a gold medal in the scratch race also over in Glasgow to Alana Forrester. But she's riding against a lady that holds 3 Australian records in the C4 category from the St Kilda club here in Melbourne. This is Emily Petricola, won a gold medal at the UCI World Track Championships this year in Glasgow in the individual pursuit. It didn't beat her Australian record. Her Australian record was set in Tokyo in 2021 when she rode a 3:38.061. She holds the Australian time trial record, which she set in Paris in 2022, and also in 2022 she broke the Australian Flying 200 record. A very talented C4 competitor, a world champion in this discipline. We're watching Emily Petricola in the front straight, and in the back straight we have got Alana Forrester. Alana picked up the silver medal yesterday in the C5 time trial behind Caitlin Ward, who unofficially set a new Australian record of a 35.836 yesterday, Caitlin Ward. Wishing Sharon all the best, wishing Sharon all the best. In the rainbow colours, coming into the front straight, Emily Petricola. She's the 2023 world champion in this discipline from the St Kilda club here in Melbourne. And in the back straight, Dr. Alana Forrester. Nick Owens looking over Alana over there in the back straight. Front straight's ready. Just waiting on CJ to put the flag up in the back straight. And we're ready to go. Out of the gates goes the world champion here in Emily Petricola, and Alana Forrester leaves the back straight. The under 15 AJTS riders the women should be up there. I can see them rolling around, warming up, ready to be marshalled to come out for their 8-lap scratch race. That's the under 15 girls. The first event in the AJTS events. And Aaron Liang from Queensland is going to be calling the action for the under 15 scratch race. This is Emily Petricola, being looked after there by Shane Kelly. Under 15 boys should also be making their way to the marshalling area because they'll be up after the under 15 girls. 2 heats for the under 15 boys. Not much between these two competitors. The further it goes, the better Alana likes it. A very, very good, as I said, a very good road rider before her accident. That's her in the VIS colours, just going out of the front straight. And the world champion comes into the front straight now. Been looked after by Shane Kelly. I tell you what, once again, not much between these two riders. One's a C5 competitor, one's a C4 competitor. And just a reminder to the sprinters, Byron Davis and all the boys picking up their numbers. So 1K to go, 4 laps here of the Joe Ciavola Velodrome, 4 laps. And these two riders are locked together. Emily Petrocola just narrowly in front there of Alana Forrester. They'll come around to get the bell. 1 lap to go here in the final event for the paracycling. The bell sounds. We'll look at the scoreboard, we'll look at the times. Emily Petrocola comes down and stops the clock in a 3:47.357, and Alana Forrester a 3:49.661, which to me is unofficially a new Australian record. A new Australian record unofficially set there by Alana Forrester. That's unofficial, but she rode a 3:49.684 in Glasgow, and now she's come out and ridden a 3:49.661. So unofficially, that is a new Australian record for Alana Forrester. Everything I say on the microphone, of course, is all to be clarified. It's all unofficial. But to me, it's a new Australian record for Alana Forrester. Good ride there by the world champion in Emma Petrocola. Over here with Alana. You must be happy with that ride, Alana.
No, I keep trying to stay upright on the track and it never works.
Now, they were trying to get you to be a commissaire, but Nick said no, you've got a bit more riding in you, so you got to be happy that you took his advice, went to Glasgow, set a new Australian record.
I think the commissariing is good because it means you actually understand the track rules, and so they can't call you out because you know the rules back to front.
Well done, Alana.
Thanks heaps. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Next up, Talia Clayton-Goody and Annalise Hodge. I was incorrect by saying that was the last of the paracycling. We have got 1 heat to go. Heat 4, Talia Clayton-Goody and Annalise Hodge. from the Geelong and Surf Coast Cycling Club, we have got the rider here of Talia Clayton Goody. And in the back straight from the Brunswick Cycling Club, we've got Annalise Hodge. Talia Clayton has gone from a C1 rider to a C2 competitor now. She does hold the Australian record in the C1 category, but there's no C1 competitors today. Under 15 girls getting ready. So they're on their way. Under 15 girls are all lined up in the marshalling area, ready to come onto the track for their 8-lap scratch race. Yesterday, Talia Clayton Goody picked up a bronze medal in the C2 time trial. And Annalise Hodge, of course, she was the silver medalist behind Amanda Reid yesterday in the time trial over the longer distance today. So, nice crowd building up here. It won't be long before we see the start of the second round of the Sharp Australian Junior Track Series, the under 15 girls over the 8-lap journey. 13 of those riders today rode up in the first round, and we've got 3 new riders that didn't complete it in round 1. So we've got a good field coming up in the under 15 scratch race. Ava Robbins from Balmoral leads the competition so far on 172 points. Jenna Gallagher, 137. Nicola Morris on 122. And on 114 points, Zoe Mayer and the New Zealander in Kendra Gray. They're the top 5 points after round 1. But Ava Robbins, the Balmoral rider, leads the competition with 172 points. Then further back to Jenna Gallagher, Nicola Morris, Zoe Mayer and Kendra Gray. They're the top 5 at this stage after round 1. So the bell sounds there now for Talia Clayton Goody from the Geelong and Surf Coast Cycling Club. She's had the bell. She'll come down the front straight to stop the clock. A 4:12.170, 4:12.170. And Annalise, half a lap to go from the young lady from the Brunswick Club. And stops the clock in a 4:37.580. So that concludes the paracycling events for the day so far. We'll be back a little bit later on for the finals of those events. Oh, it's been a fall there. Is coming down. There was Annalise Hodge. Quickly attended to here by first aid. As we were saying, we turn our attention now to the first of the AJTS events, which is an 8-lap scratch race. And as I was saying, 13 of these young girls competed up in the first round. And we have got 3 riders having their first ride. Molly Opperman from Mount Gambier, Gabrielle Rojo Rodriguez from Blackburn, and Michaela Tobin from Geelong. They're all having their first outing in the AJTS. But the other 13 riders all competed up there in New South Wales. So we'll wait till the track is cleared and then they'll be on their way. And I'm going to hand over to Aaron Liang, who is going to call the 8-lap scratch race for the women. So over to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Ian, and welcome everybody to the disc and the start of AJTS round 2. Yesterday it was 1,000,000 degrees in here and 1,000% humidity, and today we woke up to milder conditions.
You'd be used to the conditions coming from Queensland though, Aaron.
Beautiful one day, perfect the next, Ian. We got out to Lygon Street last night and went to Brunetti's for a coffee, which is what you do when you're in Melbourne, isn't it? Go to Lygon Street.
A very popular strip in Melbourne, Lygon Street. Great food.
Well, great to see all of these young people here, and we're going to have a fantastic day of racing in and amongst the para championships. For those of you that are new to the AJTS, it's a program run by AusCycling, and the idea is to get as many kids on the track riding as much as possible. If you have a look at a typical championship, there might not be that much track time. The AJTS format is a little bit different to a normal championship style. Shorter races, not necessarily tailored to enduros or sprinters, but as juniors, they're just cyclists really. All of that comes a little bit later. But the idea definitely is to get as many kids racing, and also to get them racing with bigger groups. Not all of these track cycling being a bit of a niche within a niche. These youngsters don't normally get as much time riding in big groups. So getting them prepared for nationals, where there definitely are big groups, AJTS is the perfect lead-in.
Yeah, great experience for some of these riders, and of course, Aaron, it's great to have Sharp on board for the series.
Yeah, Sharp returning for the second year in a row, and great to have the sponsorship, as you say, Ian, and nice to be back here in Melbourne. Looking forward to the Austral. Ian, what's your tip?
Keen, Cal O'Brien go back to back from scratch, but I tell you what, we've got 4 very good scratch riders in the field. We've got Cal O'Brien, we've got the big boy from West Australia, Connor Lay, we've got James Moriarty from up your way in Queensland, and there is one other I can't recall off the top of my head, but there is 4 Graham Frisley, of course.
Frisley.
How could I forget Grizzly Frisley? But yeah, so there you go, 4 scratch riders. And what about the women? With, of course, we've got Alex Manley, Georgia Baker, Sophie Edwards, you know, so it's going to be a cracker night and a cracker day here on Saturday, with not just the Austral, with the Australian Madison Championship, plus all other events for the juniors as well.
Yeah, last year the Madison Championships and the Austral, they were amazing to watch, and yeah, Kel was absolutely sensational, and as soon as he won, up to the stands for a big hug with Dad, which was, yeah, it was beautiful to watch. And our rider that hit the deck is up and walking, which is great to see.
It's a funny story, Cal O'Brien, where he's got to. I remember when he was a junior, he wasn't selected in the Victorian team to go to the Nationals. So he goes to the Nationals and wins a gold medal, and then from then on he went to the Worlds, and the rest was history. So it's a funny how things unfold. So riders, just don't give up if you're not selected in a state team, because Cal proved it. He went as an individual, won the gold medal, and then went on to Worlds that year, and we know the rest is history with Cal O'Brien. And of course, last year he teamed up with Graham Frisley. I wasn't here for the Austral last year, but it was Graham Frisley in that last lap that took out that final sprint to get up to be crowned the gold medalist. Graham Frisley and Cal O'Brien was a great Madison last year.
Yeah, well, it's a good story, Ian, because any successful sports person will tell you a number of times when they were looked over, not picked, told to go and play something else. And you just got to keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. I remember talking to some people close to John Howard, and I said, how did this bloke end up Prime Minister? He's the least likely looking guy to be Prime Minister. And they said, well, basically John Howard never gives up.
Of course, it's not how you look, it's how you perform. And of course, they're rolling out now, so it's over to Aaron Lee Ang to call the action.
Well, the first race of the AJTS, and it's the under 15 girls 8-lap scratch race. It's a bit of a loosener. Robbins, Bain, Morris, Tanksale, Smith, Walters, Savage, May, Prince, Gray, Hayley Allen and Sienna Allen, Jenna Gallagher, Rojo Rodriguez and Opperman from South Australia. Don't think the race has started yet. They're still neutral. Tony Tor gives them the whistle, and they're out onto the boards for 8 laps. Quite short. Rider on the front is Zoe May, and Nicola Morris in behind her. She rolls, picks up the pace and rolls up. Third wheel is Ava Robbins. Ava Robbins won everything in round 1. A very dominant performance from her, and she'll be looking to open this up with the win. Molly Opperman now goes to the front, and a very short turn. She rolls up for Shavi Tanksale. Shavi has improved out of sight over the last 12 months. Very impressed with her in round 1. Picking up the pace a little now, with lots of encouragement from the stands, is Jenna Gallagher. Staying near the front, Nicola Morris now goes onto the front. Ava Robbins, second wheel. She now rolls across and hands back to Zoe May in the sky blue. Ava Robbins staying very close to the front. Hayley Allen and Sienna Allen now 1 and 2. Rolling up, that's Mackenzie Smith from the Gold Coast. A good short scratch race here. There's 4 laps on the lap board. Ruby Savage out the back, and that's Gabriel Rojo Rodriguez moving up around the outside, going the long way. Ava Robbins mid-pack, 3 laps on the lap board. Onto the front now in the pink is Hannah Walters from Hamilton Wheelers. And she's picked up the pace. Two laps on the lap board. The opener for the under 15 girls, the first event of the AJTS. And they're all bunched up. Going to the front now, rider 87, Molly Opperman. Coming around the outside with a flyer is Jenna Gallagher, and she's got Ava Robbins in tow. They come around and they're going to get the bell. There's the bell, here's the opener. Ava Robbins is looking poised. It's Molly Opperman on the front. Now around the outside goes Jenna Gallagher. Jenna Gallagher's got Ava Robbins coming over the top. Zoe May's there in second wheel. Ava Robbins is going to take it out as expected, and Jenna Gallagher second by the look, and Zoe May. We'll wait for the official results, but a great starter for the AJTS, starting with our under 15 girls.
Yeah, unofficially across the line, I reckon it was Ava Robinson that took it out from number 85 there in Gemma Gallagher. Third, I believe, was number 80 in Zoe May. Fourth, number 73, Nicola Morris. And unofficially, fifth, number 87, Molly Opperman. That's how I seen them go across the line with the naked eye. But we'll get those official up there on the scoreboard. Thank very much there, of course, to Neil Hamey, down from Queensland, doing the timing and the results. So a good opening event for the AJTS for the girls. But she's been very dominant, as Aaron said, won all the events, and she started off round 2 in the same fashion. Next up, we've got the under 15 boys. Under 15 boys. 29 of these riders today rode in round 1. So 29 riders from round 1 have made it down here to Melbourne for round 2. And we've got 10 first-timers here that didn't ride up in the first round. Lucas Conrad Stewart, Jasper Griffiths, just to name a few. But in this event, we've got the leader so far. He hails from New Zealand. His name is Carter Payne, so keep an eye on number 35, Carter Payne. He came across the ditch and he took out the National Omnium Championships, did Carter Payne. So he's a rider to watch. The National Junior Track Under 15 Omnium, the gold medalist. He's on 170 points, 5 points so far, wearing number 35. That's him on the front. Roll out, thank you. First 4, roll out, first 4. So the New Zealander, you can pick him up with the colours he's got on. He's leading the AJTS at this stage on 175 points from Luca Zucchiatti on 169. Maximus Ball, 149 is also in this field. The Victorian, we're in number 9. That's him up there at, they'd say in trotting terms, 1 out, 1 back in the trotting terms. Maximus Moore. But he's leading it from the front, the young New Zealander. Carter Payne. They come around to get 6 to go in the opening event. Heat 1 of the under 15 boys. Carter Payne. Stuck to his wheel there is the rider there of Hugo Alcock from Illawarra in the orange colours. The Carnegie Caulfield rider goes around the outside, followed by Maximus Moore. A pretty even event here, but the leader of the AJTS just controlling it from the front, the New Zealander. Archie Martin, that's him there in the yellow helmet leading the outside line on his wheel, Maximus Moore. But looking here is the New Zealander, Carter Payne, the Omnium under 15 Australian champion, and he comes down with 4 laps to go. Looking over the shoulder all the time, very observant. And the little fella behind him there is Hugo Alcock in the orange colours. Archie Martin on the outside, looking over his shoulder. He's got Maximus Moore in the 1-1. Pace starts to quicken as they come down to get 3 to go. Heat 1 of the under 15 boys AJTS scratch race. And it's still Carter Payne that leads out there from young Hugo. Locked away with nowhere to go. Following Hugo along there is the rider there of Harvey Chandler from Nero Cycling Club. Now a move around the outside by the Victorian Maximus Moore. He goes up 3 wide. There's Maximus Moore, a very talented young Victorian. Coming down with 2 to go. Position with 2 to go. And it's Carter Payne that leads out there from Archie Martin. A big row around the outside now by Cam Franks. Cam Franks making a move around the outside, the boy from Balmoral. 3 and 4 across the track. They'll come and get the bell. And there's also riders coming from that. But he's gone for home now, the New Zealander. And Carter Payne at the bell. He's gone for home. Around the outside, coming quickly though, is Jet Pretz from South Australia. Look at Pretz. Pretz down the back straight. Out after the New Zealander. It's Carter Payne. Jet Pretz. But he puts the afterburners on the New Zealander. And he comes down. This is Carter Payne. Takes it out narrowly from Jet Pretz. Getting up for 3rd there would have been the rider of Harvey Chandler at the conclusion of Heat 1 of the AJTS scratch race. Oh, he was challenged there by the South Australian Jet Pretz, but he put it into 2nd gear, did the New Zealander. Put your hands together for these under 15s, ladies and gentlemen. Great racing, but Carter Payne has taken out the first scratch race. That's what we've got to look forward to for the rest of the day. We're in for some exciting racing here. That's a magnificent start from the under 15 boys. And there's the results. Number 35, Carter Payne was first. Number 44, Jet Pretz was second. Number 22, Harry Chandler was third. Just waiting for the scoreboard to once again roll over. Looking for 4th and 5th place for a rollout. Thanks, riders, for a rollout. In the front, as I'll come in to get 2 to go. He may want to control it from the front. So 2 laps to go. There is a mover around the outside, and the mover on the outside is by the rider there of Lachlan Walters from the Hamilton Wheelers. He's gone for home as Lachlan Walters. The chase is on. It's Ollie Jerevic, the first one to mount the challenge, but it's Walters that leads down at the bell from the Hamilton Wheelers Club. Then Jerevic following him. Then further back to number 226. That's the rider there of Ollie Taylor. Down the back straight, Jerevic gets the upper hand, the Victorian. Walters has put the white flag up, but the leader of the AJTS after round 1. This is Ollie Jerevic. He'll come down and take a photo for the miners. I think on the outside getting up there for 2nd would have been the rider of Samuel Hilditch from the University of Queensland. I think you'll find Hilditch got up there for 2nd, but a good win to the Victorian there in Ollie Jerevic. Right on the placings for Heat 1 of the under 17 boys, 10 lap scratch race, but you will find that number 211 has taken it out. A good move there by the rider from the Hamilton Wheelers. Don't forget to roll out, riders. You'll be in trouble if you don't come for your rollout. Alana Lake for a rollout, thank you. And Lucy Allen for a rollout, thank you. First 4 riders required for a rollout. Waiting on our placings for Heat 1 of the under 17 boys, but a good win to the Victorian in Ollie Jerevic. Leads the competition on 147 points, so he's just added more points to his tally there. I think you'll find that it was Sam Hilditch, number 228, that's got up for 2nd. Got the under 17 girls up on the scoreboard. So haven't got the other placings at this stage. Under 17 boys 2nd heat. The rider to watch out for here, one would suggest, is number 217, the New Zealander, David Wong. They start to sort themselves out after the first 2 laps. Harmon swings up the track to Zrab. He's on the red bike there with the orange sleeves. So nice even tempo as they come down to get 7 to go. And the rider on the front looking over the shoulder there is the rider of Gus Chalice. The pace now quickens. And the place not to be is back there at the end of the field if you want to be in the, with 2 laps to go in a good position. So 6 laps to go. And the rider leading me out the straight there is the rider of Riley Boyd, the youngster from the Brunswick Club who swings up the track after a short turn. So they're swapping off very, very quickly on the front. So very short turns here by the riders in Heat 2. Tempo slackens. Oscar Scoff in the purplish colours goes high on the track to Jean Oscar from the Fraser Coast Cycling Club up there in Queensland. So 4 laps to go here in the second heat. But a good ride there, a very heady ride there by in William Brown. First up in the front straight, we'll have Maxwell Sutholtz in the back straight. Boddington. Of course, the judges have got to go through the film and place all the riders in their order. So they pick up their points for the actual Studholtz. Took out the C5 gold medal yesterday from Matthew Gray and Alistair Donahue. And Corey Boddington took out the C4 time trial in a time of 1:04.772. So a long journey, 16 laps. Don't forget, coffee over there in the back straight, coffee over in the back straight. And if anyone's interested, having a look over there at young Neil van der Kerk's Velo Pro stand over there with his goodies. A young entrepreneur, young Neil van der Kerk from Mount Gambier, New South Wales, has got his own business, been running for some 12 months now, called Velo Pro, with all the goodies over there for cycling. As he said, at very reasonable prices compared at most outlets. So it's Corey Boddington in the Queensland Academy of Sports kit. Got the green helmet on. Of course, once you've been passed, you can't then draft behind the other rider. You can't draft once you've been passed. Into the back straight goes the maybe holding 2 Australian records now. He holds the Australian record for the flying 200, Corey Boddington. And unofficially, he broke the Australian record yesterday in the time trial. So, unofficially, he could be the holder of 2 Australian records, both for the flying 200 and the 1,000 metre time trial. From the Queensland Academy of Sports. And the other rider on the track here is Maxwell Studholtz from the ACT, who took out the gold medal in the time trial yesterday. But the bell sounds there for Corey Boddington. And he'll go into the back straight to complete his time trial and stops the clock in a 4:57.694. Just Maxwell Studholt now from the ACT, a 5:08.145. 5:08.145. Next up, we've got Heat 2. Alistair Donahue from the VIS up against Matthew Gray. Matthew Gray picked up the silver medal yesterday in the time trial behind Maxwell Studholtz, and Alistair Donahue the bronze yesterday. Alistair, of course, that was born in the Northern Territory, up there at Gove. And unfortunately had an accident back in 2009 when he was 15, which then classified him as a C5 competitor. He started riding at Thurton in Darwin with the triathlon club up in Darwin and liked the pure cycling sport of it, so he took up cycling. Of course, he represented Australia at Para Cycling World Road Championships going back to 2014 when he won a gold medal in the C5 road race. 2015 he went to Switzerland and also won a gold medal in the C5 road race and silver in the C5 individualised time trial. But a great competitor. He rides with the able body riders as well in the National Road Series events. And Matthew Gray, a good performance yesterday by Matthew, the Western Australian. So no Matthew Gray. Alistair Donahue from the Victorian Institute of Sport, a member of the Blackburn Club here in Melbourne. And we're going to watch him ride for 16 laps. As I said before, this young fellow can mix it with the best of the elite riders on the road. But due to that accident back in 2009 when he was 15, he was being classified as a C5 competitor in the para events. And he's shown his class, as I said before, by representing Australia at UCI World Championships and securing gold medals. Only 28 years of age now. I seem to have known Alistair for that long. He's still only 28 years of age. I'm showing my age by some of these youngsters, seen them riding from under 11s onwards, so of course, we hope a lot of people are staying up there at the Quest Ivanhoe. Great location, Quest, very close here to Disc, just up the road at Ivanhoe. And of course, the hotel surrounded by local amenities and train stations within walking distance. 10Ks to the Melbourne CBD and members rates. So why only stay during competition time? Stay at any time of the year. Comfortable accommodation and spacious rooms up there at the Quest Ivanhoe. And on Saturday, we'll have the 126 running of the Quest Ivanhoe Austral Wheel Race. And can Cal O'Brien go back to back? And we'll have the people from the Quest Ivanhoe here on Saturday to do the presentations of the Austral. But we are watching, and what a magnificent individual pursuit position he's got on the bike. Nose on the head stem, just looking at that black line like swimmers do in the pool. So the swimmers look at the black line in their lanes, and Alice is looking at the black line here as an individual pursuiter. And just some of the young riders who are, that's how you ride a pursuit. You can see it. No movement of the shoulders, no movement of the head. So he's looking comfortable at this stage. So when their head starts to move and their shoulders start to roll, you know they're getting tired, but looking good at this stage. Nick Owen is pretty happy with him. Been all over the world, this young fellow. Bit of an adjustment on the bike there. He just adjusts in the saddle as he comes down now, the front straight. Alistair Donahue. We'll have the under 15 girls ready to go next up for their tempo race. Next up, under 15 girls 12-lap tempo race up next. So he had 1K to go when he went across the line. Greg Nunn on lap scoring duties, down from Ballarat. He's digging deep now as Alistair Donahue. The legs start to say, I'm tired. I don't want to push, but the mind wants to go. With 2 to go. Nick Owen said, come on, Alistair, a little bit more, young fella. We're watching a world champion on the road and track in the C5 category. He gets the bell now, Alistair Donahue. Up on the top bend, and he'll come down the front straight to finish his 4,000 metre pursuit. And to the line he goes now and stops the clock in a 4:33.548. Just have a look at what the Australian C5 record is for the individual pursuit. It's held by Alistair Donahue of 4:20.813, 4:20.813. That was in Japan, in Tokyo in 2021. He set the Australian record. A little bit slower here today, a 4:33.548. And that concludes the qualifiers for the para cyclists. And we turn our attention now back to the AJTS. And we'll have Aaron Liang to call the tempo race for the under 15 girls. We soon now have their scratch race first up over the 8-lap journey. And it was the rider of Ava Robbins that took out the scratch race. Number 85, Gemma Gallagher was second. Number 80, Zoe May was third. Number 73, Nicola Morris was fourth. And number 87 rounded out the top 5, which was Molly Opperman. So now to the tempo race, and to explain the tempo.
Geez, you put me on the spot.
Let's try that if I do it right. Perfect. And how do you switch show you. So is this 1 and 2? So it's 2 and 3? No, I think that's stuff from another one, so just to blow in there. Yep, that's Louise is 3. And Chris is 2. Chris is 2. There's Chris. One is to 1 and 1 goes into everything. So hopefully they're done. And 1 is the board. Oh yeah. 1 is the board. We do one like this looking at. Except for not doing Look, this is a tempo, so I should
Anyway, I think. Good out. Yeah, no worries. We didn't just, I don't think we didn't get a picture in the tempo, so I wouldn't have got
Right.
I don't think we didn't get a picture in the tempo. I wouldn't be too concerned about replacing for
I do. No, I'll do you will. I'll do you. And see, how do they, is it just evenly split with the boys or?
They try to mix them up. That's a random mix each time.
It was very good. The pizzas were $32 though. I mean,
It had to be good if it's $32. I know Tony Tor, of course the UCI official, he was a bit lazy. He ordered Uber Eats for the fish and chips, so he had fish and chips hotel up there at St George's Motel. So he didn't go out to eat, he just sort of got Uber to bring it in.
Well, Louise Jones was the same, but she was working. Tony was probably working as well. So they work very hard, these people in blue. They don't rest, they don't party, they work, they go home and work. Neil Hamey was going to join us. He was here at the Velodrome till late, so he wasn't available.
Well, of course, there's some great eateries up there at Ivanhoe there in walking distance from the Quest, but down at Thornbury there's still plenty of eateries, and up St George's Road as well. So a lot of places you can have a meal here close, and of course some people, they went into Lygon Street, of course, and one of the famous strips in Melbourne, Lygon Street there in Carlton.
So does this area have a particular cultural cuisine background, or is it just a bit of everything? I mean, we saw a lot of Greek, there was a few Greek restaurants in Thornbury last night.
High Street Preston, a bit of Vietnamese, but I'm from the country, so I've only been in Melbourne for 20 odd years, so I'm not sure of this area very well, Aaron, but there again, if you want somewhere to eat, there's plenty of places to go. You can go from Chinese to French, Italian with the magnificent pastas. Looking at some of the elite sprinters starting to warm the legs up. I saw Byron Davis there hop on the bike, big Byron from Queensland. He took out the National Time Trial Championships this year, did Byron Davis. Just having a bit of a roll around down here. Called him in action last year, also over there in Tasmania at the Christmas Carnivals. Byron, he made the trip to Queensland, to Tasmania last year. Not sure if he's heading over this year. Of course, the Christmas Carnivals start over at Rosebery in Tasmania on Saturday the 16th. So Aaron has left me. He's gone up to the live streaming. So they're doing live streaming. So nice and slow out the front, thanks girls. Nice and slow out the front, so these riders, as they come out of that chute at the top of the straight, it takes a while to get them all together. So nice and slow out the front, bunch it up. Great field here of under 17 girls. Balmoral well represented with 4 riders. They get the whistle from Tony Tor, and his niece is riding in this event, Addison Tor. Of course, Tony originally from Bendigo, and of course now his niece, Addison Tor, is riding in this event. So the whistle is sounded, and this big field of under 17 girls are on their way. And leading him out there is the rider of Megan Moore from Balmoral. About to be joined there by Hazel Gardner, I think that was. Great to have some of the riders here from New Zealand. So the field is really strung out here in this 16-lap tempo. And there's the rider there of Hazel Gardner, a youngster from New Zealand. I won't try to pronounce what clubs they come from because I don't speak Kiwi too well. One of the Malaysian riders, it's great to see the two young Malaysian girls here. I've seen John Beasley before here trackside, so great to see John Beasley here bringing out all the Malaysians. So the belt, and on the front there is the rider. Been challenged on the outside by Sienna Monteith from the Balmoral Club. Although kicking, the Malaysian rider is kicked here and will come down and take out the first point. Number 157, Swada Hasbullah. Now it's Sienna Monteith said, I didn't take out the first point, but I'm looking for this point, although will she be challenged? No, she won't. And Sienna Monteith that leads them across the line, swings up now to allow Isabel Potts to take up the running. So the Malaysians are keeping nice and handy. Isabel Potts though, very good rider Isabel from the Balmoral Club. And across the line, and Isabel Potts from another of the Malaysian riders, Janice Lee Wing Ki. Down the front straight is the rider there of Janice Lee Wee Kiwi, the Malaysian rider. Now Chloe Pratt from Canberra takes up the running on the yellow bike. Young Chloe. Bit of a move. Flashing home, but getting up, yes, up on the outside. Taking that out there is Lucy Allen from Illawarra. And she's on the charge. But look at Alana Lake. Alana Lake said, no, Lucy, you're not getting away from me. So stay down, riders. Oh, there's the riders that have been lapped. A little bit untidy there as they come down the front straight. Across the line there is the rider there of Megan Moore. Megan Moore leads out there from Sienna Monteith as they get in the back straight. So a group of 5 have gone off the front with 5 laps to go when they come down the front straight. The tall rider there in Megan Moore from Balmoral. She swings up the track to allow Sienna Monteith to take up the running. As they go around those lap riders and come down to get 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go in the under 17 tempo race. And it's Sienna Monteith. Down on the inside there is the rider of Addison Tor in the green and black colours. Alana Lake, who took out the scratch race there at second wheel. Sienna Monteith at third wheel in the AJTS leaders jersey with 3 laps to go. And there's the rider there of Lucy Allen from Illawarra that leads out. Swings up to allow Alana Lake to take up the running from Sienna Monteith. Megan Moore nicely placed at third wheel. So a group of 6 like that, they're going to contest the final 2 laps. Maybe there's 7 riders there. Alana Lake, Sienna Monteith, Megan Moore there. Along there with Lucy Allen. Also there nice and handy is April Patty. The bell will sound this time around and it's being challenged now on the outside by Megan Moore. Megan Moore about to challenge Sienna Monteith. They get the bell. Stay down, riders. All the other riders stay down. Around the outside goes Sienna Monteith, Megan Moore. Then further back then to Lucy Allen. Down the back straight. She got held up, Alana Lake. Sienna Monteith puts the white flag up and it's the youngster here in Lucy Allen around the outside. And Lucy Allen looks like she's going to take it out. Made on the outside, flashing home. A good ride on the outside, flashing home there was April Paddy from Balmoral. A very, very talented young rider. Young April, she left it to the last moment to come around the outside. And I think you'll find she took out that fine. I'm not sure about the points at this stage. Quite a few riders were lapped, but it's a credit to them, they rode it out. That's all experience for these young riders. Some of these young riders, first year under 17, and they might have been lapped, but they're still rode it out. So a good field of under 17s there, Aaron.
Yeah, the under 17 field is very strong, and a lot of these riders have just come off their states and probably a little fatigued from that, but some riders that might have had it all their own way, it's difficult racing. It's top-end racing here. Thank you, Blackburn Cycling Club, for the coffee. Oh, hang on. Strike that. Strike that. It wasn't actually for us. My mistake.
Ex-president, of course, Barry Woods. Barry Woods, a winner of the Melbourne Cup on wheels a few years ago. But I tell you what, still very handy as a Masters rider, Barry Woods. And he'll, I tell you what, give him a mark in the Austral. Get him out the front somewhere. He's in good form. Under 17 boys.
All right, the lads are back out again, and they're on the... Zucchiati has gone straight to the front. Of course, it's still a neutral lap. Lockie Walters is out there as well. He's someone to keep an eye out in this heat. A lot of talent, and of course, Ollie Jirovic, who's got the leader's jersey on, is out there in this heat as well. So we move to event number 10, and it's the under 17 boys 16 lap tempo race. They get the whistle for the start of the race. Will Emilias in the black, rider 203, sitting there in third wheel. On his shoulder is Gabriel Jacobson. He's a handy rider for sure. We've got a stacked field out there, and going out onto the front for early points. Will Emilias, he's all in black. Lachlan Trenton, in Brunswick colours, he moves to the front, but he doesn't want to be on the front. So Ben Woods now from Blackburn. And is he going to be contested for this point? He's not. So Ben Woods gets himself a point, and he rolls up, taking over on the front. William Brown from South Australia Combined looks over his shoulder to see if he's going to get any pressure from behind. Not just yet. The pace is reasonable. It was a fair pace, just getting everybody together on the neutral lap. He rolls up, and Ben Cade now goes to the front. Jacobson on his wheel. They come around to get the bell. And we're into the points. Here am I thinking that we were already into the points, but now that it started, now we can see the contesting for the front, and Ben Cade, I think, was able to hold on. He gets the first of the points. Jacobson, and the pace is really high. They're really stretching this field out. Hard to come around over the top when the pace is like this. And just as I say that, to prove me wrong, Oliver Ward comes around the outside over Jacobson and just dials it up. He heads down the back straight, but he's got some pressure on him. This is a frenetic race here. It's split into two. There's absolutely flying. And that's rider 244, William Brown, who takes some points. And now he's got some pressure from Ollie Jirovic. And in behind him is Zach Douglas Savage. They come around. He's going to try and hold on for another one. Coming down the front straight. Over the top comes Ollie Jirovic to take a point. Jirovic gets the point, and it's William Brown rolls up, and Zach Douglas Savage has got some work to do to get on to the wheel of Jirovic, who takes another one. Zach Douglas Savage moves onto the wheel, now back onto the wheel of William Brown, and those two are all Pat Malone at the moment. Jirovic has got himself a good lap, a good break on these two. They're working very hard, and he's looking pretty comfortable as he picks up another one. Zach Douglas Savage moves it up now. He steps it up a notch. Luca Lancaster from Shepparton is trying to get on the action. Now there's three chasing Jirovic. The boys are working together, but Jirovic, he's looking very, very strong. Ollie, he's not looking. And rider 243, Luca Lancaster, has gone around the chase group. Ollie's got 5 laps to go. He's looking very strong. The chase has all but given up. Ollie ducks the head now, the first sign of fatigue. The chase from Luca Lancaster has been abandoned. There's 4 riders now on the back straight who are trying to get Ollie. Ollie comes around turn number 4. He picks up another point. There's only 3 laps on the lap board. He's looking very tired. The concerted effort is looking a little unconcerted from Ben Cade and co. And he's got Wood with him as well. Zach Douglas Savage is still there. The gap appears to be getting bigger. Ollie's all but stopped. He's got it sewn up with 2 to go. He's going to get caught. He's on 7, so he's won it. Zach Douglas Savage has gone into the back of Wood. They both went up together. We hope that he is okay. Ollie gets another one, although he's completely stopped. He sits up. Wood now comes around the outside. William Brown, comes around the outside. He looks to take the final point. William Brown takes the final point. Douglas Savage is up on his feet. Zach looks okay. He's being escorted back. He looks fine. He's very disappointed with himself, but thank goodness Zach is okay. And a very dominant performance from Ollie Jurovic from Brunswick on his home turf. He takes it 8. Great work there from Ben Cade, who comes in at 2nd with a point. Just waiting for it to go back to the front page so we can see who's 3rd. So William Brown and Zach Douglas Savage just going up the track at the exact same time, and Zach just catching the back wheel. Fortunately, so it was Oliver Ward who picked up 3rd and William Brown 4th. Fortunately, nobody else involved, and by the look, Zach is A-OK.
It won't be long before Heat 2 come onto the track, but won't be long also before the elite men will be having their sprint qualifier, a big field, and we do ask the riders to be lining up the entrance of the back straight. That's corner 2, starting off with Nicholas Papadakis, Bryson Fletcher, Blake Long, the rider from Iran, then the Malaysian rider Umar Hasbullah, then the New Zealander in Jackson Russell, also Keo Lard from New Zealand, Liam Kavanagh from New Zealand, Jared Mann from New Zealand, then the Malaysian, in Amar Nazrai. So the men will be getting ready to go to the back straight for their fastest 24, go through to round 1. Fastest 24, how many riders are there? 25 riders, so one rider unluckily won't go through to round 1. So just waiting to get the all clear to start Heat 2 of the under 17 tempo over the 16 lap journey. So don't forget all you AJC riders after each event, a rollout for the top 4, after each event for the AJTS riders. So they roll out Slow out the front, nice and slow out the front, so we can all bunch up, nice and slow out the front. A big field here of under 19 boys, under 17 boys. So nice and slow out the front. Nice and slow, there's still a half a lap behind, so riders just off the pedal on the front. Let these riders put down and catch up. Samuel Hilditch and Porter White now have made contact, so it won't be long before we see the starter. Send them on their way. Whistles out. They're on their way now. Tony Torr sends them on their way. Big field here in Heat 2 of the under 17 tempo race. And then we'll have the elite men lining up in the back straight for their flying 200. So rider just having a ride off the front there. Is the rider there of Benjamin Holmes, the youngster from Brunswick. The whistle hasn't started yet the bell hasn't started yet for any points. But young Benjamin Holmes, he's on the live streaming. He's going to say, okay, people are going to see me on the front. This young fella from Brunswick might be there at the finish. Now he keeps going. From Launceston Club we've got Max Woodruff, was the rider in the black colours, but he's about to be caught now. But anyway, he had his moment of glory on the front there. To young Benjamin Holmes. But now the bell sounds, here where the action starts. A look around the outside, coming quickly there is the rider of Alex Gluglamushi. First point up for grabs. Going to be challenged though, into the front straight they come. On the inside, 227 from the South Australian combined team. Next point. Yes, up on the outside, it will be the New Zealander in David Kawong. So a group of 6 have formed off the front, a bit of a gap there to the remainder of the field. Some riders have been lapped. Lachlan Stewart, number 235. Rider from the Alpine Cycling Club. Young Lachlan Stewart. Next point up for grabs around the outside. Just doing it easily there was the New Zealander. Oh, move around the outside. This was a quick move, and taking up the running there is the rider there of Max Nuzpan, the Victorian. Now with the Bendigo club, he was formerly from Brunswick, but now he's joined the Bendigo and District Cycling Club, and it's Max Nuzpan. Number 212. Doing the chasing, here's the New Zealander in David Kawong. But down the front straight, they'll get 5 to go. 5 to go. Doing the chasing now is the rider of Samuel Hilditch. Hilditch is the rider about to make contact out in front. Rode second in the scratch race did Hilditch. Who's wanting these points? Hilditch being challenged, but Samuel Hilditch will come down and take out that point as Hilditch. Slipping through underneath there is young Zach Robinson, this young fellow with the orange helmet on. Not big in size, this young fellow, Zach Robinson, but a very, very handy under-17 rider. And he's gone away here with Sam Hilditch. That's Robinson that leads down the front straight. Takes out that point. Hilditch on his wheel. Who's doing the chasing? That's the rider there of Porter White doing the chasing. But these two got a nice, handy lead at this stage. So the riders that have been lapped, please stay down. The riders that have been lapped, stay down low. And it's Hilditch that takes out that one from Zach Robinson. Around the outside now with a big move now is the rider there of Lachlan Stewart. Lachlan Stewart there in unfamiliar colours to me. Lachlan Stewart in the black colours there. But here comes the leaders in the orange helmet is Zach Robinson. No, Hilditch on the outside. Round the outside there now goes a big move here from Lachlan Stewart in the black. He goes whoosh right around the outside of Sam Hilditch, around the riders he's lapping, and a very talented young rider. This is Lachlan Stewart. Looks over the shoulder, but Lachlan Stewart comes down and takes out the final point. Great racing there in the under-17 tempo. So Sam Hilditch has picked up some points. Max Nuzpan, number 212, was also in the points. Zach Robinson in the points, and also Lachlan Stewart. So we'll get the official Ashley Yakudinoff. We'll have a talk to Ashley later on with a very, very good team pursuiter. Part of the Australian record for the elite women. Now looking for the elite men to be making their way to the commencement of the back straight for their flying 200. Starting off with the rider in Nicholas Papadakis from the Blackburn Club here in Melbourne. So Nuzpan 3, Hilditch 3, there's one sprint to go, Kwong 2. So a bit of a rest now, the AJTS riders can have a bit of a spell. And then we come back then for the under-17 girls National Madison Championship. National Madison Championship for the under-17 girls will be after the elite men's flying 200 qualifier. So that's the results on the board after 11 sprints. But we saw Lachlan Stewart, the boy from the Alpine Club, take out that final sprint. So there's the final sprint, went to Lachlan Stewart. So there's the provisional results. Sam Hilditch on 3, Max Nuzpan 3, Lachlan Stewart on 2, David Kawong on 2, Zach Robinson there on 1. But now turning our attention, as our junior handicapper now has got a bit of work to do here.
Well, there's some big names in this elite men's sprint qualifier. I was just talking to Bryson Fletcher just now, Australian sprinter from the University of Queensland, and he had a fall at States, and unfortunately he's not going to compete, which is very sad. But big shout out to Bryson Fletcher, who will be watching. And it's a shame because he's in very fine form at the moment.
Yes, we've got the riders here from Malaysia, and of course we've got the pocket rocket man here in Azul Awang. He rode here on Saturday in the Victorian Championships, did Azul. Of course, I got to tell you that in 2022, last April, he had open heart surgery at the Epworth Hospital here in Melbourne. He had chest pains in February, and Specialist said, I think you should go and have an operation. So he showed me his scar, had open heart surgery here in April of 2022. They call him the Pocket Rocket Man. Of course, he debuted in the 2016 Olympics and he won a bronze medal in individual Keirin. 2020 in Tokyo, won a silver medal in the Keirin. And in 2017, looking for the men to be lining up in the back straight. And in 2017, the Pocket Rocket Man was the first world champion title in the Keirin and became the first Malaysian rider to ever wear the coveted rainbow jerseys. And he'll be the final rider on the track, Azul Awang. But before him, we have got some very, very fast men. Thomas Cornish, Byron Davis, Ryan Elliott, Sam Gallagher, Daniel Barber, Lee Hoffman, just to name a few.
Are you suggesting that that surgery gives Melbourne some claim to Awang?
Oh, we've got the best specialist in Melbourne, of course. We've got a special new heart hospital being built in Melbourne, and I tell you what, it's a magnificent complex there in Blackburn Road, a heart hospital. But he went to the Epworth, actually, Epworth Richmond. He had his operation, but I was talking to him on Saturday here, and I tell you what, Sam Gallagher beat him in the Victorian Sprint Championship, but Azul Awang, I called his name many, many times here. This, of course, was their track where John Beasley had all the Malaysians based in Melbourne, training here at DIS for many years, but now John and Vicky have gone back to Malaysia with the training of the Malaysians over there. But of course, Azul, they've got 3 young daughters, and he loves Melbourne. He'd rather be in Melbourne than in Malaysia. So, of course, probably getting up in age now, of course, but still a very, very good competitor. But Tom Cornish, of course, we know what Tom's done. UCI World Junior Track Championships in 2018. He set a new world record in 1:00.498 for the time trial, and he holds the junior under 19 1,000 metre time trial record, which was set there in 2018. Daniel Barber, of course, he holds the Australian under 17 2,000 metre flying record, 10.724. Who else have we got of note? Ryan Elliott, the boy from Balmoral, holds the Australian record for the under 19 team sprint.
Well, over the course, I don't know if there's any, I don't know if we'll be seeing Ryan Elliott coming out of a gate over the next few days, but I tell you, if you get the opportunity to see Ryan Elliott come out of a gate, or you get to see some footage of him coming out of a gate, that's the benchmark. I mean, I'm no expert on cycling. It begs the question why I've got the microphone in my hand, but Ryan Elliott coming out of the gate is something to behold. I was on the gate at States last weekend. I can tell you, Ryan was there 1 second, and that second he was in turn 1. It's just phenomenal. And apparently he's been doing a lot of work on the hip thrust, but I've never seen anyone come out of a gate quite like Ryan Elliott. And I'll tell you who I like second to Ryan Elliott out of a gate, that's Christina Clonan.
Oh yes, you're talking about a superstar there in Christina, of course, also a Queenslander. I know you like to pump up your Queensland riders, Aaron, but of course Ryan Elliott, this is the first rider we're watching here now. This will be the rider here. So watching the rider here, Blake Long. So it looks like there's no Nicholas Papadakis, no Bryson Fletcher. Had that fall at the championship. So it's the rider from Western Australia, rides with Track Trickling WA. Does Blake Long. And he's on the burst now. The first of the riders in the flying 200s. This is Blake Long. comes down and stops the clock. 10.405 to start proceedings. 10.405.
Well, up next is Amirali from Iran. And it's great to have him here. Amirali winding up. Not expending any energy on the first lap. You often see these leads going very, very slowly, conserving as much energy as possible. In the first lap, starting to build up in the second. Out of the saddle now, coming down the back straight, really picking up the pace. Amirali now into turn 3, and he's just about as high as you can get. Gets the bell, drops on the start-finish line, and starts his time. Halfway mark, 5.456. Screaming down and finishing with an 11.178, second fastest qualifier.
Coming around now to get 3 laps to go. The first of the Malaysian riders, Umar Hasbullah. Under the watchful eye here of John Beasley. Five of the Malaysians taking place. Well, there's more than that. There's 3, 4, 6 Malaysian riders here contesting the Flying 200. High on the track here is Hasbullah. Starts to build it up now, the Malaysian, high on the bank. Starts to build up the pace. He hears the bell. Cuts down nicely to the 200-metre line. The clock starts running for Hasbullah. Down the back straight, the first of the Malaysians. He's got it together up on the top end. Can he better the time here of Blake Long? Stops the clock in a 10.872. Second fastest, 10.872.
On the boards now from New Zealand, we have 4 New Zealanders coming up in succession. Jackson Russell, T. Awam Utu Sports Cycling Club. Almost 100% certain that that pronunciation is wrong, but you get the gist of it.
Of course, young Jackson was selected to represent New Zealand at the Junior World Championships, but didn't go due to COVID back in 2021.
COVID robbed us, didn't it, Ian? On the Avanti, the favoured bike of the New Zealand cycling team, now winding up on that back straight. Into turn 3, up nice and high, out of the saddle again. Really winding up as he comes down, dropping at the start-finish line and getting started, hugging that black line as he heads down the back straight. And the first split, second fastest, 5.171. Jackson will finish off with the second fastest time of 10.449.
Next up, another New Zealander, the youngster in Keo Lart. Commentated him over in Tasmania last year at the Christmas Carnivals back in 2021. He went up to the University of Waikato, 20 minutes from the Avanti Velodrome, and he received a $10,000 a year scholarship to chase his dreams to represent New Zealand at the Olympics, hopefully in Los Angeles in 2028. From the Nelson College, originally in New Zealand, now up at the University of Waikato, and how to be having a $10,000 a year grant. A very young sprinter from New Zealand, Rode very well in Tasmania at the carnivals last year. Starting to build it up now. In Keo Larch. Out of the saddle. He's got the legs pumping as he goes high on the track. Oh, cuts down magnificently there to the sprinters lane. Cut down to the right place on the track. An art in that where you cut down. Can he better the time of 10.405 as he comes down the front straight now, the youngster. Third fastest, 10.722.
Up now from New Zealand, Liam Kavanagh.
He's a very good young rider, representing New Zealand at UCI Junior World Championships and now up to the Open Company. So he has been to World Championships.
Liam wearing number 36 from the same club as Jackson Russell. Tiwamutu Sports Cycling Club picking up the pace now as he comes out of the saddle, winding up down that back straight. Looks like a powerful rider. Now out of the saddle, really powering down this front straight, looking fast, onto the drops, starts the clock, waiting for that first split, fastest time, 5.120. This boy looks quick. Liam Kavanagh, fastest time, 10.403.
Coming around again, another New Zealander from the Hamilton City Cycling Club in New Zealand. Had a nasty crash in the Karen back in 2022 at the Oceania Track Championships. Jared Mann. He also made the trip to Tasmania last year, did Jared. So the fastest 24 to round one, but there's been 2 scratchings already, so it looks like all these riders will be going around to round one, sorry. Jared Mann now winding it up from the Hamilton City Cycling Club in New Zealand. Oh, cuts down now. Clock starts running. Fastest time so far. It's a 10.403. Jared Mann comes down and stops the clock in a 10.738, 5th fastest. Got John Trovers on the track, so it looked like the Malaysian number 39 is a non-starter because John Trovers, John Trovers has been to Junior Worlds and come back with a silver medal in 2019 when he teamed up with Sam Gallia and Carlos Casimo at the World Championships in 2019. John Trovers.
John out on the boards. The proud Greek missile, he's winding up as he heads down. He's really getting this entry speed up.
No worries, Robin.
Down into his work. And he's looking quick as he heads down the back straight. Fastest split, 5.118. He's flying. He finishes it off with a third fastest, 10.409. It was a quick first sector.
Next up will be the boy from Bendigo, Ned Pollard, 23-year-old from the Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Has medalled at National Australian Championships, mainly in the team sprint.
Ned Pollard on the boards. Just a little winding it up. Looking for a good time here, and he's putting the big effort in around turn 3 and turn 4. Gets the bell, muscling with the bike, and he drops down a little later than what we've seen so far and hits that turn 1 and turn 2 with plenty of pace. Fourth fastest split, 5.133, and Ned'll finish up with a fourth fastest, 10.426, average speed of 69.06.
If you're following the program, number 44 are non-starters. So next up we'll have the Malaysian in Jusina, number 40. Akmal Jus. These riders going nearly 70 k's an hour over that final 200, and very fast men still to come. So this is one of the Malaysians in Akmal Jusina. Starts to wind it up now. Seems to have a pretty big gear on here. He'll come and get the bell. He starts to wind it up, the Malaysian. Full of determination as he hits the line now. Who's going to be the first rider to beat the 10-second barrier? And Jusina comes into the front straight now and stops the clock in a 10.576, sixth fastest to the Malaysian, 10.576. Got one of your Queenslanders up next, Aaron, a BMX rider from the Cockburn BMX Club.
Well, BMX riders, they can really sprint. Finn Carpenter. He's in the Sassy kit. And
yes, well, he's the West Australian, BMX champion in 2022, represented New West Australia at the National Championships. And I didn't realise it, he rode the Austral here last year, Finn Carpenter. He went from Western Australia and he apparently went into South Australia, so the West Australian BMX people weren't too happy when he crossed the border to South Australia. This is Finn Carpenter.
Finn Carpenter heading down the back straight, and he's got a great looking position on the bike as he comes out of turn 4. He's really winding it up, putting a lot of pressure into that bike and ripping on those handlebars as he gets started down the back straight. And he's looking quick. What's the split? It's a fastest split, just over 5 seconds. Can he finish it off? Fastest time, 10.120. Finn Carpenter with a quick time, 10.120.
71 k's an hour. Next rider on the track, coming down, he hails from South Australia. This is Max Libanek from the Port Adelaide Club in South Australia. He, along with Ryan Elliott, who we're talking about first, who led out of the gate for that record, Ryan Elliott, Dylan Stanton and Max Libanek hold the Australian team sprint record for under 19s. Very good sprinter and a caring rider, Max Libanek. That's him there in the Sassy colours. Brett Aiken looking after the South Australian riders here, along with Ashley Akudinoff. So he'll come and get the bell. Can he break the 10-second barrier? Max Libanek. Pull powerfully on the pedals now. All looking quick down the back straight. Can he hold it for that final half lap? Can he beat the 10-second barrier? Max Libanek into the front straight. 10.097, fastest time, just ahead of Finn Carpenter, 10.097.
Right. We have another of the Malaysian riders up now. Modzonis. On the WXR as he out of the saddle, picking up the pace. Back down, seated acceleration as he comes. A big seated acceleration on the front straight and gets the clock started, headed down the back straight. Third fastest time, 5.096. And stops the clock with the third fastest, 10.372 for Modzonis from Malaysia.
Next up, he hails from Whyalla Cycling Club in South Australia. Full of concentration as he goes over the line. This is Lee Hoffman. Holds the Australian under 19 flying 200 record of 10.037. I'm suggesting he's going to be the first rider to break the 10-second barrier here. Also holds the Australian elite team sprint record when he teamed up with Matthew Richardson and Matt Glasner. So he holds the Australian team sprint record as well. Lee Hoffman, the South Australian. Tipping will be the first rider today to break the 10-second barrier. Starts to wind it up now, does the South Australian. Gets the bell. Power on the pedals. Hits the line. And I tell you what, this looks super quick as he goes down the back straight. Will I be right? Will he break the 10-second barrier as he comes down the front straight? Yes, he does. 9.759. 9.759 to Lee Hoffman.
Well, we're getting into the pointy end now. Great ride there from Lee Hoffman. Out on the boards now from Dubbo Cycling Club. Big Dan Barber. Very accomplished rider, Dan Barber.
Yes, he is. He holds the Australian record for the under 17 flying 200. That's a few years ago. 10.729 back in 2009, and in Brisbane he set that new Australian under 17 flying 200 record. Up into the elite section now.
Yeah, there's been plenty of under 17s trying to break that record, but nobody's successful so far. Dan Barber now, big figure. He gets out of the saddle. He heads down the back straight. He's driving that bike into turn 3 and turn 4. Out of the saddle again now, winding it up. Drops down. Aero, hugging that turn 1 and turn 2. 9.7 is the time to beat. Second fastest, sub 5, 4.9. What's the second half like? Sub 10, 9.898. Second fastest time. Good ride there from Big Dan Barber to take him into second position.
Next up in the VIS colours coming down the Frey Straight, Victoria's own Sam Gallagher, the 22-year-old from Blackburn. 2019 he was named the Australian Junior Track Cyclist of the Year. That same year he won the Austral Wheel Race here on this circuit, and he also went across to Germany in 2019 and picked up a silver medal in the team sprint with John Trovis and Carlos Carismo. He's a twice winner of the Austral Wheel Race. He's also won the Melbourne Cup on wheels. He's a very fast man on wheels, the 22-year-old from the Blackburn Club here in Victoria, being looked after in the VIS by Shane Kelly. What time can Sam record here in this flying 200? Starts to really wind it up now to Sam. Here's the bell, and he's on his way. Clock starts running. Sam Gallagher. What can Sam record today? Can he get there to the fastest time of 9.759? We'll soon see. 10.083, third fastest, 10.083. And now the man you were talking about before, getting out the gates very quickly. Ryan Elliott up next, Aaron.
Yeah, Ryan Elliott from Balmoral Cycling Club. He rode sub 10 recently at Anna Meares. Different track, different conditions, but this kid is quick and he's on the up. He's on the up and up. We hope to see Ryan, first rider in the team sprint for Australia in the not too distant future. A very strong team at the moment, obviously, but great to have succession in some of these riders that are coming up. Now, Ryan Elliott, what can he do here today? Conservative first lap, just not expending any excess energy. Winding up now, out of the saddle, and dropping down on that big gear as he heads down the back straight, and getting plenty of encouragement as he goes around Queensland corner. Didn't see the split, and it's a 10.089 and an average speed of 71.36 kilometres an hour.
It's not as human as yesterday, where the track was very fast yesterday, where unofficially we saw 4 Australian records broken yesterday unofficially. The track was very fast. Now on the track we see the rider here, Byron Davis. 2023 at the Nationals. He caused a bit of an upset, one would think, when he defeated Tom Cornish for the gold medal, a very powerful sprinter from the Balmoral Club. Called him in action last year over in Tasmania at the Christmas Carnivals, where he had the UCI Karen events over there last year and again this year. He was a silver medalist in 22 and won a gold medal this year. Byron Davis, looking for a big time here from the big boy from Queensland. Byron Davis, full of concentration as he grips the bars now, and he's on his way. Oh, this looks quick. This looks super quick. Can he be the fastest time? Stops the clock. Second fastest, 9.861. 9.861 to Byron Davis.
Great time there from Byron. Did a 9.7 at Anamiers last weekend, if I remember correctly. But up now is Tom Cornish from Southern Cross Cycling Club. Big Tom Cornish. What is he going to pull out of his bag of tricks here today? Again, very conservative on that first lap, and he will start to wind up, and he'll hit this start line with earnest. Just starting to put pressure on the pedals now. Picking up pace, very smooth, very, very smooth. Out of the saddle, down the bank. Couldn't get any higher. Any higher, he'd be on the fence. Out of the saddle again, and down into that aero position, very low and tight on that black line. The split second fastest, 4.851, and in the second half finishes it off with a second fastest, 9.812. Great ride there from the very popular Tom Cornish.
So still it's Lee Hoffman that leads the competition, or the Flying 200 competition at this stage. The fastest time of 9.759. Next up, another rider from Malaysia up next. Very good sprinters there coming out of Malaysia. This is Sharoom. Firdaus Sharoom from Malaysia. He knows this track very, very well. Been based in Melbourne, he was for some years here with John Beasley. Firdaus Sharoom starts to build it up now, does the Malaysian. Gets the bell. Hits the line now. Into the front straight. Comes Sharoom. He'll come down and stop the clock in a 10.143. 10.143, which makes him the 9th fastest. Second last rider, because there is an additional starter apparently. And number 1 there's an additional starter, I've been told. But this is the pocket rocket man from Malaysia in Azul Awang.
Yeah, well, I think it was a 9.4 last year, if I remember correctly, Ian. But this man is very rapid. Only a relatively small frame of a man, but he is full of power and acceleration. Very exciting to watch and great to have him here. What can he do today? Out of the saddle. It's looking like a bit of a slow track this morning, but this man will light it up. Out of the saddle, gets the bell, putting everything into it and hitting that start line quickly, putting absolutely everything into it as he wrestles the bike. 5th fastest, 4.954. Not the greatest start. Can he finish it off? 10.008, 5th fastest time.
Not bad for a rider that came back from open heart surgery in April of 2022 to be out here now riding at 72 k's an hour. The 33-year-old from Malaysia. Now we've got an additional rider here. He's wearing number 1. Not sure of the name, but I believe he is from Malaysia. And then we're moving on, I believe, to the Madison up next. Looking at the program here. Under 17 girls, 15k National Madison Championships. Haven't got the teams at this stage, but we'll be handed those shortly. We're watching the additional starter here in the elite men's sprint qualifier over the 200 metre journey. Chi Cheng Quang. Ji Cheng Quang is the rider now we're watching. An additional starter here. The final rider here in the elite men sprint qualifier. And he comes into the front straight now, Ji Cheng Quang, and stops the clock in a 11.317. So that concludes the elite men sprint qualifying. We've seen some great times, and the fastest goes to the man from Whyalla. That is Lee Hoffman, that rode a 9.759. Tom Cornish, 9.812 second. And then, of course, Byron Davis rode a 9.861. Daniel Barber, a 9.898. So they're the riders that broke the 10-minute barrier. 10-second barrier is a bit like it. Lee Hoffman, Daniel Barber, Byron Davis, and also Tom Cornish.
Tony Tor thinks I'd be a chance at 10 minutes. He's actually at 10 minutes, he's quietly confident. So event number 12 is the under 17 girls National Madison Championship. This is where commentators get very confused because the riders wear their team number. They wear the same clothes, the same outfit, and it can be very difficult to work out who's who. So we'll get Ian to do it. We'll get Ian to do it so he can get the emails. So the National Madison Championship for under 17 girls is 15 kilometres. There are sprints at 50 and then every 10 laps. So 4 teams receive points at 50, 40, 30, 20 and 10, 5, 3, 2 and 1. And then at the finish, it's double points, 10, 6, 4 and 2. For those of you that are new to the Madison, it's a race that started at Madison Square Gardens. It involves 2 riders, a live rider and a dead rider. So only one of the riders is active at any point in time, and the other rider, they swing out by grabbing hands and swinging the dead rider in, like a game of tag. And then the live rider is out and they have a bit of a break. It's an amazing race. It takes an enormous amount of skill, as you will see. There are some very good teams in here, but this is one of the most exciting races you'll see, the Madison on a track. It's very, very impressive, and this will be something. Of course, this is the National Madison Championship, so this is for the top step. And we have riders now getting organised. So we have a New South Wales team number 1. Queensland team number 3. 2 Balmoral riders. Another 2 Balmoral riders. Team number 2. It's team number 3 is Bella Potts and Sienna Monteith. And then Blackburn, team number 4. I think Alana Lake is one of those riders. So 4 teams in the under-17. There is no under-15 Madison. The under-15s can ride in the Madison Championships and often do. All right, so we have the list of riders here. Team number 1, Lucy Allen from Illawarra Cycle Club and Lexi Phillips from Wagga Cycle Club. Team number 2, Megan Moore from Balmoral, Lee Parslow from Life Cycle. Team number 3, Sienna Monteith from Balmoral, Isabella Potts also from Balmoral. Team number 4, Alana Lake from Blackburn Jets and Audrey Pritchard also from Blackburn Jets.
Yeah, 4 teams here contesting the under-17 Girls Madison Championship. Looks to be 4 very even teams, I would suggest. Lucy Allen and Lexi Phillips, as Aaron just said. Lucy will have the black number on, Lexus the red. Megan Moore in team 2, the black. Neve Parslow the red. Sienna Monteith in the black. Isabel Potts with the red number. Alana Lake, the black. And Audrey Pritchard will have the red number on. So there's the 4 riders on the track. So this is the under-17 Girls Australian Madison Championship. They'll come around and get the whistle to commence the event over the 60-lap journey. And they're on their way, and it is team number 3 that leads them out. And Sienna Monteith goes to the back of the field now. So the riders in the back straight now are deciding when they're going to come in so they can change with their partner. Riders coming in, you can see where they want to change before each sprint. You don't want to be changing in the front straight when the sprint is on. Swinging up the track there is the rider of Megan Moore, wearing the black number 2 colour. The black number 3 colour is Sienna Monteith. First change coming up for the in the Madison. First change coming up. No change there. Audrey Pritchard was happy to keep going. Alana Lake in them Blackburn colours, team number 4. So the first change there, a good change there by the Balmoral combination.
Well, it's nice and quiet at the moment as there's a change there from Sienna Monteith to Bella Potts. And we've still got Lexi Phillips in there for team number 1. Audrey Pritchard is the live rider for Blackburn. I'll get the hang of this. New South Wales have now switched riders. Lucy Allen from Illawarra Cycle Club is now out there, and Lana Lake about to swing in as well. And in the maroon for the second of the Queensland teams, that's Neve Parslow. 55 laps on the lap board. The first sprint will be in 5 laps time, and Megan Moore is slinging in now and relieving Neve Parslow, and she is happy to sit 4th wheel.
Easy to pick up, Megan. Of course, she's one of the tall rider of team number 2, and that's her at 4th wheel as they come down the front straight. A change here in the front straight with 54 laps to go, and getting thrown in now is the rider there of Sienna Monteith, being thrown in there by Isabel Potts. The pace starts to quicken because it won't be long before the bell goes for the first lot of sprints, but they'll come around with 53 laps to go, so still a little way off yet as they come down the front straight. Going along nicely out in front here is the team number 1 there of Lucy Allen.
Megan Moore just going up high there. She's looking to sling in. Is it Neve Parslow is going to be the rider to contest the sprint, you would think. And a few changes there. Lexi Phillips on the front for New South Wales. Alana Lake, Neve Parslow and Sienna Monteith. There's 52 laps on the lap board. The first of the points are coming up. 5, 3, 2, 1 are how they're allocated. And it looks as if it'll be these 4 riders that contest. They come around now. Sienna Monteith goes up onto the shoulder and around Neve Parslow. Alana Lake leads them out. Alana Lake out of turn 2, and she's opened up a gap. Alana Lake has got a real turn of pace. She comes out of 3 and 4, and Alana Lake is going to get maximum points here. Sienna Monteith, then Neve Parslow, and New South Wales, Lexi Phillips will pick up a point. With only 4 teams, every team's going to be in the points every lap, so you don't get much of an advantage. When you've got a big field, you can get away from your rivals because they can miss out on points. But when there's only a few teams, every sprint is very important.
4, 3, 2 and 1 were the placings after that first sprint. As you can see up on the board, 4, 3, 2 and 1. But Alana Lake in the Blackburn colours was thrown in by Audrey Pritchard. So coming down, 48 to go. Sienna Monteith throws in her partner there in Isabel Potts, who leads out. Then further back to young Audrey Pritchard in the black number 4. Lucy Allen there from Illawarra Club in the blue colours. Then further back to Megan Moore now, who's got to make up a little bit of ground, has been thrown in by Neve Parslow. She didn't just make up ground, she goes right around the outside here, does Megan Moore, and takes up the running with 47 to go. And it's Megan Moore that leads out there from Isabella Potts. Then further back to Lucy Allen and Audrey Pritchard.
Alana Lake now is switching with Pritchard, and she's got some work to do. New South Wales are slinging in now. Megan Moore has picked up the pace and she yells out to Neve Parslow. Bella Potts goes around the outside. Neve Parslow's gone straight into the back of Megan Moore's wheel. She's being attended to immediately. Megan Moore has stayed out. Bella Potts is off the front. We're just looking to see that Neve Parslow is okay. Bella Potts is still on the front, then Megan Moore, then Alana Lake, and then it's Lexi Phillips And Bella Potts just swings up and the pace comes out a little bit. But Megan Moore doesn't have a partner at the moment. Neve Parslow's back up. Can't see if she's getting back to her bike. She looks okay from here. Give her a big round of applause.
They're coming down with 43 laps to go. Second sprint coming up shortly, and it's Audrey Pritchard on the front. Getting thrown in now is the rider there of Lucy Allen. Around the outside there goes Sienna Monteith is there as not at this stage, but come around with Bell coming up shortly. Audrey Pritchard will be throwing in Alana Lake once again for the sprint, one would suggest, with 42 to go. And it's Audrey Pritchard on her wheel there. Lucy Allen around the outside. There goes the rider of Sienna Monteith, who makes a move now. Monteith is on the burst. Monteith on the burst. She'll come around and get the bell. Tracing strongly here is the team number 1. They'll come and get the bell. The bell second sprint coming up, and it's Sienna Monteith that leads out there. On her wheel there is Lucy Allen. Then further back coming around the outside is Neve Parslow. And then further back then to Alana Lake. But down the back straight is Monteith that leads. She's about to be challenged now by Lucy Allen. Lucy Allen around the outside. Team number 1, and Lucy Allen will come down and take out the 5, getting up the 3. Team number 3 will pick up the 2. Flashing home there was Neve Parslow to pick up the 2, and Alana Lake the 1.
Well, how about Neve Parslow? 1 lap ago, she was on the deck. She gets back up, gets back into the race, and she made up all of that lost ground. And now Megan Moore's back in. Bella Potts is on the front for team number 3. It's Lexi Phillips from team number 2. Megan Moore closing the gap now, team number 2 in 3rd position out on the track, and Alana Lake head down trying to bridge that gap, and she'll change over with Audrey Pritchard and try and get back in touch.
Looking at the points up there, Aaron, 3 teams on 6 points, so nothing between the top 3 teams. Team 4, 3 and 1, all on 6 points, and team number 2 on 4 points.
37 laps on the lap board. There's sprints at 30, 20 and 10, and then obviously the finish is double points. Megan Moore leads, Bella Potts leads Audrey Pritchard, and then Alexi Phillips for New South Wales as they come into the start-finish, over the start-finish line, and Neve Parslow really picking up the pace.
I tell you what, that fall's done her the world of good. You shouldn't say that, but I tell you what, since she's had the fall, she's been on fire, young Neve Parslow. She'll lead him into the front straight, swings up now, and it's Sienna Monteith now that takes up the running for team number 3. Then further back to the Lana Lake and Lucy Allen there in the blue colours of the NIS, New South Wales Institute of Sport. They all form up again down the back straight. And it's Sienna Monteith riding for team number 3 with Isabella Potts. Swings up, does Alana Lake. Pace goes off. Megan Moore about to be thrown in here now by Neve Parslow. So the pace goes off once again as Monteith leads them down the back straight. Lucy Allen on her wheel. Now a move around the outside here by, once again, Megan Moore around the outside here, but Sienna Monteith kicks up and leads into the front straight with 33 to go.
Sienna Monteith on the front leads Megan Moore. Lucy Allen and then Alana Lake. Now a changeover for New South Wales, and it's Lexi Phillips back in. And Bella Potts still leading with 2 laps to go before the next of the sprints. Alana Lake just recovering. They're all back together again. A big effort from Alana Lake and Audrey Pritchard. They lost a bit of ground, but they've got it back and have paid a bit of a price for it. Neve Parslow back in for the second of the Queensland teams. They get the bell, and it's Bella Potts on the front. But look at Neve Parslow come around the outside. I think that fall's really put some fire in her belly. She comes around the outside, determined into turn 3, comes out of turn 4, and she's got a few bike lengths over Bella Potts. Sienna Monteith now. New South Wales pick up 3rd points, and then Blackburn is just struggling to hold on back there. Neve Parslow now waits for Sienna Monteith.
Yes, 2, 3, 1 and 4, the placings in that sprint. Sienna Monteith on the burst. Neve Parslow about to throw in Megan Moore in the Balmoral colours. Lucy Allen. And then unfortunately team number 4 of Audrey Pritchard and Alana Lake finding the going a little bit tough at this stage. So these three teams now lead into the front straight. Swinging up there is Sienna Monteith. Megan Moore takes up the running as Sienna Monteith gets down to her wheel. Then further back then to young Lucy Allen. But she's gone for home here as Megan Moore. She's trying to really put a gap in this field, and Megan Moore will come into the front straight to get 27 laps to go. 27 laps to go, and Megan Moore leads down the front straight. And as Sienna Monteith about to throw in here, the rider there of Isabella Potts. Then further back then, we see Lucy Allen about to throw in Lexi Phillips from Wagga. But I tell you what, they're all over the track now. The leader coming to the front straight now with 26 to go. In the Balmoral colours there. That's the riders there of Neve Parslow. Further back then we've got Isabella Potts, then further back then to Lexi Phillips. And I can't see team number 4. Yes, they're in the back straight, about to be lapped.
So Tony Tor pointing to Neve Parslow, team number 4. They've dropped a lap, and it's the Brisbane Balmoral team of team number 3 that have lost contact with team number 2. Alana Lake getting on the wheel of Megan Moore. Sienna Monteith looking for Bella Potts. She's going to have some work to do. There's 23 laps on the lap board. And the Blackburn now changing out. Audrey Pritchard now on the wheel of Megan Moore. Sienna Monteith with some work to do. It's team number 3 on 9, team number 2 on 9, team number 3 on 8. And you see those points very close together because every team's in the points every lap, so you can't get ahead. You'll see later on in the weekend that the big fields of Madison riders, you can really get ahead because some teams miss out on points. They get the bell.
And it's going along nicely here is Neve Parslow, then further back to Audrey Pritchard. Even though she's a lap down, she can still pick up points. But she's riding in the form of her life here, Neve Parslow. She got shook up with that fall, but Neve Parslow riding with Megan Moore. Into the front straight comes Neve Parslow. Picking up the 3 points will be Alana Lake. Then further back to this will be the rider coming down the front straight down there of Isabella Potts. Picks up the 2 points. And just waiting on team number 1. About to be lapped as they come down the front straight. It won't be long before team number 1 may be lapped because the leader now in the Balmoral colours comes down the front straight and swings in Megan Moore.
19 laps on the lap board now. Megan Moore's back out and Bella Potts has closed the gap. Alana Lake is really suffering back there, but she's putting in a big effort. They've still got best part of quarter of a lap as team number 2 lap team number 1. Megan Moore looking strong. Sienna Monteith trying to change over with Bella Potts, and they've lost some of that. The gap's gone out a bit bigger, is what I'm trying to say. Now Megan Moore and Neve Parslow doing a great job out there.
Yes, they're putting on a masterclass here, this team in the Balmoral covers as Neve Parslow leads down the front straight. They've lapped this rider here. That's the rider there of, yes, of course, from Wagga in Lexi Phillips. Then further back then we've got the rider there of Sienna Monteith, and she's got young Audrey Pritchard for company. But just look up at the board, you'll get all the results up on the scoreboard as they come to the front straight once again. And it's the youngster in Neve Parslow that comes down with 15 laps to go. Then further back there, chasing now here is Lucy Allen. Although they're a lap down, they're still chasing Sienna Monteith there and Audrey Pritchard. The 4 teams on the track, down the back straight, and they're really putting on a class show here. As about to see Megan Moore once again being thrown in by Neve Parslow.
Well, the Queensland team in the maroon, really dominating this race. They've put the hurt into the other teams. New South Wales, who are a lap down, are doing a great job. They've had a little bit of a rest and they look to be riding strong again. There's 3 laps before the next sprint lap. Megan Moore and Neve Parslow dominating this National Madison Championship. They're only 3 points ahead of team number 2, but they're about getting close to half a lap ahead. New South Wales are staying with them for now. And that's Lexi Phillips who comes up onto the wheel, and they change over, and Neve Parslow. Considering that this team had a fall, Neve Parslow, I think, has been riding stronger since the fall, Ian.
Yes, they'll come and get the bell, and as young Neve Parslow leads out, looking for 5 more points. Lexi Phillips, even though they've been lap team number 1, she can pick up the 3. Then looking back further, coming to the front straight now, this is Audrey Pritchard being thrown in, Isabella Potts there as well. But coming into the front straight to take out the 5 points again, it's young Neve Parslow. She'll take out the 5 points. Picking up the 3 will be Lexi Phillips for team number 1, who wants the 2 points. Sienna Monteith about to be thrown in now. Can she pick up the 2 points? And then following her there is Audrey Pritchard. Picking up the 2 will be team number 3, Sienna Monteith, and picking up the 1 point will be Audrey Pritchard, riding for team number 4. But Megan Moore leads them down the front straight with 9 laps to go. And then further back getting thrown in now is Lucy Allen in the blue colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And then further back here, Sienna Monteith, also young Audrey Pritchard. But they're putting on a masterclass here, the team from Balmoral. They're coming down to get 8 laps to go. This is the rider of Megan Moore. She's starting to suffer now. The shoulders are starting to roll a little bit. They're getting tired, but they've opened up a big enough gap. 19 points they lead on team number 3 on 14. Team number 1 on 10. As we're coming down towards the pointy end, they'll come and get 7 laps to go.
Well, this big attack has come at its toll. Megan Moore absolutely has put everything into this, and they've got some support around the track with some of the QAS riders now arriving. Monteith and Bella Potts are trying to avoid being lapped. Neve Parslow looks pretty relaxed. She's been riding with renewed vigour since running into the back of her teammate during a change. Bella Potts has got some fire back in her belly. She's picked up the pace, and she's reducing the lead that the maroon team number 2 has. Neve Parslow comes over the start-finish line, a bit of a smile as she comes past.
So down the back straight, riders all over the track, but of course the officials and they've got it all under control here. But he's the leader coming to the front straight now. This is Megan Moore, riding for team number 2 with her partner Neve Parslow. Looks under the arm. She's getting tired here, is Megan. But then further back, this is the Brunswick team, team number 4. They've been lapped, but they can still pick up points as Audrey Pritchard gets thrown in. Now the Wagga rider there in Lexi Phillips, riding for team number 1. And Isabella Potts there, team number 3, as they go down the back straight. And I'll tell you what, they're something in the water up there at Balmoral. I tell you what, they're riding very well, this duo.
Yeah, Balmoral, very strong club in juniors. They put a lot of time and effort into Madison training, and you can see here with 2 very good teams. But it is Neve Parslow and Megan Moore who have absolutely dominated this Girls Madison Championship. Neve Parslow now, she's looked relaxed all race. She's on the back straight. She looks like she's just stepped off a coffee ride. She comes down to get the bell. Neve Parslow from Balmoral, from Queensland, onto the back straight. Their competitors are in the same straight as they come down turn 3. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. After hitting the deck, Neve Parslow and Megan Moore, National Madison champions. And in the back straight, it's Bella Potts and Sienna Monteith. They will take out the silver. A big sprint from Bella Potts. A very good effort there from the 2 Balmoral riders, Sienna Monteith and Megan Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these 8 young ladies. I tell you what, there's the winners. They're the national champions, Megan Moore and Neve Parslow. But all the riders deserve a round of applause. Audrey Pritchard is really suffering here, as are all the riders, but a great performance here by the 8 young ladies in the national championships for 2024.
All right, well, that was exciting. Make sure you've gone to rollout, and all teams to rollout, make sure your bikes are checked and passed. So Lucy Allen from Illawarra and Lexi Phillips from Wagga take out 3rd place, and a very good effort from Alana Lake and Audrey Pritchard to round out the field. Up next we have the under 17 boys Madison Championship, 60 laps and 8 teams. It's actually women's sprint qualifier. Thank you for that. Women's sprint qualifying.
You're a great Madison we've just seen there from the women. And now we have got the elite women's sprint qualifier over the 3.5 laps. They'll start in the back straight and come around and get 3 laps to go. And then that'll be followed by the under 17 boys National Madison Championship. Got a big field here. Team number 1, a good combination of Ollie Jerovic and Lachlan Stewart, Sam Hilditch and Porter White, Gabrielle Jackerson and Rab Drummond, Sydney Chitton and Patrick McRae, Alex Wheeler-Mucci and William Brown, Chase Haynes and Oliver Ward, Zachary Douglas Savage and Lachlan Walters, Josh Franks and Oscar Scoff, and also team number 9 I can see now has been added in here, Zach Robinson and Max Nuzpan. 9. We're watching the rider on the track now. This is Christine Perkins. Of course, Christine, I remember calling her many years ago as Christine Bailey, but Christine Perkins, last weekend she took out the West Australian gold medal. She rode a time of 12.365 over there in Western Australia last week. She has medalled at World Championships back in 2007 in the team split with Anna Mears. We're watching Christine Perkins. Of course, along with her husband Shane, they run Perkins Training over there in Western Australia. But Christine Perkins, the first of the elite women from Track Cycling WA. We'll see what her time is compared to Western Australian time. 11.389. She rode a 12.3 in Western Australia last weekend in the Flying 200. 12.365, and today she's gone 11.389.
Well, Ian, if she picks up a second every time she rides, look out next week. Lauren Perry from Launceston City Cycling Club.
Lauren has turned her attention to sprinting now after being part of the AIS endurance team, but she found that, no, I think I'm going to take up the sprinting like Christina Cronin did, so it's great to see Lauren Perry now turning her attention to the sprints.
Lauren Perry is going to be the queen of the Tassie Carnivals this Christmas, but right now it's her sprint qualifier, and she winds up here at this disc velodrome, out of the saddle, starting to pick up the pace, wrestling with the bikes, the grimace on the face, comes down and starts the clock. Nice line as she heads down the back straight. We look for the split. The split is a 6.009 out of turn 4, really wrestling with the bike. at 12.203 for Lauren Perry.
Here's, of course, Lauren Perry, a two-time junior world champion back in 2014 and 2013. Gold in the individual pursuit in 2013. As we're now watching Kerry Onka, from South Africa. Great to have Kerry here. She was here at the weekend for the Victorian Championships, Kerry Onka. Based over in Girona. Over there in Spain, where she rides in the Castella road team. This is Kerry Onka. Probably better known as a road rider and not a sprinter, but she's on her way as young Kerry Onka. Sorry, it's not Kerry at all. I'm sorry about that. It's the youngster, it looks like, in Marella Willis Hell. So my mistake there. Sorry about that. It looks like Kerry was a non-starter. I didn't have that notification of the scratching, but it was Marella Willis Hell, that the young rider from the South Coast Club in South Australia. So sorry about that. So the third fastest time there to Marella.
Sophie De Vries now from New Zealand.
Nice to know who's scratching is. I'll tell you what, a little bit about her. She started cycling at 10 years of age after getting bored watching her brother ride BMXs every weekend. And so she started riding, and she's the New Zealand national champion, Sophie De Vries.
It looks easy, the 200, but I can tell you it's very technical, and it's hard to get it 100% right. And of course, it's not the end of the world because you've got the match sprints to come, but laying down a good time in the qualifier can make life a lot easier. And Sophie starts the clock, very aerodynamic, and heads down back straight. Second fastest split. Stops the clock with the second fastest 11.749.
In the West Australian colours, coming down the front straight now, we've got Indiana Lysart. Represented West Australia at the National Championships this year up at the Animators Velodrome, and last weekend over there at the West Australian Track Championships. She picked up 2 bronze medals, one in the sprint and one in the time trial. She rode a 12.365 in the Flying 200 in Western Australia last weekend. Can she better her Western Australian time of 12.365? We're watching Indiana Lysart.
Picking up the pace now. Indiana gets the bell, dives down on the velo bike, heading down the back straight and getting a first split of 6.142 and stopping the clock, the Western Australian, with a 12.615.
Next up, the first of the Malaysians, I think, have we? Yes, number 68 for Malaysia. We've got Nurul Azazan. Great to see new names all the time coming from Malaysia. Of course, you've got a very good coach in John Bees, who's been looking after the Malaysians for some years now. And this is the first time I've called this young lady in an event. Nice and high on the track here. Nurul Azazan. She'll come around and get the bell. She starts to Out of the saddle now, the first of the Malaysian riders, looking for a qualifying time as he hits the 200 metre line now, down the back straight. Looking strong. Fastest time so far has been set by Christine Perkins. And we'll have to get a time there. Not sure, the mightn't have hit the tape.
Well, we have 11 riders to go in this Elite Women qualifiers, and out on the boards now is Emma Stevens from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. Emma achieved a silver medal at the World Championship, Junior World Championships, the team sprint, a couple of years ago now, when it was in Israel.
Yes, she's teamed up with Sophie Ma and Tyler Pushka to set that new Australian record. And of course, she represented Australia at the UCI World Track Championships in Israel back in Tel Aviv back in 2022.
So out on the boards now, that panther-like position that she has on the bike. We haven't seen her compete very recently, so it's good to see her out on the boards. Just winding up now, powerful sprinter Emma Stevens. She picks up the pace, heads down the back straight, nice and high, up onto the fence, and she gets out of the saddle again and starts to wind the bike up. She heads down the front straight, drops at the start-finish line like most of the riders are doing, starts the clock very tight on the black line. It's a 5.879 split, third fastest. Can she finish it off? Very aerodynamic and a big throw on the line for a fourth fastest, 11.894 for Emma Stevens.
So that was fourth fastest to Emma. Next up from the St George Club. No, we're not. We haven't got that rider there in Ms Clark, so we haven't got, she's a scratching, so haven't been informed of that scratching, but never mind. We've got young An Yi Yong from Malaysia up next. One of John Beasley trains athletes in An Yi Yong. So she'll come around next time to get the bell. En Yi Yong starts to build up the pace now, the Malaysian. Cuts down to the 200 metre tape. The clock starts running here for the young Malaysian. Up on the top bend. It'll finish it off here in the front straight and stops the clock in a time. Fourth fastest, 11.806, 11.806.
No Selena Ho, so we're moving straight to An Tung Yong from Malaysia. An Tung Yong from Malaysia, winding up slowly. Nice and high on the bank. Winding up the Argonne, down the back straight, down the hill, up the hill of turn 3. Out of the saddle, no, stay seated. Out of the saddle now, winding the bike up. And a nice late drop there into turn 1. The split is 5.8. That's the fourth fastest so far, heading down the back straight and stopping the clock with the fifth fastest, 11.837 for An Tung Yong.
Next up, we've got another Malaysian who I have commentated in the past, and this Rosidi. This young lady, of course, was based here in Melbourne when John Beasley was coaching the Malaysians here at disc, wearing number 66. So of course there is food available over there near the soccer pitches over there. You've got Johnny over there. There's a food available over there near the soccer ground. So if anyone's looking for something to eat, instead of going down to Fairfield or Thornbury, or up there to, you can pop across to the soccer fields. There is a canteen over there with drinks and food. We're watching the young Malaysian now, and Anis Razadi. Should be a good time here from the Malaysian. Cuts down nicely to the 200 metre line. Can she get anywhere near the time set here by the rider of Kerry Christine Perkins, 11.389. Down the front straight, second fastest, 11.589. Second fastest, 11.589. And someone that Aaron knows a bit about will be Molly McGill up next.
Molly McGill from Balmoral Cycling Club, part of the QAS.
She also holds an Australian record for the team sprint when she teamed up with Christina Clonan and Alessia McCaig. That was in Brisbane this year where they set a new Australian record for the team sprint of 47.603, Molly. And also she picked up a bronze medal in the time trial behind Alessia McCaig and Bree Hargraves.
And apart from that, I'm told she's a BMX world champion. Molly McGill, Kalinda Robinson, Modis Azri, Alessia McCaig and Clonan, the riders to come. Molly McGill, she'll be looking to set a fast time. It's a ridiculous thing to say, but they're all looking to set a fast time, but she's in good form. She gets the yell from the coach and gets wound up. Right, look how close her chin is to those handlebars. She's right down aero position, stops the clock at the fastest 5.547. Can she hold on to it? She muscles her way down the finish straight. It's 11.227 and the fastest time so far for Molly McGill.
Yeah, great ride there by Molly. Looks like we've got no Kalinda Robinson. Looks like there's no Kalinda Robinson, of course, from Bathurst Cycling Club. Kalinda. We go back to when she was an under 15 rider. She used to win national medals, up to under 17s national medals, up to under 19s national medals. Now she's riding elite. Kalinda Robinson. In the sassy colours. The fastest time now set by Molly McGill, who's going to be the first rider to break 11 seconds. Will it be Kalinda? Starts to wind it up now, does Kalinda Robinson. Determination on her face as she hits the line now. And down the back straight she goes. Kalinda Robinson. Can she better the time here of Molly McGill? Into the front straight she comes and stops the clock. Second fastest, 11.338. 11.338 to Kalinda Robinson.
Great time for Kalinda Robinson. She's been putting a lot of effort into the gym, really getting strong. Got a new addition to the scoreboard up there. Azri now from Malaysia. Very, very slow. Really getting herself prepared and not wasting any energy. I thought the slowest you could go on the bank, well, I know at home it's about, I thought it was about 25. Someone told me about 13. And that would be around 12, 13 kph, I would say, but she knows what she's doing. This panther-like position. She'll start to pick up the pace. You can just see a bit of pressure going into the pedals now, and accelerated, this seated acceleration as she heads down the back straight. We've only got 2 riders to come. This is the top seed Malaysian rider, and really has things wound up now. Dives down into turn number 1 and starts the clock with pace. Looks good, comes out onto the red line using the track. What's the split? The first split is the 4th fastest, 5.604 into the front straight. A little bit of a wobble there in the front straight. Maintains 4th position with 11.426, but that's a good, that'll see her in a good position for the sprints.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the VIS colours now, the 20-year-old from Bendigo, Alessia McKay. She holds 5 Australian records, ladies and gentlemen, 5 Australian records as held by this young lady from under 17s, under 19s and elite. An absolute superstar on the track as the youngster coming up. Second only to Christina Clonan now in the sprint category in Australia. Won the gold medal at the championships in the time trial and the Karen. Silver in the sprint behind Christina. A talented young girl coming up right through the ranks from my old hometown of Bendigo. And it's Alessia McKay. What can Alessia do as she rounds it up now? And this will be fast, there's no doubt about that. She hits the tape, the clock's running as she goes down the back straight, looking strong. As she goes up on the top end, can she bring it home? Can she hold it together? Into the front straight, looking for the fastest time. Alessia McKay stops the clock in 11.047. 11.047, fastest time, only with the very talented Christina Clonan to come.
Onto the boards now, the Queen of Australian Cycles, women's sprinting in Australia, Christina Clonan. She's in the green and gold. She's got the time of 11.047 to beat.
Christina Clonan, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I go back to 2016 when we represented Australia as a junior in Switzerland, but I'll tell you what, after missing selection for Tokyo Olympics in 2018, she turned to sprinting, and she has been the national elite sprint champion in 2020, 221, 222 and 223. So the last 4 years, she's been the Australian sprint champion, and I tell you what, she's also a Madison winner. So not only does she an endurance rider, she switched to sprinting.
Well, look at the pace on Christina Clonan as she comes into turn 1, gets the clock started. She's absolutely flying down the back straight. Look at that position. What's the split? Fastest 5.322. Comes out of turn 4. She comes down the finishing straight. 10.771. An average of 66.8 kilometres an hour. Christina Clonan seated number 1 and qualifies first position.
That's not far outside of Australian record time of 10.646. So she set that time in 2022 in Brisbane, 10.646, but today she's rode a 10.771. Christina Clonan, of course, we said she switched to endurance racing after missing selection for the Tokyo Olympics in 2018, and the rest is history. 2022, she went to the Commonwealth Games over in Manchester and set a games record in the time trial. And then in 2022 in Canada, in Milton in Canada, she was so close to beating Anna Mia's Australian record. She rode a 32.987 and Anna Mia still holds the Australian record with a 32.836. Bachelor of Business at Griffith University, majoring in property development and real estate management. So she's got a future after cycling, after attending the Griffith University, majoring in property development and real estate management.
Well, a thrilling event number 13 with our elite women putting on a show for us, and we will look forward to the match sprints coming up later in the program. But now we'll be moving to event number 14, which is our under 17 boys 15 kilometre National Madison Championships. There are a whopping 24 teams. No, there's not. There's a whopping 9 teams. That's just ridiculous. 24 teams. There's 9 teams, thank you very much. And the racing from the under-17 boys so far this first day of the AJTS has been absolutely flat chat. And so we look forward to the Madison, because we know these guys only know one pace, and that is absolutely flat out. The coffee van's over there on the back straight. Don't forget to go over and grab yourself a very good quality coffee. The under-17 boys are in the pen, rolling around, and they'll be out on the track very soon.
The riders are coming onto the track now. We'll just try to pick up the colours of these teams. As commentators, you try to pick up the colours. I can see the Brunswick colours. That'll be team number 1, Ollie Jerovic and Lachlan Stewart. So that'll be in the Brunswick colours here. Look in the blue colours here. That's the additional team, team number 9 of Zach Robinson and also young Maxi Nuzpan. Team number 2 in the New South Wales colours. Team number 5 in the red colours. Team number 4 in the green. Team number 3 in the orange. Team number 6 in the black. Team number 7. So 9 teams. Another team coming on the track in the Balmoral colours here. No, it's not the Balmoral colours, it's the purple colours coming down here. That's team number 8 of Josh Franks and Oscar Scoff. So a big field here of 9 teams. So just rolling around, so what will happen is that 9 riders will come to the fence in the front straight, and 9 riders will go to the fence in the back straight, and then they'll be sent on their way over the 60-lap journey. This is the National Under-17 Madison Championship. So you see the riders lining up in the front straight, and riders going to the back straight. Should be a great Madison this, I tell you what, there's some great teams here. Gee, it's hard to pick a winner here. What talent we've got here in Australia when we can see these 18 boys contesting the National Madison Championship. There's going to be action. I thought she was waving at me. Sorry, Sienna. So Lachlan Stewart in the Brunswick colours on the front there. He's going to be teaming up there with Ollie Jerovic. So the starter Tony Tor having a talk here to the riders in the front straight. Tells them to move off from the back line, they move off. They'll bunch it up, and they've got to wait for Tony to blow the whistle to send them on their way. What a sight this will be. This will give you some idea of what's going to happen here on Saturday night when the big boys hit the track. The Cal O'Briens, the Graham Frisleys, the Connor Lays, the James Moriartys. So if you haven't seen a Madison event before, you're seeing the young ones now do a Madison, and then on Saturday night, the elite men and women's Madison. They get the whistle here from the starter Tony Tor, and they're on their way, and it's Lachlan Stewart. That's him in the Brunswick, but team number 9, no, Lachlan Stewart decides, no, I want to go from the front over the 60-lap journey. Sprint every 10 laps, double points at the end. And up on the outside, taking up the running there, is the rider of Oliver Ward. in the black colours with the red number 6. It's Oliver Ward looking to throw in Chase Haynes. There's young Chase, formerly from Western Australia, now over in South Australia. Chase with the pink socks on. And that's Chase Haynes getting thrown in now. He leads down the back straight from the Brunswick combination of Lachlan Stewart. He's looking for Ollie Jurovic, and he throws Ollie in there at the top of the straight. They come with 57 to go. Third wheel there would be Maxi Nuzpan, then further back then to Sam Hilditch, who's riding in good form. The red number 3 there is Rad Drummond from the Lidcombe Auburn Club in New South Wales. So no action at this stage. They're all together, these 9 teams. They're changing nicely. And then on the inside there is the rider of William Brown, being very aggressive there in the red colours. But slipping through underneath in the black is Chase Haynes, the ex-Western Australian, now based over in South Australia, Chase Haynes. Swings up the track. They're coming down, 55 to go, and it's Ollie Jurovic that leads them out. Going through underneath there is the rider of Maxi Nuzpan. Max Nuzpan with the about to throw in at young Zach Robinson. As I'll come around to get 54 to go. Good move around the outside here by the black team, and this is the rider here of Oliver Ward from the South Australian Combine team, and Oliver Ward's on the burst here. They'll come around this time to get 53 to go. Lachlan Stewart, team number 1, is in hot pursuit. Then further back then to the rider there of Zach Robinson. So they're about to bring back the breakaway leader here in Oliver Ward. Lachlan Stewart, they're along there as they come down, and about to be thrown in there now is the rider of Chase Haynes, but Lachlan Stewart. Max Nuzpan gets thrown in, so these 3 too. Ollie Jurovic about to be thrown in there by Lachlan Stewart. They'll come around next time to get the bell. First lot of points up for grabs here in the under-17 National Madison Championship. They get the bell. And it's Chase Haynes that leads out, but now Ollie Jurovic is on the move. Jurevic's on the move. Max Nuzpan's on his wheel, and flashing home here is the rider of William Brown. William Brown. Ollie Jurovic leads out for Max Nuzpan. Brown in the grid round the outside. Jurovic into the front straight. Jurovic will pick up the 5 points. Brown will pick up the 3. Max Nuzpan will pick up the 2 for team number 9, and the team number 6, the black colours there of Chase Haynes, will pick up the 1 point. So that first sprint has really broke the field up. But you'll find a good win there to team number 1. Team number 5 was second. Team number 9 and team number 6, as called, picks up the 5, 3, 2 and 1. So the pace goes off momentarily, which gives a chance for some of the teams to come back. But on the front, young Alex does a great turn, but Lachlan Stewart, he's keeping the pace high here, Lachlan Stewart, on the front. So gap starting to appear here in the field. Swing up now. Looking for the team there, number 7. And Lachlan Walters from the Hamilton Wheelers gets thrown in there. Got that nice orange helmet on, easy to pick up there, Lachlan Stewart. So on the front, the red colours here on the front. You can see Max Nuzpan in the blue. Team number 6 goes through, that's Chase Haynes. Lachlan Stewart throws in Ollie Jurovic. Lachlan Walters on the front, Jurovic at second wheel. Then further back then to the rider there of Sam Hilditch in the blue colours. Patrick McRae, Wagga there at fourth wheel in the green colours. So in the front straight, and team number 7 lead it out. Zachary Douglas Savage. Jurovic's on his wheel. Then further back then we've got the rider of Sam Hilditch from the University of Queensland. He's about to throw in Porter White now at third wheel. Porter White gets thrown in. He goes up on the outside there of Jurovic, there's Porter White. But down the back straight, not long now before the second lot of points on offer. Riders will be looking for position here. Team number 1 who took at that first sprint Lachlan Stewart on the burst. Around the outside he goes, Lachlan Stewart. Who's going to chase him? Yes, it's going to be Porter White. But no, he got held up in traffic, did Porter White. And Lachlan Stewart's gone for home. Porter White trying to get across to him as they come down the front straight to get the bell. The bell about to stand. Lachlan Stewart gone away from home. Sam Hilditch about to be thrown in here. This will be Chose down the back straight. He's done a big lap here, can he? Oh, he's going to throw in Ollie Jerovic. I'm not surely not into the front straight. He's going to throw him in the front straight. Oh, he takes out the 5 points. Team 2 will pick up the 3. Team 7 will pick up the 2. And Team 4 the 1. They're all over the track now. Oh, not the right place to change in the front straight when the sprint's coming up. But never mind. These 2 teams have gone away now as Team 1 and Team 2 have gone away. Then further back to Team 7, Team 4. Team 5 chasing along with Team 9, 8, 3, 6. But the leaders coming to the front straight. And the top 2 teams are dominating at this stage. Although trying to get across to them, Team number 7 to make it the 3 teams out in front. Oliver Ward, Chase Haynes. So 3 teams as Ollie Jerovic throws in Lachlan Stewart now, who picked up the... and Lachlan Stewart, once again, the boy from the Alpine Cycling Club, swings up to allow the rider there of Porter White, the Queenslander, from the Hamilton Wheelers Club up in Queensland. Team number 7 trying to bridge across to these 2 leading teams. Samuel Hilditch about to be thrown in here by Porter White.
Porter White rolls to the front, and a heavily bandaged Zach Douglas Savage, who is very upset with himself, coming off. The South Australian team roll off the front. Guglielmucci and Brown.
Just a reminder from the Chief Commissaire, your hands must be in the drops. You can't be resting your hands on the top of the handlebars. That's come from the UCI official in junior racing. You must have your hands in the drops, not on top of the bars. We'll get Tony Tor once again to point to the leaders. I must admit I was talking there to Karen. Where are the leaders, Tony? Here they come down the front straight now. Front straight, leading them out there is the rider there, young Alex from South Australia. Around the outside goes Ollie Jerovic. Look at Maxi Nuzpan there in the white helmet around the 3rd wheel. Or getting thrown in here now is William Brown. I tell you what, he's a very fast man, William Brown, and Brown's on the charge. Jerovic on his wheel further back to Nuzpan, and getting into it also here is Porter White. They're the top 4 teams. They get in the back straight. Oh, and Jerovic's going to throw in Lachlan Stewart on the bench. No, he's not. He said, I'm going for home. And as Ollie Jerovic takes out the 5 there, 3 points to Team 5, 2 points to Team 9, and 1 point to Team 2. So those 4 teams have gone away. They're your leaders. Oh, they were going to change once again in the front straight, but Jerovic said, no, I'll keep on going as they get 29 laps to go. 4 riders out in front. Some riders are now, some teams now starting to be lapped, so it gets a bit confusing if you're not sure of how Madison events are. But the leaders, the commissaire always points to the leaders when they come down the front straight. And here they come now. There's your leaders, been led out by Sam Hilditch. On his wheel, Ollie Jerovic will throw in now the rider of Lachlan Stewart. Then further back then is the rider of young Zach Robinson there in the blue colours. The red colours there going along nicely as well. They're the leading 4 teams about to lap these riders in the front straight. And it's Lachlan Stewart in the Brunswick holy colours. Sam Hilditch takes up the running. They're the 4 leaders. They're starting to lap teams now. So they've got to be careful now. As team number 2 gets thrown in. This will be the rider there of Porter White. Lachlan Stewart on his wheel. Switching off wheels there was young Zach Robinson. Then further back then to William Brown. They're the 4 leading teams as they go up to the top bend. Coming to the front straight to get 25 to go. 25 to go, looking over the shoulder there is Porter White. Lachlan Stewart on his wheel, takes up the running now. Some of these riders here have been lapped, but they can still go for points in the next sprint. And it's young Lachlan Stewart that leads out, throws in Ollie Jurovic now. Max Nuzpan at second wheel. Then further back to William Brown. Team number 8 there is the rider of Oscar Schultz that gets thrown in. Further back to Porter White. Now throws in the rider of Sam Hilditch. So pace goes off momentarily. Double points for the final sprint. Max Nuzpan. Around the outside there goes the rider of Oliver Ward. He's in the black colours with the red number 6. So 3 sprints to go. Young Zach Robinson about to be thrown in now in the blue colours. But around the outside on the charge here is Ollie Jurovic in the Brunswick colours. Team number 1, team number 2 trying to go with them. But team number 9, your young Zach Robinson, is the rider that gets across to the Brunswick team. Young Lachlan Stewart, that's a better change from team number 1 and Stewart. But look at young Zach Robinson in the blue colours. Robinson goes up to the back wheel there of Lachlan Stewart, Zach Robinson, then further back to team number 5 into the front straight, and it's going to be team 1. And it's going to be Lachlan Stewart takes out the 5 from team 9. Team 5 picked up the 2 and team 2 the 1. They're the leading 4 teams in the National Under-17 Madison for 2024 here at Disc. They come down with 19 to go, and these 4 teams here now are dominating the event. Teams 1, 9, 5 and 2, as they get in the back straight. Team 5 have been very aggressive, but every time they've tried to make a gap, team number 1 has countered that. Down the front straight, looking over the shoulder there, is the rider of William Brown. By G, he's been very aggressive as William Brown, but every time he's tried to get away, very attacking rider, William Brown. So the pace goes off here. The 4 leaders coming down the front straight now, the 4 leading teams that is, with 17 to go. And it is the rider there of Sam Hilditch in the blue colours. Swings up William Brown in the red. Max Nuzpan in the blue, which goes to the front now, Nuzpan. So those 4 teams. Okay, so different to the program. So Will Brown's in the black. So apologies to young Alex for giving all the praise to Will. So different to what the program said, so just a different colour number. But 15 to go, and on the front there is the rider. That is William Brown now in the black colours, not the red number. A warning for Team 9 for not having their hands on the handlebars. Team 9, a warning. Your hands must be in the drops, not resting on top of the bars. A warning for Team 9. So the lull before the storm. Some of that riders out there have been lapped. But up on the scoreboard, you'll soon see after 4 sprints how it looks. But no doubt, team number 1 on 20 points, team number 5 on 8, team number 9 on 7, team number 2 on 5. So still interest in the bronze and silver medal, but one would think that team number 1 are looking the goods at this stage as they come around with 12 laps to go. The penultimate sprint, the second last sprint coming up shortly, and it's young Lachlan Stewart. He kicks out. Young Zach Robinson throws in Max Nuzpan. Sam Hilditch around the outside. The green team also up there in contention. They'll come and get the bell. And it's Ollie Jurovic that gets thrown in. Jurovic's on his move. Young Max Nuzpan on his wheel. Then further back, but down the back straight. He's putting on a masterclass here as Ollie. But look at young Max Nuzpan trying to get the 5 points off of Ollie Jurovic. But Jurovic down the front straight. Team number 1. Team number 1 picks up the 5. Team number 9 the 3. Team number 6 the 2 and team number 5 the 1. Team 1 a warning from the commissaire. Team number 1 a warning. Handlebars, you must be in the drops. Team number 1 has had a warning. Yep, okay. Yep. So down the back straight they go. And this is, I had them mixed up on the program. They had William and Alex in different coloured numbers, but we've got it now thanks to that lovely young girl that come and told me that it is William Brown in the black colours, and this is young Alex in the red colours. Red number 5, Zach Robinson at second wheel. Sam Hilditch there in the blue colours. So double points for the final sprint, double points for the final sprint. They're all looking for those double points at the end. This could decide the medal colour for some teams. And look at team number 1. They'll come around and get 5 to go. And it's Lachlan Stewart about to throw in Ollie Jerovic. Jolovic's on the move there along with Max Nuzpan. The rider there of Oliver Ward in the black colours. Then further back to the rider there of Porter White, and Porter White goes right around the outside. There's the Queenslander, Porter White, with 4 laps to go. He leads out, further back to Jerovic and Nuzpan. The rest look gone. William Brown, Sam Hilditch. They've got different numbers on than what's on the program, but it's the team number 2 that's on the move, Sam Hilditch that is. 3 laps to go, and it's Hilditch that leads out from Jerovic, then further back to Nuzpan. Team number 5 coming into it as well. Final sprint coming up as they go down the back straight. Young Zach Robinson gets thrown in there, in the blue colours. All over the race. Oh, good change there by team number 1. 2 laps to go. Double points for the final sprint. Double points coming up. Out of the straight they go. It looks to be between these 4 teams out in front. They're looking at each other. They'll come and get the bell. The bell about to sound. Surely these 4 are going to sprint. There won't be any changes now. They've had the bell. Who's going to take out this final sprint? Down the back straight. And look at the Brunswick team. Team number 1 goes around the outside. Young Zach Robinson at second wheel. But it's young coming down the front straight to pick out the double point. Zach Robinson gets up for second. Team 9, Team 5 and Team 2. But no doubt about it, your 2024 under-17 national champions will be the team of Oliver Jerovic and Lachlan Stewart. Yes, they all deserve a round of applause. What a great Madison, and just a prelude to what you're going to see here on Saturday night in both the men and women's Madison. But a classy performance there by the 2 young Victorians in Ollie Jerovic, and the rider there of Lachlan Stewart. 25 points after 1 sprint to come up, so they'll go to 35 points. Lachlan Stewart's happy. I tell you what, Zach Robinson and team number 9 rode a great race as well. They picked up the 6 points in the final sprint. Team 5 picked up the 4 and Team 2 picked up the 2. That's the final sprint. But there's the results up on the board now. And it is team number 1 that's took out the gold. Team number 9, that's a great ride there by Zach Robinson and Max Nuzpan, the silver. Very aggressive riding by team number 9 to pick up the silver. And we'll just wait on who's picked up the bronze. It's team number 5. Team number 5 on 13 points. Looks like it's picked up the bronze medal. It's unofficial until it's all clarified. But what a great event that was, Aaron.
Yeah, fantastic call there, Ian. Great job, mate. And that, as expected, very exciting. And a lot of talent out there. And man, that was quick. And kudos to everyone in the crowd. You made that very exciting. It's a real thrill for these young athletes to experience that kind of energy in a big field. And, well, Victorians, they love their sport and they get into it, don't they, Ian?
And those 4 teams are required for a rollout. Thank you. So the top 4 teams, please to report immediately for a rollout, those top 4 teams. And Ollie Jerovic looks absolutely spent as he goes there to get rolled out. part of that combination, and he's going to be the first rider to be rolled out. Ollie Jurovic. He's happy, but he's tired.
These enduro athletes, they love the red zone, don't they, Ian?
They certainly do. Of course, one of the three Jurovic riders, of course, his older brother Eddie, also a national champion, Ollie, and of course they got the young one Amelia, the daughter, the sister. So it's up to under 15s now, I think, Amelia Jurevicova. Yes, team number 9 getting congratulated there by the parents. Young Zach Robinson and Maxi Nuzpan picked up the silver, and the bronze went to team number 5.
Last year in the elimination, we were calling Max Nussbaum the Grim Reaper because he would sit at the back of the elimination and then just pick off the second last rider every elimination lap. And he must have done that for 10 consecutive laps. So he got the nickname the Grim Reaper.
I tell you what, it's not the right to ride an elimination race, because every time you've got to exert that energy to come off the bank to not be eliminated, but it takes its toll in the end. You just can't keep doing that. But if he did it for 10 times in a row, that was an enormous effort there by Maxi. But I tell you, young fella, he was with the Brunswick Club, but now he's joined the Bendigo District Club along with his sister, who was also a very talented young junior rider. But I tell you what, we've had an excellent days of racing so far, Aaron, and I tell you there's still more to come. Of course, coming up next, we've got the elite men round 1, but we've got 2 riders that have got a bye here. Lee Hoffman and Tom Cornish have got a bye that go into the round 2. So first up is going to be Byron Davis versus Chi Ching Chang.
Well, Chang's on the top. He's got a very colourful top half of his skin suit there. He's up against Byron Davies, who qualified in 3rd place. Byron Davies, a monster of a man. He's a big, powerful sprinter. So Chang in the flowery top to his skin suit, and Byron Davies in his QAS skin suit. You're required to travel at least walking pace to the pursuit line. You'll sometimes see a commissaire actually walking around to provide that yardstick. We just don't have one doing that here today. It's not hard to determine what walking pace is, but these guys definitely getting through that first section. It's 3 laps, pretty straightforward. First person across the line is the winner. Chang at the back now, he's just animating a little bit up and down. He goes up high. Byron Davies just maintaining first position. They get the bell. Byron Davies just owning that first position at the moment. Chang putting in a big effort. He's in the slipstream. And Byron Davies just turns the heat up a little bit, and we'll move through to the next round. And a good effort there from Chang.
Yeah, good ride there by Byron, the 3rd fastest qualifier. Next up, we've got the 4th fastest qualifier in Daniel Barber, up against a rider from Iran. Of course, coffee's still available over in the back straight if you're looking for something to eat, instead of going down to out of town. You can pop across to the soccer club over there, the soccer fields. You got Jimmy over there with the, you got plenty of drinks, plenty of food over there. If you don't want to drive out, hard to get a park here at Disc. If you leave the venue, it's pretty hard to get a park here. So you can pop across there to the soccer fields, and there is drinks and food over there. Next up we see, drawing the bottom of the track here, is Daniel Barber, the 4th fastest qualifier. They're set on their way. Gary Sutton looking after, and two great riders there, Gary and also John Beasley. So it's only the winner only goes through to the second round, winner only to the second round. Of course, we have seen upsets in the past. I go back to the Commonwealth Games up in Brisbane, where the number 1 seed in Matthew Glasner was up against the Malaysian. And you guessed it, the number 1 seeded rider was eliminated by the Malaysian. Here's a good move around the outside here by the rider from Iran. I get the belt. Daniel Barber will have to come around the outside, just biding his time. He's just laying off here and down the back straight. Daniel Barber now decides, okay, I'm going up onto the back of him, and it gets to run off the bank here, Daniel Barber, and he'll go through to the next round, Daniel Barber. From the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Daniel Barber takes out that contest.
All right, up next will be rider 38, Awang. And he's up 41, Hasbulla. That is 5 versus 20. So Daniel Barber taking that one out. So far we've got Byron Davies and Daniel Barber moving through to round number 2. Awang, 5th fastest qualifier, up against Umar Hasbulla. So you'll see the riders assisted there by the guys that push them out onto the track. They get them into position and they lift them up so they can get their feet into the correct position for takeoff. They're not permitted to launch them. They are permitted to give them a little bit of a guiding push. Give them a little bit of momentum, but they're not permitted to give them an advantage. It's a bit of a grey area, but it's just a gentle little push they're allowed to give them. Hasbulla on the front. Awang now going up to the fence, just animating this race a little bit. Coming down to the sprinters line, he'll head back up to the fence again. Lots of different tactics in the match sprint. And at the pointy end, where the riders are very similar in speed, it really comes down to tactics and getting that jump. And you see now they get the bell, and Awang too strong. Hasbulla sits up, and Awang will go through to the next round, looks over his shoulder. You'll find that in the sprints, when we get to the fastest riders, a lot of the riders' top speed is very similar. So it really comes down to getting that jump and creating a gap, trying to make sure that your opponent doesn't have a slipstream, and then giving the job of trying to catch it to the line. It's not easy, and there are some riders that aren't as fast but are very clever who can do very well in the match sprints.
Yes, the flying 200s means nothing when it comes to match racing. Of course, you can be quick over the flying 200, but as Aaron was saying, in match racing, you've got to keep your wits about you. because you just got to blink for a moment and the rider will dive down underneath and it's all over. The Victorian in Sam Gallagher up the top of the track in the VIS colours. And from New Zealand we've got Jared Mann from the Hamilton City Cycling Club there in New Zealand. On their way, and we had the sprinters stare there from Sam Gallagher.
Ian, we've got Li Ming from Malaysia watching on the live stream, and it's a shame she can't be here. Much loved Li Ming. She is involved in the Malaysian track program for the Malaysian Cycling Federation with John Beasley, and she's watching on the live stream back in KL, and it's a shame she's not here, but she will be here a little bit later, I believe next year. So sending love from Australia to you, Li Ming.
Yes, I've also had a few texts that the people watching on live stream saying how it's coming across well on the live streaming, so it's great that we've got people viewing in as the New Zealander in Jared Mann, because Sam Gallagher just can't take it all too easy as what happened at the Commonwealth Games in Queensland a few years ago with Matthew Glasner. And it's Jared Mann that leads out, and then Sam Gallagher. He builds up the top speed now. He goes up on the outside here of Jared Mann and goes to the front in the VIS colours under the watchful eye here of Shane Kelly, and he'll come down and take it out and go through to the next round, Sam Gallagher.
All right, up next is 7v18, Ryan Elliott from the Queensland Academy of Sport and also a member of Balmoral Cycling Club. Ko Lart from New Zealand will be his opponent in this round one match sprint. Being brought out now to the start line. Now, Lart from New Zealand in the red and blue kit, and Ryan Elliott in the Queensland QAS kit. He's the rider on top. Tony Tor, a commissaire, will come out and make sure that the riders are ready. Ryan Elliott's computer has come off, which is, you're not allowed to view your computer in track cycling, so it can be somewhere on the bike that you can't see it. So quite often it's under the seat, and it's often in the way when the handler tries to get the rider to the line, and on that occasion knocking it off. So the boys rolling around at walking pace. New Zealander Lart on the front, and Ryan Elliott in the blue and maroon. Lart just making sure that he's got Ryan Elliott in his sights, maintaining a few bike lengths. Ryan Elliott now accelerating as they come onto the back straight. Lart gets a little bit of height, goes up to the blue line, back down again. Ryan Elliott starting to pick up the pace. Lart goes up high again. They get the bell. Lart comes back down to the blue line, back up to the fence again. Ryan Elliott takes the opportunity to take the sprinters lane. He accelerates down the back straight. Ko from New Zealand doing his best to stay on the wheel, and he comes up behind the wheel of Ryan Elliott. Ryan looks over his shoulder, picks up the pace just a little. A good match sprint there from the lads, but Ryan Elliott will move through to round number 2. And they shake hands, and Ryan Elliott will progress. Up next, Max Liebenecht, and he's up against Jasena from Malaysia.
He's just having a talk to Daryl Perkins, and he's brought in Shane and Christine's young family. By 15 and 12 years of age, time goes quick. Of course, they were married back in 2009, Shane and Christine, and got two lovely children, 15 and 12. And just talking to Daryl Perkins, who's been babysitting the pair, although when you're 12 and 15, you don't need to be babysat. Next up from South Australia, being pushed up here by Brett Aiken. Top of the track there for Max Libanek. And the Malaysian here in Akmal Desina. They're sent on their way, having a good look at each other. They'll leave the start line. We call him Along, says John Beasley. We don't go into the full names of the Malaysian. Along, thanks to John. So it's Max Lebenik versus Anong. He's on the BT there, and he's got the South Australian. Having a good look here is Anong. Libanek. Anong half tracking, Libanek high on the bank. John Beasley having a good look here at this young sprinter. Anong, he leads out at the bell. Libanek goes high on the track. But he's gone for home now, the Malaysian. What can Libanek do? Down the back straight. He starts to pick up the tempo, goes up to the back wheel there with the Malaysian, and Libanek will get a run off the bank. It's going to be tight. It's going to be real tight. Oh, the Malaysian on the inside. John's got to be happy with that ride. Very happy, John Beasley. Edging out. The number 8 qualifier and number 40, Along.
Yeah,
First upset, one would say.
Anything can happen in a match sprint. Bit of an upset there.
He kicked back strongly. I thought Libanek was coming a run off the bank, but he kicked back strongly in the sprinter's lane to go through to the next round.
All right, we move on to the next heat for round one. It's Finn Carpenter from Australia up against Jackson Russell from New Zealand. And as we get closer to the end of the heats for round one, the riders' qualifying times are a lot closer. At the start of the qualifying rounds, it's like 3 verse 22, 4 verse 21. As you've just seen with Libanek and our Malaysian rider, Senna. An upset. The speeds, the qualifying times, top speeds of these riders are getting closer and closer. So, Finn Carpenter on the bottom. He's in the sassy red and blue kit. Sassy, not as in sassy. And Jackson Russell from New Zealand. You sometimes see a rider going straight from the whistle and really TTing it out. The guys have pulled up a little bit soon there. They've got to maintain walking pace to the sprinters line. Finn Carpenter, sorry, the pursuit line. Finn Carpenter just getting a little bit of a gap there. It's a bit early to take advantage of it. He's just trying to maintain it. Jackson's decided to close it right down. He's not attacking, but he's getting height on the back straight. Draws Carpenter up. Carpenter still maintaining first position. Jackson looking ominous. He goes up high. Gets himself some height for a bit of extra speed for an attack on the back straight. Carpenter's holding the position one as a head down the back straight. It doesn't look like Jackson's going to have enough, but he's given it an absolute crack. And it's rider 26, Finn Carpenter, that moves through to round number 2. And Jackson Russell, he gave that everything. It was a good ride, but unfortunately not quite enough.
Coming onto the track now, we got the Malaysian, Sharoom, and the Victorian from the Bendigo and District Cycling Club, Ned Pollard. The Malaysian's drawn the top of the track.
She's just there near the track. Mandy, just there. That's her. With the white and green.
And the youngster from Bendigo in Ned Pollard. Competition gets close to Wimbledon. This is the 10th fastest versus the 15th fastest in the flying 200s, but that means nothing when it comes to match racing. It's all about tactics. This should be a pretty even contest, this one, between the Victorian in Ned Pollard and the Malaysian, Sharom. So coming down the front straight, after completing their first lap, Pollard half tracking, zigzagging up and down the track, the sprinters. Great bike handling skills, the sprinters. Oh, he went for the inside run, but the gate closed up there. Ned Pollard closed the gate. Will come around to get the bell. And it's Ned Pollard that leads out. Sharom now has got a bit of work to do, and Pollard's hit out at the bell. Ned Pollard, he's gone for home a long way out. What can the Malaysian do? Down the back straight, he's out of the saddle. He's trying to find a bit of extra play, but the Malaysian, it's a run off the bag. And Jaroom around the outside, cruises to the line. Pollard went a long way from home, but the Malaysian, in third as Sharoom, takes out that clash.
Right, the second last of our heats for event 15, the elite men's sprint round 1. Mod Zonas from Malaysia will be up against the Greek Falcon, John Travas. John riding for the New South Wales Institute of Sport and based in Sydney. This is 11 versus 14, so the qualifying times of these two gentlemen very close. So this, when we get to this stage, there isn't a big difference in the top speed of these riders. So the way they ride it is very, very important. We've seen all the riders so far just start off with walking pace as they head down into the first half lap. John Travas is in the blue and black. He leads out. A sedate start to the race. Travas keeping an eye on Zona Sonny's move up now off the black line. Travas has got his head well and truly over his shoulder, keeping an eye on this rider. Really have to make sure the rider Zonas will be looking to catch Travas unawares. They get the bell, it goes up high. Travas hasn't got much height. He goes up and he comes back down into the sprinters lane. He'll be stuck there now. Look at the acceleration from the Malaysian around the outside. He's gone straight past. Travis responds, but it's going to be too much. And a very strong ride there from rider 43. He will move through to round number 2. Mode Zonas from Malaysia. Very strong last half lap.
Looking for the elite women to start making their way across for their round 1 class. Christina Clonan has got a bye. Being the fastest qualifier, Christine can have a rest. But this is the final contest between Liam Kavanagh from New Zealand and the West Australian in Blake Long. Coming onto the track now. The West Australian, the top of the track. The New Zealander on his inside. They're on their way. This is the final clash in the elite men sprint round 1. So far we've had Byron Davis, Daniel Barber, Arwung, Sam Gallagher, Ryan Elliott, no it wasn't Max Libanek, it was the rider of Jacine, Finn Carpenter, Saroom and Zonas. They're so far the riders that go through to the second round. Who's the final rider to form up for round 2? There's Alessia McCaig and Indiana Lysart are the next riders to get ready. Very evenly matched in their flying 200s. Seated 12th and 13th. So it should be a good match race here between these two. Come and get the bell. And it's the West Australian that hits out. This is the rider here of Blake Long. A bit of work to do from the New Zealander in Kavanagh. It's Long that leads out now. Kavanagh starts to get a run at him. Blake Long leads in this race. Kavanagh comes down the outside. Long, Kavanagh. On the outside, the New Zealander in Liam Kavanagh has got up to be the final qualifier for round 2. Number 36, Liam Kavanagh took out that clash over Blake Long. Next up, we start our elite women's sprint round 1 with Christina Clonan having a bye. And first up, we've got the young Victorian, Alessia McCaig, up against Indiana Lysart from Western Australia. From Busselton, actually, the Busselton Cycling Club. Not many riders I've called in my time from the Busselton Cycling Club, but great to have Indiana Lysart here competing this week.
I'll do the replays for you. So do your rubbish. I'll do the rubbish and then I'll do this one.
Well, I'm a big fan of this program, Ian. I believe it's been put together by the wonderful Louise Jones, but I remember being at an event recently, I don't know if it was this event last year, but where the elites and the juniors were together. And the juniors get to see their heroes like Alessia McCaig, Christina Clonan, Byron Davies, and so on and so forth, and Cornish and Hoffman and so on. And they get to rub shoulders, and I think it's fantastic.
I think it's a great idea, Aaron, by having juniors racing with seniors at championships, because the young juniors just coming to the sport can see, you know, what the senior riders do, how they race, a match race, etc. So they'll have all eyes here on this combination.
Alessia McCaig is up against Indiana Lysart from Western Australia. Alessia had a fall in Queensland last weekend, a nasty fall, but she's bounced back. They're resilient, these track cyclists, that's for sure. We've seen a couple of the juniors come down and get straight back into the Madison. Zach Douglas Savage and Neve Parslow. They get the bell. Alicia McCaig is maintaining the front position, and she rolls up and then down into the back straight. Work to do for Indiana Lysart. It's a good experience for Indiana. She's on the up and up, and Alicia McCaig will go through to round 2. And it's a tough draw for Indiana, but she'll be back. She'll be back stronger.
Yes, it's all about experience, coming to nationals and racing against the best there is. Next up, in the front straight, we've got Molly McGill from the Balmoral Club in Queensland. She's up against the rider of Mirella Willis-Hell from the South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia. Molly McGill was the 3rd fastest over the 200-metre fly earlier on today.
Well, just a shout out to our live streamers, Ian. For those that don't know, the live streamers all are based in Queensland. They're all mums and dads of the kids at the AJTS, and bring the equipment down. And Felicity Liang is at the helm today. She rules with an iron fist. I'm pretty used to that, but we've got all sorts up there on the school teachers, and actually I don't know what they all do.
Geez, you've just picked up some brownie points there, Aaron.
They do a fantastic job, all of these volunteers. It's very hard, actually, particularly on the camera, but you look at the cameraman there up at the top there, that's Luke Schoff. He's about 7 foot tall. He gets a crook neck.
Getting there from Tony Tor, and off they go. Molly McGill and Mirella Willis-Hell. Only a youngster, Mirella, up from the under-19s. And Molly McGill, a well-qualified sprinter. I should say a well-credentialed sprinter. So the winner only here in round 1 go through to the next round. It is the young South Australian up and down the track. Just Molly McGill just biding her time, just watching closely. It looks like she wants to come from behind, Molly. She's not interested in going to the front. So that leaves Mirella. Up the track they go. No, Molly said no, I don't want to go to the front just yet, as they come down to get the bell. They get the bell, and now she decides to up the tempo, and she goes high on the track and up on the outside there of the youngster Mirella Willis-Hell, and now she just puts the afterburners on and heads to the line. She'll just shut it down now and come through and save a little bit of energy to go through to the next round. Molly McGill, a classy ride there from Molly.
All right, up next, Kalinda Robinson, and she'll be up against Lauren Perry. And a shout out to Mick if you're watching on the live stream. Ebony might be watching as well. I don't know if sisters watch each other on live stream, but Ebony's one of the fastest first year under 19 sprinters in the country. She's having a little bit of time off, and really look forward to seeing her back on the boards again. A huge talent, but right now it's the sister, Kalinda Robinson. We know that Kalinda's been putting a big effort in the gym. She's lifting some big weights. The sprinters love to lift weights. A lot of the master sprinters end up in weightlifting. They get so addicted to the rush of lifting the big weights. Lauren Perry in the white, blue and green. She's at the top, and Kalinda Robinson in the sassy red. Tony Tor. Big smile on the face of Lauren Perry. She's relaxed. But it's all business for Kalinda as she heads off, and she has that sprinter pose with the head over the shoulder, keeping a very close eye on Lauren Perry. He's just leaving a little bit of room there in this first quarter of a lap. Kalinda going up onto the blue line, Perry up to the fence.
Yes, they do have. Yes, it's really tricky, isn't it?
And particularly in the first couple of
Kalinda down on the sprinters line. Lauren Perry getting a little bit of height. Kalinda will probably come up as she does. And she's absolutely focused on Lauren Perry. Lauren Perry is a talented rider, not to be underestimated. Lauren comes down to the sprinters lane, a little bit of pace, back up to the fence. Kalinda keeping an eye on her. She's maintaining a good distance. She's got a bit of a lead. She might take advantage of it. She picks up the pace just a little. Not going full tilt yet. Lauren Perry coming with a lot of pace. Kalinda Robinson out of the saddle to maintain her position. Lauren Perry was coming with vigour, but Kalinda Robinson was able to respond. Kalinda will hold on. Lauren Perry gives it everything she has. She makes the gap only about half a bike length, but Kalinda strong, and she's able to move through to round number 2. Christine Perkins and Emma Stevens up next. Ian's got the inside word on some of our Malaysian competitors, so he will call those ones. I've just been told that if I'm going back to Malaysia, I've got to learn, get my head across the names, which we will.
John always helps me out, John.
We might have to get John's version of the start list in future.
Yes, I was over in Tasmania last year and had to contact John, email John to say, John, hey, tell me a bit about these riders and how we can commentate them, because as you know, with Malaysian, they've got very, very long names, and John is always very helpful with any advice.
I haven't found him to be helpful at all. All right, the next round, Emma Stevens and Christine Perkins. Emma Stevens has got an issue there. She's pulled up to the fence. Is going to have a chat to the commissaire. I think looks like maybe an issue with the front wheel. There's a mechanical there for Emma Stevens. So we'll just wait to see what the outcome of that is.
Go back over to Emma for a while. Not Emma, but the bike. So the bike. No, Emma's over there, so go to her bike.
Okay, well, the Chief Com has advised that Emma Stevens is out, which is very, very unfortunate. And Christine Perkins will take that one by default, if you like.
We've got the two Malaysians up here, and thanks to John Beasley, I can tell you that number 66 is Amber and number 65 is Dolly. So there we go, that's what they call them. They're sisters, and number 66, Amber, went to the Junior Worlds, but leading out is the older of the two sisters. They've got different numbers than what I've got here, but that's all right. Isa and Dolly. Okay, yeah, we're right. Isa and Dolly. All these Malaysians. I can't see her face to look for the freckle. Isa and Dolly. So John Beasley, based over there in KL with Vicky. This is Izzy leading out from Dolly. The winner only to go through to the next round. So they'll come around and get the bell. Izzy, the Malaysian champion, leads out from Dolly. The Malaysian champion is doing it nicely out in front at this stage, as is, and she'll come down. But a good effort there by Dolly, but the Malaysian champion took out that match race.
Did Oscar want something? Let's say Ella's down there. I'll ring Elsa and see if she can ask me.
Amber and Annie. Number 66, we're going to call Annie, and we're going to call number 65 Anna, thanks to John Beasley. So the silver medalist is the rider at the Malaysian Championships that leads out. That's Annie. And the rider there of Amber was fourth at the Malaysian Championships. So the taller rider of the two was the silver medalist at the Malaysian Championships, but Amber up on the outside. But now the silver medalist from the Malaysian Sprint Championships. Have a look over the shoulder. Here's the bell. Be attempting to go through to the next round. But Amber, one of the sisters, I tell you what, she's making her work all the way, and Amber goes up on the outside here of Annie, but into the front straight. The silver medalist from the Malaysian Championships takes it out, and she'll progress to the next round.
All right, the last round of the Elite Women's Sprint, the last heat of round one. And that's Sophie De Vries from New Zealand and Eliana from Malaysia.
Then 15 lap scratch elimination race, I can top out because and then AJTS, so 15 boys, 15 girls.
Just bear in mind that these Malaysian cyclists have come straight from the airport at 5:30 this morning. So if you want to go for a flight from Malaysia to Australia, arrive at 5:30, get off the plane, and then go for a jog and just see if you've done a personal best. I guarantee you're not going to do too well. So, yeah, big effort.
No sleep, unless they slept on the plane, John. They've had no sleep. Been picked up at 5:30 this morning, and they're here competing without any sleep. So well done to the Malaysians.
It's a tough thing about international travel and competition. That somehow you've got to find form. Sometimes you can't sleep. Sometimes it's too hot, too loud, or there's no time. all these things. Sophie De Vries in the white kit with the yellow and red and grey, and the Malaysian in that black Malaysian national kit, and that's Eliana. This is 8 and 9, so these two very, very close in qualifying times. So, as we have said many times, it really comes down to the tactics, and these match sprints are very tactical. If you've ever had a go, Eliana on the front from Malaysia, she's just maintaining position. Sophie now starting to pick up the pace. She goes up, she's just teasing at the back there. She goes up to the fence. Eliana happy to stay just underneath the blue line. Sophie comes down now. They're both at the bottom of the track, and it's going to be a TT from the sprinters lane. Eliana's off down the back straight. What has Sophie got as she comes down the back straight? They both come out of the saddle at exactly the same time. It looks like Eliana's going to hold off. And as we see, these two riders very, very closely matched for speed. And all came down to the strategy there. Eliana getting the jump, maintaining that position, and Eliana will move through. So that's the end of the elite women's round one. That was event number 16. We have the elite men repechage coming up. There'll be 4 heats in the repechage. This is the opportunity to get yourself back into the main game, into round 2. I don't believe the women have a repechage.
That's what happens. It keeps walking down, so we'll trick it. Too high. So I'm just going to stop it.
Rider 32, you are required at marshalling. Rider 32. I think that's rider 32 running to his bike.
So? Rider 32.
All right, Hasbullah, Umar Hasbullah and Blake Long. The winners of these repechages will go through to the quarterfinal, and the remainder will go to a consolation sprint.
You know what it is? This is attached to the table, and you lean on the table.
Yeah, it drops.
It
I
drops.
did it before.
I was like, why is it? I just said it's perfect. Now it's like, I won't lean on the table now.
Just waiting for Blake Long.
Sorry? No, that's only 15. It's 32.
No, I'm afraid Blake's too late. Blake's missed his sprint. And so the win will go to Hasbullah, who will move through to the quarterfinal. And unfortunately for Blake, he'll go through to the consolation sprint. All right, the next up is John Travis and Jared Mann from New Zealand. The New Zealander with the blue and white check is on the low side, and John Travis in the New South Wales Institute skin suit on the BT. This is the big chance to get back into the quarterfinals. Jared Mann is on the front as they head down the back straight. John Travis is moving up to the fence. Two laps on the lap board. Jared Mann relinquishes the front to John Travis, who comes around the outside, underside, and he's now picking up a bit of a lead, and he's going to go early. He's snuck out to about 7 or 8 metres, and he's going to go long. He gets the bell. Travis, is this his ticket back to the quarterfinals? Jared Mann's got too much work to do by the look. Smart little sneaky move there from Travis, and he's going to go through to the quarterfinals and get another shot at the title. And Jared Mann from New Zealand just unfortunately caught out a little bit there. If you get yourself a lead like that, take it. You see, sometimes the sprinters have an idea in their mind where they're going to go, and despite the fact that they've got themselves a sizable lead, let the other rider back in. But clever riding there from John, because he got the opportunity and he took it. And that's what you've got to do in these match sprints. So they tell me anyway, Michael Jordan. We've got 3 riders in this repechage now. Rider number 1, Chang, in the floral outfit. Ned Pollard, who's in the black and white. And New Zealand, Ko Lart, rider 34 in the red. Ned Pollard, is he going to go from the whistle, or is he just getting himself into first position? He gets to the front, and the New Zealander, Ko Lart, he moves right up onto his shoulder, and then he's happy to move back again. Match sprint with 3 riders is a little bit more tricky. More often than not, the riders have decided who they're going to worry about. In the meantime, the other rider goes for it, but at the moment, the pace is up there. They're staying at the bottom of the track, and the attack comes on the bell, and it's Pollard who leads them out, and he's under pressure from Lart. Lart's there, coming down the range straight, and Pollard is putting absolutely everything he's got into this. Is he going to have enough? Pollard goes through. He was under a lot of pressure there from the New Zealander, Ko Lart, but he went. They tell me when you go full tilt. That's exactly what Pollard did. So sportsmanship there from the lads, but we have one more repechage coming up. So Maxwell, Liebenecht, Jackson Russell, and Ganad, Amirali, from Iran. Last chance to book a place in the quarterfinals. Max, Jason and Amirali. Liebenecht leads, he's in the red. Russell, right in the 37, is in the white. And Amirali from Israel is in the orange. Amirali moving up over the shoulder of Russell. Liebenecht maintaining that position out the front. I would say that Max wants to stay out the front for the duration of this race. The New Zealander just picking up the pace and attacking down the back straight. He's going to go all the way around. He's got a great turn of speed. He's thrown the gauntlet down. He's backed it up a little bit. He's backed off a little bit. He's just keeping an eye on Liebenecht. Liebenecht's about to pounce. Here he goes, round the outside. Liebenecht comes over the top. Russell's doing everything he can to hold on. Max looks like he's going to be too strong. They come down the main straight, and Max Liebenecht books himself a place in the quarterfinals. And that's the quarterfinal positions locked in. The guys will spin that lactic acid out of their legs. They will try and rest. They'll get themselves some fluids. They'll get themselves some food and get themselves prepared for the quarterfinals, which will be coming up a little later. So that was the event number 17, the elite men repechage, and now we move to event 18, which is the under 15 girls HATS 15 lap scratch elimination.
This is a girls, and then you've got 2 boys. So you don't have to do after.
Okay, and we'll do the other.
Yeah.
That's okay.
You've got to be there, Rowan.
Sorry about that, Aaron. Just having a good chat to John Beasley about what's happening over there in Malaysia. And I tell you what, it's great that the Malaysian government is really backing John and the team over there. And great to have a chat to John and him and Vicky enjoying their time over in the humidity of KL. So it was great to see that John has got the support there of the Malaysian government with the sports minister. And
well, why wouldn't he, Ian? He's not a bad bloke.
under 15 elimination. So Aaron will call the under 15 elimination. Scratch Shillywell.
Right, this is a scratch elimination. So what's going to happen is the bell's going to, they'll start the elimination. There will be an elimination until we've got a certain number of riders left. The whistles for the start of the race. They'll get the bell for the start of the eliminations. It'll get to the point, there's no more eliminating.
One per lap until the bell rings for the scratch race.
And then we'll finish up with a scratch race. We don't know when that's going to be, which is part of the excitement. Bottom line is, don't get eliminated. Hayley and Sienna Allen on the front, and we'll be getting into the elimination soon. They normally get a couple of laps before the elimination starts. The elimination is an interesting event. There's a certain skill set. You can see the rider in pink there. That is Hannah Walters. That's the most dangerous position to be in, because the riders above you tend to roll over the top, and whereas the riders at the top are doing a lot more work. Best place to be is right on the front. So that's the bell, which means this is an elimination lap. Next lap, the rider at the very back as they cross the line will be eliminated. And at the moment, Ruby Savage is in a dangerous position down on the black line, and she might be lucky. The riders above her may not roll past, which is the case. So the first rider eliminated is Mackenzie Smith from the Gold Coast. And every lap will be an elimination. Every lap until 4 to go. Next rider eliminated is Molly Opperman from South Australia. And now Erin Prince in a little bit of trouble there. She's got some work to do. She's working hard to try and get around, but the pace is a bit high. Yeah, she manages to get over the top, but it's Ruby Savage eliminated on that occasion. Erin Prince with work to do again. She finds herself just dropping back. Can she get around again? Pretty taxing doing this, but she has done it again. Gabriela Rodriguez from Blackburn Jets is the next rider to be eliminated. And guess what? Erin Prince has got the work to do again. Best thing to do if you can is once you get to the front is to keep going. Otherwise you find yourself having to sprint. Every lap. This time it was Chloe Bain from Blackburn Jets. Rider 72, and she's just Erin Prince putting in another big effort, and she's exposed Hayley Allen. So Hayley Allen from Western Regions Academy of Sport, the next rider. Now Hannah Walters is looking a little exposed there. She's got lots of work to do. That might be Zoe May in front of her. Can she get over the top? She puts a big effort in, but Hannah Walters couldn't quite get there. So Hannah Walters eliminated. 5 laps on the lap board, so we don't have many more eliminations to come. Erin Prince on the back, but you're still in. Erin Prince, you're still in the race. Now we're into the scratch race. On the front is Kendra Gray, and she's got Jenna Gallagher with her. On the back there is Zoe May. Ava Robbins is in there as well. Nicola Morris is attacked with 2 to go. We've seen this before. Ava Robbins this time is going to chase, and on her hip is Kendra Gray. With her is Sienna Allen, and Hayley Allen's out there as well. Ava Robbins is just about on the wheel. They get the bell. Ava Robbins goes around the outside. She doesn't want that to happen again. Second place, it's Nicola Morris. Nicola Morris is just being left behind there by Ava Robbins, who's going to come round and take out this scratch elimination for the under 15 girls. Ava Robbins takes first. Second place, rider 73, Nicola Morris. And on the line, Jenna Gallagher takes third place. And coming over very close for fourth is Kendra Gray. Moving now to the under 15 boys.
Yeah, that was the first of the scratch elimination events, the under 15 girls. And now we've got 2 heats of the under 15 boys. Same format, 15 laps. And they'll roll around until they get the bell to send them on their way. then there will be a rider eliminated every lap until it becomes a scratch race. So nice and slow on the front, riders, just nice and slow on the front. Just slow it down, Luca, just slow it down a little bit on the front. Got to all bunch up before they blow the whistle and send them on their way. Wonder if Tony's going to order Uber again tonight to... So they're all bunching up. So they get the whistle and they're on their way. So they're just all neutral really at this stage until they get the bell to send them on their way, and then one rider will be eliminated each lap after that. So nicely bunched up here. Riders looking position, as we said before. With eliminations, you don't want to be at the back and down the bottom because you run out of room. But it hasn't started yet, so the whistle hasn't started. The bell will be then they'll start. So the bell will ring this time around, and then from then on, one rider will be eliminated each lap. And that's the last bit of rubber that goes across the line. So it's on now. And your Cadell Bowen is the little fella down the bottom wearing number 13. He's going to run into a dead end there. So he'll have to switch off wheels, which he's trying to do now. We'll wait for the number to be called by the judges. Number 13, Cadell Bowen, riding for the Canberra combined team. The little fella, number 13, is the first rider eliminated. The place to ride elimination, of course, is at the front, not being down the bottom. .42's been called out, number 42's been called out. That is Jake Lesky from Carnegie Caulfield. Who's in trouble this time? Number 30's been called out. Number 30, Reuben Shepherd from Illawarra. Number 30's been called out. Number 30, you are out. Number 30, you are out. Number 30, you are out. Number 7's been called out. Number 7, Elliot Burney. Elliot Burney, you are out. Number 7, you are out. Number 43, Sid Natir from the Hobart Wheelers Club in Tasmanian. Young Sid is out. Number 43. 9 riders left with 6 laps to go. Won't be long before we come into a scratch race. Number 23, Harrison Downing from the Hamilton Wheelers, number 23 in the blue colours. 8 riders left with 5 laps to go. This is the last elimination. 44's been called out. Jet Pretz, number 44, the South Australian. Jet Pretz, number 44. Number 44, you are out. The rest is a scratch race. There's a scratch race now. Scratch race. But unfortunately, Jet Pretz was the last rider eliminated. So 4 laps to go. And leading him out there is Luca Zucchiatti. Up on his outside there is the New Zealander, but taking up the running now is the Victorian from the Brunswick Club here. This is the rider of Maximus Moore. Maximus Moore leads at the 3 laps to go. Up on the outside, going to the front now is Zucchiatti. Still there is Ewan Brown, the youngster in the Carnegie Caulfield colours. Also there in the Blackburn colours is Lachlan Ermit. As they'll come around to get 2 laps to go, 500 metres. And down the front straight, it's a rider of Luca Zucchiatti. The New Zealander there now takes up the running, number 35. That is Carter Payne. Now a move around the outside now by Lachlan Ermit. Lachlan Ermit, the boy from Blackburn here in Victoria, will come and get the bell. Where's the challengers coming from? It's Ermit that leads out. Now down the outside goes Zucchiatti. Up into the sprinters lane, there goes the New Zealander in Carter Payne. Carter Payne down the back straight. Look at Maximus Moore trying to get out of there. It's Carter Payne. Maximus Moore switches off his wheel now, but he's going to be too strong, the New Zealander. And it's Carter Payne that takes it out for Maximus Moore. Getting up for third is Luca Zucchiatti. Fourth place there would have went to the rider of Boston Galanders from the Illawarra Club at the conclusion of the first heat of the under-15 scratch elimination. Heat 2 coming up. By gee, we've seen some great racing here in the AJTS events. Of course, we've got to thank Sharp for their continued support of the AJTS. It's great to see so many riders from all over Australia coming here for round 2. Heat 2 coming up.
Second round, and then the girls.
So riders roll onto the track for the second heat, so nice and slow out in front, thanks riders, nice and slow out in front. Big group here to come out of the chute. So they're all together. So when they get the bell, from then on there'll be a rider eliminated. Oliver Jordan, the young fellow on the front, by G, had success up there in Queensland at the Queensland Championships. He won every event in the under-15s. That's him in the orange colours leading out here, the youngster, in Oliver Jordan. Sitting on his wheel there is Hugo Alcock from Illawarra. On the outside there is Omar Kamizi in the blue colours. Lucas Smitska from South Australia has one out, one back in trotting terms. They get the bell, so from now on, one rider eliminated each lap from now on. I'll stand here with the judges so they call out the number. So who's going to be the first rider to miss out? They charge down the front straight once again. 29's been called out, number 29. That's Joshua Moore from the Neo Club in New South Wales. Number 29, you are out. Number 29, Joshua Moore, you are out. Number 29. Number 38 is the rider there of Tom Maloney. Tom Maloney. Next rider eliminated is Number 1's been called by the judges. Cam Franks from Balmoral, number 1. Getting a run off the bank. Can he stay in? High on the track. He's going to be in a bit of trouble. 45, that's Thomas Stevens from the South Australian Combine team. He's high on the track. Thomas Stevens. So coming around to get 8 laps to go. Still a big field here. Who's in trouble this time? Number 3. That is Oliver Urey from Balmoral, number 3. Got the nice orange mitts on, easy to pick up. The Blackburn rider in a bit of trouble here maybe. Nowhere to go. Number 6, that's Caden Ryan from the Blackburn club. Number 6, only a youngster, riding with the Blackburn Jets team. Last rider now to be eliminated. This is the last rider to be eliminated. 14's been called by the judges. 14, Jackson McDonald. Jackson McDonald's been called by the judges. Now it's big turns a scratch race, so no more eliminations. They're all in, all the other riders are in. So it now comes down to a scratch race. And leading him out there is the youngster from Queensland in the orange colours. That's Jordan. Oliver Jordan. Won all the gold medals, as I said, at the Queensland Championships recently. So 3 laps to go. Big field left here with 3 to go. Tracking him along, number 16 there is George Sloan from Canberra, the little fella there at second wheel. On his outside there is Lucas Smitska, number 34 in the black colours. So going around, 2 to go. Leading it from the front here. Up on the outside, taking closer order now though, is Harvey Chandelor. He's had some success, but kicking nicely, the young Queenslander here. I'll come and get the bell. Where's the challengers going to come from the young Queenslander? They come and get the bell. Up on the outside and going to the front there now is the rider there of Omar Kamizi. Omar Kamizi. Archie Martin down the back straight. Kamizi leads. He's not done with it. Oliver Jordan up on the top bend. It's going to be a close finish here. 2 and 3 across the... But he's fine. Into the sprinters lane he comes and he's going to tug it out. Omar Kamizi took that out. Omar Kamizi took that out from Oliver Jordan. Flashing home there was Jack Panozzo. Also there was Luca Smitska. A very good second heat of the under 15 elimination scratch race. But you'll find that the rider there, Omar Kamizi, will take that out. The young Victorian. Now we'll turn our attention to a very big field here of under 17 girls for their event. So over to you, Aaron.
All right, 15 laps on the lap board. Under 17 girls, scratch elimination. Chloe Pratt on the front with Bella Potts. Lexi Phillips, second wheel. Sienna Monteith, Megan Moore. In behind them, it's going to... They're not all together yet. They get the whistle from Louise Jones for the start of the race. And the pace is picked up straight away. Lucy Allen on the back there. It's got a little bit of work to do with Isabella Prince. So a couple of riders there finding the early going a little bit tough, but Lucy Allen has managed to get away. Back onto the pack again. The bell will be sounding next lap for the start of the eliminations, but it's a hectic pace out there. There's the bell, so the next lap will be an elimination lap, and uncharacteristically fast for the prelude to an elimination, but there you go. The field really strung out. Hazel Gardner has got a bit of work to do, but she might get a, I was going to say she might get a reprieve. It's very, very close there between those two riders. Okay, so Hazel Gardner, 148, is the first rider to be eliminated. Coming around now. There'll be eliminations for the next 5 laps. Bella Potts calling the shots on the front. Michaela Tobin from Blackburn Jets, the next rider to be eliminated. Maddie Smith just looking a little bit exposed there at the back, but she's got a good sprint on her, but she might find herself in a little bit of trouble. But it's Darcy Henwood from Canberra, eliminated on that occasion. Unlucky, but you roll the gauntlet if you're that far back. Maddie Smith just moving up on the outside. You really want to try. That's rider 158, April Catt from South Australia, eliminated that time. Big field like this, it's hard to get round to the front, but if you're going to put the effort in to get up to the side of the group, you really want to keep going. You don't get stuck in this position all the time. Audrey Pritchard, eliminated, must be very tired after the Madison. The riders who did the Madison have done a lot of extra Ks out there. This is the last elimination. The last rider to be eliminated is Paige Squire from South Australia, and now we're into the scratch. This is the field for the scratch in the under 17 girls. Megan Moore relinquishes the front to Alana Lake. She moves back, and Neve Parslow just moving up around the outside. They all bunch up. Bella Potts goes to the front, 3 laps on the lap board. Malaysian rider 157, Hasbullah. Sorda, Hasbullah in second wheel, Bella Potts still on the front. We've seen Bella Potts on the front of a lot of these races here today. She's been putting a lot of work in. Second in the Madison. On the shoulder there is Chloe Pratt in the black. And looking ominous is Sybil O'Rourke. But coming up around the outside now is Sienna Monteith. And she's got Alana Lake with her. Alana going all the way around the outside. They get the bell, and Alana Lake goes to the front. The Malaysian on 157, she takes second wheel. Alana Lake has gone clear of everyone down the back straight. Alana Lake has smashed the field as she comes up the finishing straight, and the Malaysian rider in second wheel. Alana Lake first. Sorda Hasbullah second. Sienna Monteith third. Pratt was right up the front there, and Bella Potts, who did all the work on the front, maintained 4th or 5th there. But how about that for a finish from Alana Lake? She's always had those big deep dish wheels. I've always loved the wheels on Alana's bike. very cool. That was one fantastic attack. She did a lot of work in the Madison, so credit to her to have so much energy left in the tank. And another, a great second place from Binti Hasbullah from Malaysia. A very strong finish. We saw in the trip to Malaysia that the Malaysian riders just got better and better as the competition went on. And we're seeing that again here today. So congratulations, Alana Lake, fantastic work. Give them a round of applause as they come past, ladies and gentlemen. They have worked very hard today. And our leader there, Sienna Monteith, picking up third. Very consistent rider. Great to see Pratt right up the front there. And Bella Potts. On to event 21, Ian.
Under 17s up next for their scratch elimination. They'll all bunch up. They're on their way. So the rider at the back there is young Maxwell Gale from the Bendigo and District Cycling Club. That's him in the at the back of the field. They'll come around and get the bell. So from now on, one rider will be eliminated each lap. And it's the young fella here from Bendigo. He goes up on the inside, might run out of room though. The other riders will get a run off the top of the bank. So I'll just wait on the judges to call the number out. 233, Maxwell Gale. Maxwell Gale, the first rider out. Thanks, young Max. Next rider to be eliminated. Number 210, that's the rider of Benjamin Holmes from the Brunswick Club. Benjamin Holmes, 210, the rider that time eliminated. The rider in yellow has got to do a run off the bank here. He comes late. 248 is the rider in Ethan McKenny from South Australia. Ethan McKenny, 248, eliminated. 248. You have been eliminated, Ethan. Two, 3-2. It's Sebastian Freer, another Bendigo youngster. 208. Riley Boyd has been eliminated. Two, 4-8, you are out. No one out, no one out. I didn't call a number out. This is the last one out now, the last one out. 242's been called out. That is the Malaysian rider, Liang Jing. Now we're down to a scratch race. Liang, you are out. The Malaysian rider, high on the track, you have been eliminated. You have been eliminated. He's going around the outside 2-4-2, but he's gone to the front, but he has been eliminated, this rider on the front. 2-4-2, you have been eliminated. They'll come and get 3 laps to go, but the Malaysian rider needs to drop out. The Malaysian rider, 2-4-2, you are eliminated, you're out.
They just yelled at him, you're out of the race, get out.
So scratch race. They'll come around to get 2 laps to go. Come down the front straight with 2 to go, and leading him out there is the rider of William Brown, a very, very strong rider. Looking at Ollie Jerovic there at third wheel in the AJTS leaders' colours. They'll come around and get the bell. Jerovic switches off wheels. He's gone for home. William Brown leads out. Now Jerovic's out after him. They'll follow them by Porter White, but down the back straight, William Brown. Jerovic gets to him now, then flashing home is Porter White, the Queenslander. Jerovic gets the upper hand. Porter White will get a run off the back. Jerovic on the outside. Jerovic on the inside, in the middle, maybe on the outside, Porter White, and down the bottom, maybe for third there, would have been the rider of William Brown. Just wait on the judges there, but a very, very close Heat 1 of the under-17 scratch elimination event, but great racing there by all the under-17s. We've been treated to a feat here today, and what was the entry price? 0. So to come here all day to watch racing of this calibre for no charge, it's an absolute steal. They're fair income, some of the best racing you'll ever see for nothing. Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, some of these riders are very, very talented, and that was an exciting finish. Porter rider up there, right up there, and was that Brown as well? Or was it Drummond? And wow, very exciting. You're doing such a great job, Ian. Why don't you do another one while you're in the zone?
While I'm in the zone, I'll do the next one. Thanks, Aaron. So you need to bunch it up, riders, so nice and slow out the front. Thanks, riders. Really slow it down. Thanks, Zachy. Zach Robinson. Just put the brakes on, Zach. Come on, slow it down even more. Down the back, slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Mitchell Stretton, I can see there from Bernie there, about to make contact. I think they'll get the whistle this time from Tony Tor, and they're on their way over the 15-lap journey. So riders just settling down now before the bell sounds for the first elimination, and it's Angus Withington from Canberra that leads them down the back straight. Good field here of under-17 riders. We've been treated here to some magnificent racing by all of the juniors in the AJTS round 2. Round the outside there goes the rider of Lachlan Walters from the Hamilton Wheelers Club in Queensland. Bell about to sound. One rider from now on will be eliminated. A rider each lap from now on eliminated. Sydney Chittenham from Wagga decides I better get a move on. They're in the blue colours. As he goes high on the track, there's Sydney Chittenham. Down the bottom with nowhere to go might be in trouble. We'll wait and see from the judges. .230 has been eliminated. 230, Sydney Chittenham from Wagga, number 230. .245 is the rider eliminated. 245, that's the rider from the South Australian, Alex Delmedico. 209 at the top of the track, 209. Lucas Fitzgerald from Brunswick. Lucas Fitzgerald eliminated. A rider here. All those riders are in the back straight. All those riders are in. 205 last time. 237, the Tasmanian in Mitchell Stretton, number 237, Mitchell Stretton. Alistair Taylor self-eliminated earlier before that one. So next rider to be eliminated now coming up. 246 at the top of the track. That is Chase Haynes, the South Australian, Chase Haynes. Chase Haynes in the pink socks, you have been eliminated, Chase. Last one being eliminated, but Chase Haynes, you are out. 246 has been called out, 246. He was out before. 236. Oscar Scoff. So we're down to a scratch race, 246, the Queenslander. Thanks, Oscar. We've now got a scratch race here. And they'll come around to get 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. Leading him out there is the rider from New Zealand, in David Kawong. All bunched up down the back straight. Come around to get 2 to go. Kwong half tracking here, the New Zealander, on the red bike. Down on the inside, having a good look at him there, is Samuel Hilditch. Kwong goes to the lead. Hilditch is on his wheel, but moves around the outside now as they'll come around and get the bell. The bell will sound this time as they come into the front straight. The bell sound, the charge to the Life Brigade. And around the outside goes David Kwong. Who's going to be the challengers? It could be the rider there of Oliver Ward, but down the back straight he's shown him a clean pair of heels, the boy from New Zealand, David Kwong, and he'll come down and take this out very impressively. Looks over the shoulder. Getting up for second would have been the rider there of 251, Oliver Ward from South Australia, at the conclusion of Heat 2 of the Under-17 elimination scratch race. Here's a classy display there by the New Zealander, David Kwong. Yeah, they all deserve a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They all deserve a round of applause. Well done to these young junior riders from all over Australia and also from Malaysia and also from New Zealand. Next up, we've got the elite men quarterfinals. Winners to the quarterfinals is round 2 coming up. Winners to the quarterfinals, the remainder to a consolation sprint.
They can appeal, and then they can get an appeal from anybody placing in the race. But what did you do? Place race. Yeah, so we did get eliminated, but the Hummusel had the announcer had an end of the race. And because it's been... Yeah, because I saw both of them that were sitting up there hear it and go down. Yeah. Oh, now it's the start of sprints. And you're like, okay, well, we need to be in a different place. Yeah, and then you know. And you can't say they shouldn't be listening to them because they're the ones calling the riders out. Yeah. We could be. Who's this? 1 versus 16. Lee Hoffman versus replays later on. I just didn't listen to it on Sunday. I can still replays on the program.
Round 2 of the men elite sprints. Lee Hoffman up against Maxwell Liebenecht. Lee Hoffman in the Australian training kit, I think that blue one is. I think the blue kit is the Australian training kit. I love that kit. I'll never have one. But it's a great kit, that one. And Max Liebenecht in the red sassy kit. Lee Hoffman, this is 1 verse 16. Lee Hoffman on the front. Max winding up the pace now. Dives down into the sprinter's lane and then up towards the fence. Takes the ascendancy. He's looking over his shoulder. Lee Hoffman now down the back straight will turn the burners on. Look at that position. It's just beautiful to watch. Max Liebenecht is not slow, but Hoffman is a freight train and he'll move through to the next round.
Yeah, great acceleration there from Lee Hoffman to take out that match race to progress to the quarter-final. And Max you'll find in the consolation sprint. Next up, Tomish Cornish versus Ned Pollard up next. Tom Cornish versus Ned Pollard.
Just a little bit of, sorry?
She said to Chris, he's coming in a bit of week there, one's it?
Oh yeah, we're doing the EIT show.
They've drawn for positions. We'll just see who's up the top. Ned Pollard, the first rider to come onto the track. Ned Pollard.
Faces to each other, they're pretty cool.
From the Bendigo and District Cycling Club, where we'll be in March for the 50th running of the Bendigo International Madison. The 50th time that event will take place. The last 3 years there's been no Madison. Just talking to Rowan White before, of course the West Australian coach, he said he might make a comeback for the 2024 Bendigo Madison. He has won it before, Rowan White. He's now over in Western Australia as their head coach, formerly from Sassy. Took over Sassy when Brett Aiken was elevated when Tim Decker went over to China for a short stint coaching. But now he's over in Western Australia. Very nice young man, Rowan White. This is Ned Pollard. He's up against a very, very smart rider here in Thomas Cornish. Winner only to the quarterfinals. If you miss out, you go to the sprint consolation. Pollard looking up and down the track he goes. Ever watchful there though is Tomish Cornish. Just following every move there of Pollard is Cornish. They'll come and get the bell. And it's Pollard that leads out. Now Cornish, he slips it into second gear and he goes for home now. There's Thomas Cornish, a very good 1,000-metre time trialer. Looks under the arm and he sees he's got Ned Pollard well and truly covered, and coming down the front straight has a glance, but going to the line convincingly there was the rider of Thomas Cornish. Next up, we've got Byron Davis versus John Trovis.
He just must have glitched, and I didn't know what to push. Thanks. Activate the things to check. Things that can go wrong. And now we can do that. What do you mean?
I was kidding.
This here,
Byron Davis caused, one would say, a minor upset at the Nationals when he defeated Tom Cornish in the 1,000-metre time trial. So that's your Australian elite time trial champion in Byron Davis. Make it Davies is better, Brian Davies. What a build for a sprinter. Strong, powerful.
Yeah. It wasn't
Just say to you, if he's not doing that,
Yeah.
you get a question of whatever that thing is.
Got a huge gear on.
Start replay buffer.
Oh, that's what happened.
Look at that chain ring.
We didn't see that. We couldn't find it. Okay. Thanks.
I'd hate to think the cost of that chain ring. It's like a Ferris wheel, fair income. That's Byron Davies. John Trobus, of course, he's medalled at World Championships as a junior, John Trobus, when he teamed up with Sam Gallagher and Carlo Carismo to win a bronze medal at World Team Sprints 2019. I tell you what, it takes a while to wind that up. John Trobus, he's got a smaller gear on. Can he catch him by surprise? But he's building it up now, Byron Davis. He'll get a run off the bank there, will John Trobus, but he's got that big chain ring really wound up now. Trobus comes at him down the back straight, but now he kicks now, Byron Davies. Byron Davies up on the top bend. John Trobus can't get to him, and the boy from Queensland will take that one out, Byron Davies. Gee, we're going to have some exciting sprinting coming up in the quarters, semis and the medal rides. I tell you what, looking forward to when we get down to the pointy end of the sprint competition. Next up, Daniel Barber. He was the 4th fastest qualifier, up against the Malaysian Hasbuli. The Malaysians drawn the top of the track. Daniel Barber there in the New South Wales kit. They're on their way.
It is a very strange thing to put a viewing platform, like off the bowls they do it. Ah, is it bowls as well? Lawn bowls is one of the great things. But it obstructs the view of this. Lawn bowls. I was wondering why that grey stuff got the form and then you've got the
Get the belt. And Daniel Barber leads out from the Malaysian. Down the back straight they go. Barber finding plenty, but the Malaysian about to come off his wheel. But into the front straight, he's too strong, Daniel Barber. And I think you'll find he'll go through to the next round. Daniel Barber through to the next round over the gallant Malaysian. Next up, we've got the pocket rocket man in Azil Awang up against the New Zealander in Liam Kavanagh.
I don't like this view. Because then you have to feed down the side, so you can see how it's going. Yeah, you can see that. Well, you can see if somebody, like, if it doesn't work, they tell you. But because it's not there.
All right, up onto the fence there is Kavanagh.
Oh, you like it, but then you get out and you what it is when you first start filming,
In the white, red, yellow and black stripes. And of course Awang in the red kit, red skin suit. This is 5 verse 12, Kavanagh from New Zealand.
it's true though. All the girls get the best shot.
Walking pace for the first half lap. Awang going up to the fence. He'll dive back down on that corner. A bit of a
Oh my goodness. Track standing on the end of that's
bit of showmanship there, right at the end of the straight from Awang. Back up to the fence. Using the whole truck. The New Zealander Kavanagh on the wheel. Now both riders up to the fence. The pace is starting to increase. They get the bell and Awang's off. Kavanagh with some work to do. That's a big jump there. He's very fast. Awang is just too powerful. And he will take out this round 2. A great ride there from Kavanagh. Awang will go through to the quarterfinal. Up next, Sam Gallagher and Modzonis from Malaysia.
But I wonder if that's just, maybe it's younger girls. I wonder if it's the elites. And so often, particularly on these the girls were about the same, about kind of
The Malaysian on the fence. Modzonis. Sam Gallagher in the blue on the bottom. This is 6 verse 11, Sam Gallagher. Qualified faster, but we've seen Zonis has lightning turn of speed. So this will be a good match sprint. We've seen all of the elites spend the first half lap at walking pace. Gallagher relinquishing first position. Zonis now down into the sprinters lane. 2 laps on the lap board. He now will control the race from the front. Sam Gallagher not letting him get too far away. And the pace starting just to pick up a little bit. No height at the moment. The Malaysian rider just picking up the pace. Sam getting a little bit of height. But it looks like it's going to be a drag race from the sprinters lane. Sam Gallagher forcing the Malaysian back down into the sprinters lane. But look at the pace on Zonis as they come round turn 3 and turn 4. It's going to be a sprint for the finish. Sam Gallagher, no, Malaysian rider. It looks like Zonis Hard to tell. We'll wait for the official results. Neil Hamey on the machine. And it is the Malaysian. Wow, he's got some... That's a big upset. That's the second upset now from Zonas. He's got some firepower there. It's a great jump from Gallagher on the front straight. It looked like he had the ascendancy as he came round turn 1 and turn 2, but the response from the Malaysian was brutal, and he managed to hold on.
Okay, so that's...
All right, another Malaysian now up, and that's it's going to be Ryan Elliott, Australian rider from Queensland, up against Sarom. This is 7 versus 10. As we've seen from the last heat, these riders are quite evenly matched. Really does come down to racecraft. Ryan Elliott is a very clever match sprinter. But the Malaysians are showing some pedigree here today in this competition, so this will be very interesting again. Starting off with a walking pace cruise around turn 1 and turn 2. Sarom going up to the fence. Ryan Elliott just keeping a close eye there. Now moving down into the sprinters lane as they cruise around turn 3 and 4. Real tactical battle. The two riders who qualified quite close together. Ryan Elliott happy to go into second position and chase. Malaysian picking up the pace, using more of the track in this heat. Now back down onto the sprinters lane. Can over the shoulder, and he goes up. Gives the lead back to Ryan Elliott, who takes it. Ryan Elliott with a little less height, but they both accelerate. Ryan just keeping Sarom on the fence. He dives down, forces Ryan down into the sprinters lane. Ryan Elliott trying to hold the wheel as they come round 3 and 4. Ryan Elliott picks up the pace as they come down. Ryan Elliott takes it. Wow, 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 what a match sprint that was. Coming out of turn 2. Sarom really pushed Ryan Elliott down into the sprinters lane. He had the ascendancy going into turn 3, but Ryan Elliott had too much in the tank and he was able to pick it up and out sprint, but a great match sprint there. We finish up now with the last of round 2, and it's Jasena from Malaysia against Finn Carpenter from Australia. Now, these two riders are technically the closest together in that they qualified 8th and 9th, but very, very close. Ryan Elliott would be very happy with that. That was a battle royale. And you're about to witness another one. This is the last of the round 2.
Next up, we've got the women quarter-final. First up, we've got Christine Clonan versus Alina, then Alicia McCaig versus Ennis, and then Molly McGill versus Izar, and then Linda Robinson versus Christine Perkins. That's in the women's quarter-finals coming up after this final round 2 clash. That is after a 30-minute break. There is a 30-minute break.
We're going to have presentations.
Yep. We're doing the presentation to
Madison.
the Australian Madisons.
And everyone gets 30 minutes to duck over to Bunnings and buy something.
Plenty of coffee still in the back straight. Want to hop across to the soccer pitches over there. You've got the little canteen open over there. We might have time to go down to Fairfield or somewhere.
All right, this last round 2 heat is underway. Jacinta from Malaysia up against Carpenter in the sassy red kit. Malaysian Jacinta on the front, calling the shots at the moment. Carpenter is not letting him have any space at all, which is a good tactic. Picking up the pace now. Coming around the outside is Carpenter. Can he get all the way over? Very, very close there, but Carpenter's managed to get himself into the sprinter's lane. It looks like it's all over. Jacinta sits up, and that big, powerful burst for Carpenter was broke the back, got himself into the quarterfinals.
Yeah. 30-minute break now, 30-minute break for the officials and everyone else to relax, freshen up and come back for the next session. But shortly we'll be having presentations for both the men and women's under-17 National Madison Championship.
Hey, good. Living the
Wait.
dream. How's your day? What have you been up to? Where is everyone?
Most of them are down there.
Where's Emily? Is she here?
Victorians came, but they went home.
Oh, did they?
So looking for those riders from the Madison to make themselves available for presentation. Thank you. That's the under-17 women and under-17 men to make yourself available for medal presentations. Thank you.
So if you want to do that. They didn't give any shirts to the other athletes last week. Yesterday.
They don't give shirts too. You only get shirts for AJTS one.
No, they're all the Australian shirts. The Australian national shirts, because it was Australian national players. But normally they hand those out and put them on the player athlete, but they didn't.
Looking for the under-17 men to make themselves available for presentations. Under-17 men in the Madison.
So what do you want to do? Are you hungry? Oh. Are you hungry?
No, I'm all good. So cheer on them.
I'll go and cheer for them? Sounds good. Yeah. Okay, they're going up on things.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention for the award ceremony for the under-17 National Madison. Making the presentation, Louise Jones, UCI Commissaire and also Head of Track Cycling. In third place and winner of the bronze medals, Lucy Allen and Lexi Phillips. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Sienna Monteith and Isabel Potts. In first place and winner of the gold medal, the 2024 Under-17 Girls Madison Champions, Megan Moore and Neve Parslow. Right, girls, hands in the air for another big photo. Our podium for 2024, Megan Moore, Neve Parslow, the gold, Sienna Monteith and Isabel Potts, the silver, and Lucy Allen and Alexi Phillips, the bronze. Now moving on to the under 17 boys Madison Championship. The under 17 men national Madison in third place and winner of the bronze medal from South Australia, Alex Kuchimeshi and William Brown. In second place and winner of the silver medal, we've got Zach Robinson and Max Nuzpan. In first place, winner of the gold medal, the 2024 under-17 boys Madison champions is Ollie Jerovic and Lachlan Stewart. Our podium, ladies and gentlemen, Ollie Jerovic, Lachlan Stewart, the gold, Zach Robinson and Max Nuzpan, the silver, and the South Australian combination of William Baird and Alex Gulmuchi, the bronze. Thanks to Louise Jones for making the presentations, ably assisted by Quinn Rothenbuehler. Well, say there, boys, we want a group photo of both the boys and the girls. So, group photo. So, the girls and the boys. Where's our bronze medalists? Oh, there they are. They're all here now. What a great photo that will be of our Madison champions for 2024, both under 17 women and under 17 boys. What's for their names in the future, ladies and gentlemen? Thanks very much. A 30-minute break. We'll be back for racing a little bit later.
It is packed in there today. That's all the other boys. Alrighty. Yes.
Stupid in the box was
Oh, that's it. Good. A lot of money. Yeah, Neve, that was a gutsy thing for me. What?
Well, it's just sushi from Texas. It's really supposed to catch up a few months ago. It's kind of obvious. Just wanted to know to introduce myself. No, I was going to be like Korean sushi. But I've never had any sushi that
Just text and say, hey, unfortunately that or at this point in time I'm not interested. Thank you for the offer.
the other lady you said, Amanda's got the personal contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she somehow got told you know what my personal number is. Yeah. So it's not a work phone.
Oh really? So that's not your work, that's your
No,
personal.
that's my personal phone.
Did you should just send her a message going, this is my personal number, I do not take work calls. I'm Lee. Please do not call.
It is not appropriate for you to go. Aside from the fact that just because somebody came through, I'm pretty sure that
Maybe you can't do a personal number. If you have a work number and then you take that with you, that's fine. But you can't ever do something like personal number. Like, yeah.
so like if something emails, I've told you I'm not the contact, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Nobody wants to say no. Whereas it's just like,
It's not my place to say no. It's like it's always partly justice. Like it's not for me to say no.
but it's like you're ringing the wrong person. It has nothing to do with what you need a decision on.
I'm not going to give you what you need. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that nobody else is going to give their contact, their personal contact. You've just got to ring the general number if you want to get on the matter.
And you have to try and speak to them.
Yeah, there's a process to go through. And this other lady just showing off the coffee floor. I'm like, that's just the first step. And you go in the coffee floor.
No. Okay, so we've got elite women qualifying round, consolidation, elite men qualifying round, and then all the progressive points. Then, just under 15s. Then second round of the qualification. Then 60 lap progressive. And then you guys get to go home after we get through the It's full now. Hey!
Sorry,
Looking
after the injured one.
How is it going?
He's a bit annoyed and a bit sad and a bit...
A bit of you, which is fair enough.
He's pretty dinged up. He's pretty dinged up. He dinged up his head up a bit more. He's got the new ball doing stand the same up. Like this 2 years ago.
I would say, I saw him and it's like,
Yeah.
Again,
my goodness.
why don't you just put it on when you start the day?
He just needs like an armour. Like, just throw
It's
this.
really useless. Like, I put like tennis with guys. Got too bad. Well, they were in Australia, that's stuff. And they were in Perth.
But they have all that. So you sort of going, step away, and you
I said that, and they're like, no, we don't have any of that. I'm like, do you have the white tape? No, just
But they also have the long big patches that tape all around it. They're coming to a cycling event, what are you thinking?
I'm going to steal these back. Yeah, no, I'm going to go make 2 calls, and then I'll come and sort out whoever wants some switching help.
Yep, sounds good. I think the only thing we struggled was with for some reason the replay button didn't work, and now it's all solved. So we're actually okay. No more glitching things. Although one glitch, that you know that frozen screen, it did happen again, but we went to it. That would show, because they would have been. They did so well at the previous AJTS. They did so well at the previous AJTS. They beat those kids. I feel sorry for him. Exactly though. He just doesn't catch a break. Some people just get the bad luck, and he's the kid who deserves that luck. No kid deserves it. But he just seems to, like, of all the days to crash in the face. Yeah. I don't reckon there's 4.5 hours worth of riding. Sure. I mean, maybe you've got quarterfinals consolidation, quarterfinals, 1, 2, 3, 10 lap progressive races. That's 10 laps of progressive points, and then another 1, 2, 3 is the this.
I'm about to go back around.
Oh, yeah, you don't know.
I want to say hello. It's like, my wife.
I know this stranger who you've seen in passing and waved at from down below. What time is it? Do you reckon they'll start soon?
Yeah.
Is this the break? Have we just done this?
Yeah, I reckon.
What have we just done?
Like, I'd ring Aaron, but he's on the phone.
That's
the break.
right.
The break, yeah, the break isn't how long. It says half an hour, but it doesn't tell you when it's going to start. When can? How's Neve?
I think the goal for it.
She's over? I was about to say, yeah, it'll probably be tomorrow.
Yeah.
She's fit, so when exactly what that's like. The first thing that she was sort of pressuring each other, can I get back on, can I get back on, can I get back on, so they're checking out the bike, sort of to ask, I'm just going to get back on. They look at each other, this is right, and then today.
How good was Megan? Megan just kept going round and round. I was like, oh Megan. And she was just like, I'm riding around. Between the two of them, one is really well deserved. Is Sienna okay? She looks really tired. Because normally she would have been sprinting for size. It's just funny because you watch it through the camera. So you see all the real nuances, like the really big drops. Down the barrel. In the break time, in front of the bins. Oh, you got to kick for, oh no. He's checking out someone's bike, kicking it. Poor kid, he's going to be like, oh my goodness, he's about to on the bike.
I don't know what those were up to.
Oh, I'll show you.
This one?
Yeah, so this one here. So we just finished that sprint round 2, and then we had a break. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
And then I'll,
You're all right.
oh, I'm going to go get some drinks
Okay, I'll see you.
for me, and
I'm going to leave after.
then you go and get one, and see if Dad wants a Diet Coke or something. So we walk over to Chad.
So the spaceship's going to pick up the food on the way home?
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Diet Coke, Coke and sugar.
Going to. She's going to
And
click the
Dad will
go
probably
button
want to.
at the end of the last race. Or,
Well, when do we close it? Has everyone ordered?
or you'd have to ask Dot. I didn't do it today. Dot did it.
So Dot's doing the whole thing?
Dot's done it
Yeah,
today.
I'll talk to her.
Yeah.
But as soon as we can probably, it's probably going to take me an hour to do it.
No, it won't take an hour.
What's that?
But no, I can't. It'll probably take them. I don't reckon it'll take an hour.
3 weeks means 25 pigeons.
Fine then.
I love you.
Go sort it out with Dot.
Yeah, I reckon.
I'll just look for a pub nearby.
Yep, we've got a drink.
Nothing.
There's a lovely, we went and had outdoor spritz lesson. Actually, that is the one thing I've said is a shame, because when we went with the team, or we stayed at Ridges at AJTS, everyone went out for drinks.
Yeah.
And so kids went to bed, but we were at the same hotel. So we just went to the bottom, and then everyone sat around and had drinks. It was really lovely, and then you just went up to bed.
Yeah.
Because no one was, everyone was just
So
there.
last night was fun because it was still daylight.
Yep.
So the kids to bed. Get out of the pool kids, it's 8:30.
Oh, yeah. 8:30, but then you wake up and it's light.
Yeah.
I know it sounds fun, but like, hello. Oh, yeah. can recommend.
Now listen.
Here's a counsellor I can recommend. Someone's not impressed, Jan.
Listen, I can go in the inside, so I'm just going to come up here because I'm invested now. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to sit.
Sorry, could you just speak up? I missed the last comment. And I feel like I know what's going on.
Just get up and open it up. What was that again? I missed that. What did you say you did?
Yeah. And then how did you feel about that? We had, when we were living, and when we were first at uni, we had a share house, and I lived with these two guys who were really lovely, and we had these strange neighbours, and she was this tiny little Asian girl, and then there was this guy who was with her or married to her, I don't know if they married or not, and we kept fighting, and it was like two men, like, it was like, her voice was not a woman's voice. It was like, his voice said the same. Hers was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And you could hear it through the wall. And I was just like, oh my goodness, something's coming out of that woman.
She was possessed.
I'm like, I feel like we should do an intervention for the guy.
He needs some help.
What? Oh yeah, no. They walk across the track all the time there. So they open up the barriers there. There's a gate, and they were throwing. Yeah, they were throwing the bags up yesterday when they first arrived and rolling all the gear into the track. Because I suppose, like whereas at Anime's you've got a way to get a truck in, that must be where the ambulance goes. Yeah, so the doors must open, you open up there, and then you come somewhere. Maybe one of these poles like slides out.
No, there's gates down here, so you see straight down.
Are they wide enough though?
Yeah, no, the gates open up.
Oh, okay, so that must be it too.
Yeah. So see, there's none of the walking on this side, but on the other side, literally straight down here, and you soft drink.
Oh, really? Sounds good. Juice is better for us anyway. Okay, thanks, darling. Yeah, we went out and I said, I really want Greek. And then in Melbourne, the Greek food's amazing. And I was like, sorry, I want to go and have some Greek food. So we went. They were all like booked out. You couldn't get in. We went into them, like they look half empty, and they're like, I've got a booking. We're like, no. Oh, sorry, we're booked out. Really? Thursday night? Sorry, Wednesday night? But it must have been a big Christmas party or something. See, look.
Oh, there you go. That's a what box you got? That would not have on that old thing. I don't know where this is from.
No. Hello? Oh, okay, sorry. What? Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye. Our conversation is on the next one.
23A, the women's sprint quarterfinals. And first up, we've got Christina Clonan versus the Malaysian Alana. And then it's Alessia McCaig versus Anis. Molly McGill versus Izza. And Kalinda Robinson versus Christine Perkins. Then we go on to event 23D, which is the consolation event, or the repechage. We're looking for riders to come onto the track for the first of the quarterfinals. Best of three now. And the number one seeded rider, Christina Clonan. Looking for the Malaysian competitor, Alina.
Yeah, she was trying to work out. Jack, she said Jack will be back. She goes, oh, Jack's on the set. No, but it did capture your conversation when you said you know.
Thanks, riders. Looking for the elite women to make their way to the front straight for their quarter-final race one. Best of three. So another big block of racing coming up, Aaron.
Yeah, that 30-minute break seemed to take about 5 minutes. Then I was just considering what I might do in the 30-minute break when it ended.
Time goes quick when you're having fun.
How you going? I know.
So we're starting off with the elite women's quarterfinals, best of three. And then after that, we'll be having the elite men quarterfinals. It'll be event number 25 on the program. So they're on their way. This is the first race in the quarterfinal between the Australian champion in Christina Clonan up against, as John Beasley calls this young girl, Alana. Eliana, that's better. Thanks, Aaron. Eliana. Eliana in the black colours. The Australian champion, Christina Clonan. So it's Eliana, the Malaysian youngster that leads out from Christina Clonan. First race of the quarterfinals. And Eliana, but look at Christina Clonan now starting to wind it up higher on the track, and they'll come and get the bell. Eliana leads out. Christina Clonan now settles down to her work, ducks down from the top of the track and goes up on the outside of Eliana. This is the top seeded rider, and she'll come in and take out race one of the first of the quarterfinals. Christina Clonan over a very gallant young Malaysian rider in Eliana. As we turn our attention now to the second heat.
Alessia McCaig and Rasidi. Anis. Thank you, John. Anise, rider 66. That's on the top of the track, Alessia McCaig in the blue skin suit. On the bottom.
Hey, can you see if Lisa's order's showing pay? And is it locked yet? Is it locked or unlocked?
They get the whistle and Alessia McCaig will lead out. Anise in the black on the BT. Quite a tall rider.
Yeah, okay, no worries. All right. Wait. You can't, because when it closes, it'll cut her.
Alessia leading out down the back straight for the first time. The winners of these quarterfinals go through to the semi-final. Alessia will be looking to book her spot, but Anise will be looking to ride an upset here as they go down the back straight. The pace just picking up, sitting on the black line, and a good move there from Anise underneath, and she goes on with it. She's going out early. Alessia McCaig getting a little bit of height. Now down the back straight, Anise has got the ascendancy, but Alessia McCaig's coming with a lot of pace, and she comes around the outside, and it's a drag race down the main straight. A very good ride there from Anise. But Alessia McCaig, too strong. She'll go through to the semi-finals, but Anise should be very happy with that ride.
Yeah, perfect. Sister-in-law said in the photo. She recorded it in her lounge.
So coming onto the track now, Izza and Molly McGill. Molly in the Queensland Academy of Sport colours. Puts on the visor and up the track. Mr. 3.
So Alessia McCaig takes the first of 3. She needs 2 of 3 to get through to the semi-final. Of course, these quarterfinals going best of 3.
So up the top of the track is the Malaysian, Izza. And in the Queensland Academy of Sport colours, Molly McGill. They're on their way. We've seen some great racing by the Malaysian sprinters in the men. Had some great results in the men.
There's someone there. And also the consolation.
Best of 3, the quarterfinals. And it is Molly McGill half tracking at this stage. It leads out the Malaysian.
Good lesson in just.
So first lap completed. Molly having a good look over her right shoulder to where the Malaysian keeping low on the track, so she doesn't open the gate for the. Both start to build up their speed now, but Molly McGill's going to be the rider that hits out first, and McGill goes for home now. Young Izza's after her. Down the back straight, the young Malaysian goes up to her back wheel, tries to come around Molly McGill. I tell you what, she's coming home hard, but McGill kicks in the sprinter's lane, and Molly McGill will come down and go through, taking out race number 1. Well done to Molly McGill, taking out race 1 to none of her quarter-final match race against Izza. Next up, we've got Kalinda Robinson versus Christine Perkins up next.
Wizard applied a bit of pressure there to Molly McGill, and she was coming down that back straight and looked fantastic. And just got a bit spooked, turn 3. Anything could have happened if she had managed to hold that line. She was coming with a lot of pace. That's a rider to look out for. All right, up next, Kalinda Robinson and Christine Perkins.
Yes, of course, Shane Perkins holding up his wife there, Christina. Back racing, of course, Shane at 10.08 at the championships in Western Australia. And Josh Harrison looking after the South Australian.
Perkins leading out. Perkins is in the white. Kalinda Robinson in the red sassy kit as they head down the back straight for the first time. Perkins goes up to the blue line and Robinson just up to the fence. They come down now to the sprinters line. Perkins is keeping the pace pretty steady. Kalinda weaving up and down in behind Perkins. Very aerodynamic looking position. She goes up, gets a bit of height into the corner. She comes out of the corner, out of the saddle, still on the fence. Now Perkins is into her work. Kalinda Robinson coming down the back straight, out of the saddle for Perkins. Can Kalinda get over the top? They come into turn 3. It's on for young and old as they come down the main straight. Can Perkins hold on? Oh, very, very close, but Kalinda Robinson gets that one and she will move through to this. Having won the first of 3, she will move through to the second round. 1 up, looking to secure her place in the semi-final.
So Kalinda Robinson narrowly over Christine Perkins. Next up is the elite women.
The first round is going to be 3 riders. Ian? So it's going to be Indiana Lysart, Lauren Perry and Mirella Willis-Hell will all be riding together. So that's 15, 13, 14 and 15.
So the first one, there's a 3 up. The first one's 3 up. Indiana Lysart, Lauren Perry and Mirella Willis-Hell. And then we'll go back to 11 versus 12 and 9 versus 10. So coming onto the track, Lauren Perry, the West Australian, in Indiana Lysart. And the final rider to present will be Mirella Willis-Hell, the South Australian. Whistle sounds and they're on their way. A 3 up. And there's the youngster here in Mirella Willis-Hell, just up to the elite category. She leads out from Lauren Perry in the TIS colours, the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. And the West Australian there in the yellow and black. That's Indiana Lysart. So Lauren Perry have a good look at Lysart, and that's allowed. Oh no, she didn't go on with it there, Mirella Willis-Hell. Although she's maybe the opportunity, but no, she's gone high on the track, and that allows the West Australia now to duck down underneath. But Mirella Willis-Hell now leads out there from the rider of Indiana Lysart and Lauren Perry. Can Lauren come home? Turning her attention now to the sprint disciplines. But Willis-Hell doing it nicely. Where's the challenge going to come from? I don't think there's going to be one, and it's going to be the rider of Mirella Willis-Hell that takes it out narrowly there from Indiana Lysart and Lauren Perry. Good win there to the youngster from South Australia, Mirella Willis-Hell.
Okay, up next is An Yong from Malaysia, Emma Stevens from Queensland, Australia, and Emma Stevens suffered a mechanical issue in one of her match sprints and was relegated, I guess you could say. But she's looking forward to having another ride here, strutting her stuff. And will be on the bottom. Emma Stevens on the top. It's great to have so many Malaysians here riding with the Aussies this weekend, and they're riding really well too.
Oh my word, I tell you what, it's great to see what's happening over in Malaysia with the cycling, and had a long talk to John Beasley before, and as I said, the sports minister over there is right behind cycling, so it's great to hear.
All right, Anne goes to the front. Malaysian black skin suit and Emma in the blue and maroon of the QAS. Heading down the back straight, Emma Stevens gets a little bit of height out of the saddle. They're both keeping a very keen eye on each other. Emma, a rider that really likes to use the track, has grown up doing a lot of match sprints with the boys, and really quite aggressive on the boards, and has a bit of a lead there at the moment, and Emma's got the height. So they come down the back straight. Emma just getting in closer. She comes, goes high, then drops down. They get the bell and Anne is off. Emma Stevens now coming with pace as they head down the back straight. Emma Stevens just stalled a little bit. We've seen this pace from the Malaysians as they come around into the back straight. It looks like Anne's going to hold on. Emma Stevens came with vigour, but An Yong, she was too strong, and she'll take that one. That was An Tung Yong. The final of our 24B Elite Women's Sprints is Sophie de Vries from New Zealand. She's on the top, and Yi Yong from Malaysia on the bottom. Yong on the front, she's headed up to the fence. De Vries in the white kit following, and she's just come up high now as they come down the front straight. Sophie just picking up a bit of pace now. They're going very early. They're really picking up the pace, keeping a close eye on each other. Yong doesn't want to give up that control from the front. They come down the straight. the finishing straight for the second last time, and Sophie de Vries trying to get over the top. The Malaysian holding the ascendancy as they go into turn 3 and turn 4, and it looks like another Malaysian win in this last of the 24B women's sprints. And a good ride there. So some encouraging signs there for the Malaysian women. And now we're going to move on to the next event, which is the quarterfinals for the elite men, Ian.
Yeah, Lee Hoffman up against Finn Carpenter. That'll be followed by Tomish Cornish versus Ryan Elliott. Byron Davies versus Fadil Zonis. And then Daniel Barber versus Azil Awang. Then we go into the consolation round. But first up, Lee Hoffman recorded the fastest 200 earlier today in the flying 200. They go on their way, and leading out is Finn Carpenter in the sassy colours, and in the AIS colours there, Lee Hoffman from Whyalla over there in South Australia. They're just riding around at leisure at this stage, the first lap. Hoffman's the one that leads out from Finn Carpenter in the red colours. Half tracking here. Lee Hoffman looking to the left, looking to the right, shutting the gate underneath. Tempo starts to quicken. Carpenter went to go underneath, but the gate was closed there by Lee Hoffman. They come and get the bell. Hoffman in the sprinters lane leads out from Finn Carpenter. They head into the back straight. The fastest qualifier in the flying 200. Finn Carpenter trying to get onto his back wheel and get a run off the bank, but he's going to be too strong, Lee Hoffman, and Lee Hoffman comes down to take out race 1 of the quarter final. Next up, we got Tom Cornish versus Ryan Elliott.
Well, this will be a good matchup. The quarterfinals, best of 3. Ryan Elliott on the top, Tom Cornish on the bottom. Tom Cornish in the Aussie kit, Ryan Elliott in the QAS kit. Tom Cornish leads out. Tom Cornish heading up to the fence on the back straight. Ryan Elliott just cruising along behind, leaving a little bit of a gap to run up. Cornish now, just picking up the pace just ever so slightly. Ryan Elliott just moving closer. The boys just on the sprinters lane at the bottom of the track. Cornish starting to pick the pace up now. They're not full tilt just yet. He's waiting for Ryan Elliott to kick. Ryan kicks and comes up on his shoulder. Ryan Elliott comes up and he's got some encouragement from the fact that he's been able to get. Can Ryan Elliott get over the top? Oh my gosh, Ryan Elliott! Has he taken the first match sprint over Tom Cornish? Yes, he has. Well, that's a milestone in the career for Ryan Elliott from Queensland. Takes the first match sprint over the superstar that is Tom Cornish. Mark the date. That one's going in the diary. Ryan Elliott, he's full of surprises. And Dad would have just had a heart attack, I'd say.
What a great ride there by Ryan Elliott to get over the top of Tom Cornish. Next up, got Fadil Zornis, the Malaysian, up against Byron Davies. Byron going to the top of the track. Fadil Zornis, the Malaysian, riding very well, the Malaysians here. Yes, one would say that was an upset. Thomas Cornish, of course, probably was expected to take that one out, but Ryan Elliott flashed down the outside to take that out. So the first of the Malaysians here in the quarterfinals. Fadil Zornis up against the Queenslander in Byron Davies. Very leisurely first lap. No, they haven't quite gone to a track stand. Nowadays, it's only 30 seconds you can track stand. Back in the older days, you could track stand in the front straight for as long as you like, but now they've got the rule that it's only 30 seconds. You can completely come to a standstill. But I do remember years ago where riders would just be able to track stand for a long, long time. The Malaysian up against the Queenslander. Just saying hello to each other on the top bend. Now Byron Davies said, no, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to go a long way from home here. He's the current Australian time trial champion, and Byron Davies, he's on the charge now. He's had the belt. What can the Malaysian do? Down the back straight. He's coming hard, the Malaysian, but he can hear him coming. And Byron Davies, he's in the sprinters lane. And that was a good move by Byron Davies. He's going to come down and take out race one of the quarterfinals over Fadil Zornis, the Malaysian. Final one coming up, Daniel Barber up against Azil Awang.
A good ride there from Byron Davies. He started out as a mountain biker. And one of the things about Byron Davies is he's got plenty of endurance. He's quite a dynamic rider, and you wouldn't necessarily expect a man that big to go so early, but he can go early and he can hold that pace. Up next, we've got Daniel Barber and Awang. Barber in the blue and black, Awang in the red. This is the last of the quarterfinals, and we go into the consolation sprints. Barber will lead out. Just been advised that Jordan Kirby's been appointed as a sprint coach now. He'd be thrilled with that news. just loves sprinting. One of the most popular coaches in Australia, Jordan Kirby, back in Australia. Barber on the front. Awang now going up onto his shoulder, zigzagging in behind. He's great to watch in a match sprint. He's very, very active. Barber just keeping an eye on him. Barber decides, no, let's just go. It's too stressful. Let's just get on it. So Barber picks up the pace. He's not 100% yet. And now he is. Awang jumps. Barber's trying to keep him at bay. This is going to be a ding-dong battle down the back straight. Here comes Awang, the big figure of Barber and the little figure of Awang, and he sits up. Barber takes it. That'll be a career highlight for Dan Barber. He takes the first one in the last of the quarterfinals.
Here's a great ride there by the Australian Daniel Barber over Azul Awang. Next up, as we said, we've got the consolations. First up from Iran, we've got the rider of Emerald Gahad, and from Malaysia, Ji Cheng Chang. So looking for the riders there in the consolation men to be So sorry about that, looking at the printout here, but no, next up we have got, turning our attention back to the AJTS points race for the under 15 girls. So the consolation for the men will be up a little bit later. That's event number 30 on the program. So this is event number 25, the AJTS progressive points over 10 laps for the under 15 girls.
All right, we're starting the points from the gun. For those of you that are new to a progressive points race, the way this is going to work is you win the first lap, you get 1 point. You win the second lap, you get 2 points. You win the third lap, you get 3 points, and so on and so forth. There hasn't been any punch-ups amongst the commissaire team today, so all things going very well. Very good bunch of commissaires presiding over the AJTS this week. We're lucky to have them. Thank you to all the volunteers that are helping out. The staff from AusCycling from around the country. The volunteers, takes a lot. Thank you for Disc Velodrome for hosting what has been a fantastic couple of days of paracycling, AJTS and elite cycling so far. As we head into the under 15 girls progressive points, just waiting for them to all bunch up. They get the whistle, and so that is the start of the progressive points race. You win the first lap, you get yourself a point, and it's Shavi Tanksale who's on the front. She's got herself a little bit of a lead. She looks like she'll get herself on the scoreboard early. So Shavi gets herself a point, and it's interesting because only the first rider gets a point, sometimes when there's a really dominant rider that's getting all the points, sometimes one rider will just go up the front and get all the points, and you find yourself just getting the 1 point. You can find yourself on the podium. Ava picks up 2, and on the front now is Molly Opperman. She rolls up and lets Zoe May onto the front. Nicola Morris is there from Brunswick. She's been very strong today. Zoe May looks over her shoulder to see whether she's going to be contested for these 3 points. She's not. She's going to take it. Everyone very polite. Won't see that in the under-17 boys, that's for sure. The racing for the under-17 boys has been absolutely frenetic. Ava Robbins now coming over the shoulder of Nicola Morris. Nicola thought she might have got a freebie there, but Ava takes the points. She picks up 4 points.
When do you normally screen that camera? Which corners?
Ava just staying on the shoulder of
Just so I know in my head.
Nicola Morris.
When you're down the barreling.
Ava putting her foot down again. This is what I'm talking about. If you find yourself with one rider dominating the points, that one cheap point that you got at the start can become very valuable. Ava picks up some more points. She goes to the lead with 11. Nicola Morris is doing a good job there, but round the outside with a fair bit of pace is Jenna Gallagher. And Jenna's going on with it now. Ava charged with the job of chasing her down. Jenna's out to a good lead. She's really hit it hard. She gets herself 6 points. There's 3 laps on the lap board. This is a really good ride from Gallagher. Kendra Gray now doing the chasing. Gallagher might be able to pick up another one. She's gone to the front with 13. She looks like she's going to get another one, certainly is. She looks over her shoulder. Jenna Gallagher is going to get swamped this lap, I would say. Ava Robbins doing the lion's share of the work. 21 points for Gallagher. Can she hold on for one more? Ava Robbins comes over the top. Is she going to get there? No, she doesn't quite get there, I don't think. Gallagher held on for the 9 points. Ava Robbins now down the back straight. She's looking for the 10 points. It's not going to be enough, but coming over the outside, Nicola Morris, tit for tat. She said, you took my points, I'm going to take these points. She comes over, and a great race there from the under-15 girls. A fantastic move there from Jenna Gallagher to break the back of that race. Ava Robbins was on 11, Zoe May was on 3. We'll just wait for the final results. Real tussle there.
Just waiting on that final sprint result to come up.
Under 15 boys up next, but all eyes on the scoreboard. Gallagher had an outside of the lead, so she can take it out.
Waiting on those results. We've seen this young girl up at the Shepparton in the road championships, only 13 years of age, just turned 13 during the Gallagher from Bathurst. She was the silver medal in the road race. There's the final sprint, so results coming up.
Gallagher takes it, Robbins second, Nicola Morris third. Move our attention to the boys.
Under 15 boys now over the 10-lap progressive points, or a very good under 15 girls progressive points race, and a good move there by the 13-year-old Gina Gallagher, silver medalist in the National Road Race Championships out there at Dookie. Only turned 13 in November. So the first point went to Luca Zucchiatti, who's been very dominant throughout proceedings here today. He picked up the 1 point. Picking up the 2 points there will be number 4, Lachlan Ermit from the Blackburn Cycling Club, in the very smart Blackburn kit of black and red and black. 3 points up for grabs now. Number 24, I believe will get that one. Hugo Alcock from the Illawarra Club. The little fella there in the orange colours goes back to midfield. Next up, 4 points. 4 points will be going there to Harry Callanall from the Neo Cycling Club in New South Wales. So at this stage, there's been a different rider each lap. 5 points next for grabs. Down the front straight, who wants the 5 points? It's on the inside. Luca Zucchiatti decides, no, I better pick up some more points. And he goes to 6 points, leading from Harry Callanall on 4. Good go here for the next one, but it's going to be the... I'll wait on the judges there. I'll wait on the camera. Yes, it was Zucchiatti that got the 6 points. Luca Zucchiatti narrowly picked up the 6 points. 7 points this time. Does he want 7 points? Yes, he does. And Luca Zucchiatti picks up the 7 points. Jet Pretz now takes up the running, the South Australian. But around the outside here with a good move is Lachlan Ermit. And Lachlan Ermit looks under the arm and says, no, I don't think I've got any challenges here. I'll come down and pick up the 8 points. Lachlan Ermit. Look at Zucchiatti now. Goes up on the outside there of Lachlan Ermit, just cruises to the front. This talented young rider from New South Wales. Looks over the left shoulder and says, no, I'll have the 9 points. And they get the bell. And a Zucchiatti that leads out. The only danger, I believe, is going to be Jet Pretz. But no, there's no danger, because down the back straight, he looks under the arm. He's got it all sewn up here as Luca Zucchiatti. What a talented young boy from New South Wales. Into the front straight he comes and picks up the 10 points. That's Luca Zucchiatti from Jet Pretz. Flashing home for 4th there was Lachlan Ermit, just ahead there of Oliver Jordan. At the conclusion of Heat 1 of the boys under 15's 10-lap progressive points race. Number 41, Jasper Griffiths, required with a parent. Jasper Griffiths required with a father or an adult to come and see the chief, Karen O'Culligan. So number 41, Jasper Griffiths to report, thank you. And we do naturally need a rollout for the top 4, a rollout for the top 4. And Jasper Griffiths to report here at the broadcast area with a parent or an adult to see the chief commissaire. Next up, Heat 2. Heat 2 roll out, and they'll all got to bunch up, so nice and slow out the front riders. So waiting on Jasper Griffiths to report over here, thank you, with a parent in the Carnegie Caulfield colours. They're on the charge, or on the outside, number 34, unofficially. Luka Spitsky picked up the 1 point. 2 points, this time goes to the rider, once again of the South Australian. Taking up the running now though, is Joshua Moore from the Neo Club in New South Wales. Looking for the 3 points here is young Joshua. Down the front straight. Looks over the shoulder. Does he keep on going? Yes, he said, I'll try to pick up some more points. as Maximus Moore leads the Newts group along with the New Zealander. But look at the New Zealander. Can he last for another one? But no, the New Zealander, Carter Payne, goes around the outside, and Carter Payne takes out those points. Maximus Moore on his wheel. Then further back, bridging across there is Omar Kamizi in the blue colours. But the New Zealander, he's going for more points here. This is Carter Payne. Takes that one out. Maximus Moore on his wheel. The only other rider here is Omar Kamizi in the blue, trying to bridge across. The rest of the riders will not be picking up points, one would suggest. So more points on offer here. And once again, it's the New Zealander. 6-0 points there to Carter Payne. Goes to 15. Very smart move by Luca. He picked up 3 points, as is Joshua Moore's got 3. Carter Payne once again. Maximus Moore can't get around this strong New Zealander to pick up some points. If he can, he'll go to second place. Now he's on the move, the youngster, and this will be enough points to put him into second place as he comes down the front straight. This is Maximus Moore. Picks up those points. Then further back then is the New Zealander. But Maximus Moore, he's trying to pick up the final points. Will Carter Payne let him do that? I don't think so. He's trying to come at Maximus Moore. He just rolls off the bank now, the New Zealander. They'll come down and get the bell. Maximus Moore just building on his lead. Leads out from the young Victorian. Then further back to Omar Kamizi out in no man's land in between the bunch. But what a classy display this has been here by the young New Zealander, ladies and gentlemen. Comes down the front straight again and takes out the progressive points race. A talented young rider from New Zealand in Carter Payne. Great ride there from Maximus Moore, Omar Kamizi. Flashing home there was Ruben Shepherd at the conclusion of the under 15 points progressive points race. That was heat 2. And now we turn our attention now to the second round of the quarterfinals for the men's sprint. Lee Hoffman and Finn Carpenter up next. Number 17, Ewan Brown, to come and see the Chief Commissaire with a parent thank you. Number 17, Ewan Brown from the Carnegie Caulfield Club to report here to see the Chief Commissaire with a parent. Thanks, Ewan. Jet Pretz required for a rollout. Number 44, Jet Pretz required for a rollout. So lining up for the second race in the quarterfinals, Lee Hoffman took the first.
Yeah, Hoffman will be looking to make this 2 from 2 and secure a spot in the semi-final. Finn Carpenter, who is, starts in the second position at the top, who's in the red kit, he will be looking to take it to 3. Lads keeping very close on one another as they head into turn 3 very slowly, so they dive down to the sprinter's lane, and Carpenter back up again, zigzagging on the back of Hoffman, looking to find a way to get the jump and get the ascendancy as they head down the back straight. Hoffman just switching shoulders, keeping an eye on Carpenter. They get the bell, and Carpenter now accelerates. Hoffman matches the acceleration. They head into turn 3. Carpenter giving it everything he's got, but Hoffman holds on, and Hoffman goes 2 from 2 and secures his spot in the semi-final.
Yeah, looking good, Lee Hoffman. He was the fastest qualifier earlier today in the flying 200. Next up, bit of an upset, one would have thought, in the first race when Ryan Elliott defeated Thomas Cornish. But in match racing, there's always no surprises because anything can happen in match races. And we saw that in race 1 where Ryan Elliott got the better of Tom Cornish on the line. So they'll reverse where they are on the track. So if you drew the bottom in the first heat, you go to the top in the second round or the second race. Ryan Elliott from the Queensland Academy of Sports. And in the national colours, we have got Thomas Cornish. Can Ryan Elliott go straight through to the semi-finals? Or will Tom Cornish make it go to a third decider? We'll soon know in 3 laps' time. Just remember, AJTS riders, first 4 must report for a rollout. So down the back straight, and it's the Queenslander in Ryan Elliott. Higher on the track, Tom Cornish. Then next up, we've got Byron Davies, versus Fadil Zonas. But watching all the action here in the second race of this quarter final, Ryan Elliott in the Queensland colours leads out. Tom Cornish will be trying to make amends for that first race. Elliott, Cornish, they haven't gone for it yet. The bell about the sound. They're on the move. And around the outside, Tom Cornish said, look, you have to be this time, Ryan Elliott, because I'm going for home. And Tom Cornish, I think he was a bit upset with himself in the first race. And Tom Cornish says, here I am, we're going to go to a third decider. And Tom Cornish took that out convincingly there from Ryan Elliott. Yes, I think he would have been upset after the first race. Tom Cornish made amends in race 2 to go through to a third decider. Next up, second race between Byron Davies and Fadil Zonas.
Yeah, well, in the first race, Byron Davies went pretty long, very long, so we'll see what happens in this one. You could say that Tom Cornish had a point to prove there. I think he underestimated Ryan Elliott on that back straight down there. He just didn't. And it looked as if that once Ryan got up on his shoulder in that first race, he was buoyed by that, the fact that he was on him, and he really came alive. But Tom Cornish wasn't taking any chances this time.
He came out fired up for that second race for sure, Aaron. And Byron Davies, of course, not just a good sprinter, but he's got some endurance as well, Byron, the very strongly built rider from Queensland. But he's up against a very talented Malaysian in Fadil Zonas.
Well, he's the full package, is Byron Davies. So Byron leading out, Zonas in the black kit. You might tire of me pointing out the colour of the kits, but it's It's to assist the people that can't see the numbers and don't know the riders, particularly also on the live stream. Byron Davies just track standing on the back straight there. Zonas right up beside him. Zonas now goes to the front. Byron Davies will be chasing from here on in. Malaysian on the front as they come down the start finishing straight. Up to the fence, back down again. A lot of fun doing that actually. Davies goes into turn 3 with all of the height and he attacks as they come down the front straight. Zona's keeping him up high. Byron Davies now coming down turn 1, turn 2. Rides over the top. Zonas is not giving up. He's pushing really hard, but the power from Byron Davies is too much. Looks over his shoulder, turns the afterburners off, and Byron Davies goes 2 from 2. Fantastic racing there from Zonas. He was up against it, but he did a fantastic job. And Byron Davies is going to move through to the semi-final.
Yes, so far going through to the semi-finals, we've got Lee Hoffman and Byron Davies. Those two riders already through to the semi-finals. Of course, Tom Cornish and Ryan Elliott have got to go to a third decider. But coming up now, we've got Daniel Barber up against Azil Awang. Daniel took out the first race, and he'll go to the top of the track. Just too strong for the Malaysian. On their way, very strong sprinter here, Daniel Barber. Of course, the Malaysian getting on in years, one would say, although age is only a number. As we said before, what a career he's had, Azil Awang. 2016 bronze in the Keren, 2020 bronze in the Tokyo in the Keren, and of course he was the first Malaysian ever to wear the coveted rainbow jersey in 2017 at the World Championships when he won the Keren. So getting a little bit older, although 35 is not very old. So difference in size, Daniel Barber. Younger in age, bigger in build, up against the pocket rocket man from Malaysia. What can Azil do here? The bell sounds, and it's Barber that leads out, sticking to his wheel there as the Malaysian, but down the back straight, he's put the foot down as Daniel Barber. Now Azil Awang trying to get to him, but he's strong, Barber. Barber is very, very strong, and down the front straight, and he's going to go through to the semi-final. Daniel Barber, a good ride. But I tell you what, for a rider that's come back from open heart surgery in 2022, not many riders can come back from that, but that's what Azil Awang done in 2022. He was operated on here in Melbourne for open heart surgery, and isn't it a credit that this rider can come back and still ride at this level?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he looks like he's got plenty of racing left in him. You only get 10 minutes between match sprints in the rules. There's only, out of our 4 heats, 1 of them is going to 3, but it looks like the women are going to be up first. So it's Christina Clonan up against the Malaysian Aziz Azizan. Christina took the first one. She'll lead out from the bottom position. And Azizan had different ideas about that. She went straight to the front. Well, the idea here is that Christina is too fast, so I'm going to go from the whistle. Only issue with that is that Christina Clonan is an endurance athlete, turned sprinter, and she can go very long. But it was an excellent idea, and without getting the jump, she's just pulled up. Now Christina dives down the inside. Azizan is called it a day. And you've got to admire the fact that she had a plan, executed the plan. Doesn't always go the way you want it to, particularly when you're up against a powerhouse like Christina Clonan. But it was a cracking effort. It was a good idea. And that's 2 from 2 for Christina Clonan. So Christina will go through to the semi-final.
Yeah, 4 years in a row, she's been the national sprint champion. Of course, after the retirement of Anna Mears, Carly McCulloch, Christina Clonan turned her attention from endurance after missing out on selection for the Olympic Games and has won the last 4 national sprint championships. Next up, a youngster from Bendigo, Alessia McCaig, up against the tall Malaysian rider in Anis. Only 20 years of age, this young lady from Bendigo in the VIS colours. And currently she would be probably Australia's second sprinter, looking for a third to make up a team sprint, although Molly McGill actually teamed up with these two, with Christina and Alessia, to record a new Australian record in the team sprint. So Molly McGill teamed up with both Christina and Alessia McCaig, and they hold the record for the National Elite Women's Team Sprint. So it is the Malaysians. Great to have great contingent of Malaysians here, and of course there are a lot of them going over to Tasmania for the carnivals. Of course on Saturday it's the Rosebery Carnival, and then down at Hobart, Launceston, up at Devonport, and then Burnie on New Year's Eve. They'll come around and get the bell, and it's Alessia McCabe half tracking, ducking down underneath, or trying to duck down underneath. Was the tall Malaysian, but Alessia McCabe, she's gone a long way from home. What can the young Malaysian do? Down the back straight, she's got the head buried on the head stem there. This is Alessia McCabe. She's going to be challenged in the front straight. McCabe on the inside, the Malaysian comes at her, but half a bike length, and Alessia McCabe took that out there. She was pushed all the way to the line by the Malaysian. As we come now to the next event between Molly McGill and Aziza.
Good confidence boost there for Alessia. And another great ride from our Malaysian friends. Anis showing plenty of punch there. Izza out on the track first. Molly McGill. Molly McGill on the top, but she's being led out by Izza. That was a pretty quick last 200 from Alessia. 11.8. All right, Isa on the front in the black kit. There's a fantastic trip to Malaysia that AusCycling have as part of the under-17 pathways in the first weekend of May. And last year they selected top 12 boys and girls in the under-17s. It was a fantastic trip. Work hard and get yourself on that bus. Isa on the front, starting to pick up the pace just a little bit, staying down low. Molly McGill coming up. Now they're coming up onto the blue line. Molly McGill is putting some pressure on. They're going to come round and get the bell. McGill goes high. Isa goes up to meet her. Molly McGill down the back straight. Has she got enough? Molly McGill's up one. She needs this to go through to the semi-finals. She's looking like she's stronger on the outside as she comes out of turn 4. And she'll pick up a good win then. Great race by Isa from Malaysia, but Molly McGill 2 from 2 and will go into the semi-final.
Next up, Kalinda Robinson and Christina Perkins comes onto the track. Kalinda took out race 1 from Christine. Then we come to our men's consolation a bit after this. So we'll have the rider from Iran and also Ji Cheng Kwang from Malaysia. They'll be up first in their consolation ride, but all our attention here on the 4th heat of the women's sprint quarter-final, and Kalinda Robinson in the sassy colours, and higher on the track we have got Christina Perkins from Western Australia. On their way, of course, she's won a medal with Anna Mears before she became Christine Perkins. She was Christine Bailey back in those days. And she teamed up with Anna Mears in a team sprint when it was only 2 riders in a women's team sprint. But it's Kalinda Robinson. She took out race number 1. Christina Perkins following them along. Of course, both her and Shane have got Perkins training over there in Western Australia. All about the sound. And it is the rider of Kalinda Robinson that leads out. Christina Perkins. Down the back straight, Kalinda Robinson leads out, but Perkins now bursts up on her outside. Robinson in the sprinters lane. Perkins gets to run off the bank. Kicking back is Robinson. Robinson on the inside. Oh, close! Oh, I tell you what, with the naked eye, that was a dead heat. With the naked eye, that was a dead heat. They're going to go to the photo here. Down the bottom, Kalinda Robinson has lasted. Flashing home was Christina Perkins, but narrowly by looking at the photo, by the width of a tyre. So Kalinda Robinson joins both Molly McGill, Alessia McCaig and Christina Cronin straight through to the semi-finals as we now go to the elite men consolation.
Well, Robinson and Perkins, it doesn't get any closer than that. Fantastic riding there from Christine Perkins, but not quite enough, unfortunately. It's supposed to be Amirali up against Chiang now. Amirali hasn't presented. If you're close by, you've probably got about 5 seconds to be there. But it doesn't appear as if Amirali's going to be racing. So Chang takes that one out from a no-show. We move on to the next round, which is Jared Mann from New Zealand v Blake Long from Australia. He's a Western Australian, that's 19 v 20. So these two guys very closely matched. So this should be a good hit out.
Just looking at the weather for the weekend, it's currently 24 degrees. Currently outside, 24 degrees, but a fine weekend coming up, so it's not going to be too hot for tomorrow and Saturday. So that's a good news.
Jared Mann on the bottom, he's in the blue and white kit with the checks on the back, and Blake Long from Western Australia in the Western Australian yellow and black state kit. Some of the under-15s are headed home. Rest up, big day for you guys tomorrow. Jared Mann from New Zealand on the front. And Blake Long now comes around and takes that position. Well, they're coming into the finishing straight now for the last time. Mann goes up high. He's hitting like this with pace. Long on the front, but Mann's coming with gusto. They come into turn 3. Is it going to be enough? It looks like Long's going to hold on. Blake Long takes it out. Jared Mann second. It was a 10.99 final 200. And if you have a look up at the big screen, you'll see that AusCycling are very kindly posting the live stream up onto the big screen, which works like a continuous replay. It's generally between 30 seconds and a minute behind. That's the live stream that's being broadcast on AusCycling's YouTube page. And it's great to have that up there. So if you want to see, don't look at it while you're racing. But that's it up there on that big screen at the back, on the back straight.
Yes, Jared Mann can pack the bike up. His day is finished, Jared Mann, but Blake Long continues to be alive. The two New Zealanders up next, Jackson Russell and Keo Lart. Looks like Keo Lart has drawn the top, and Jackson Russell underneath Keo. The winner keeps riding, the loser packs up the bike. The two New Zealanders having a good look at each other. That's the sprinter's stare. They would have raced against each other many times over there in New Zealand. Jackson Russell and K.O. Lart. I remember calling K.O. last year down at Tasmania at the carnivals, a very, very good sprinter and Karen rider. Not sure if the New Zealanders are going down to Tasmania this year or not. So the first lap, half lap, it's got to be no slower than walking pace. So it's Jackson Russell, the rider that will lead out into the front straight to see 2 to go. K.O. Lart. Now, who wants to lead? Oh, the two New Zealanders say hello to each other. Jackson Russell leads out. Lart goes high on the track. They're zigzagging all over the track here. They'll come and get the bell. Jackson Russell leads out. K.O. Lart up on the outside. He tried to get a run off the bank, but he's got him. Oh, he got down to the sprinter's line. What a great move there by K.O. Lart. And down the back straight, he caught Jackson Russell napping. Can Jackson Russell come over the top? K.O. Lart, he's looking strong. Russell around the outside. It's going to be close. Oh, on the outside. Getting up on the outside is going to be Jackson Russell. A great ride there by K.O. Lart. He dived down underneath. He looked the winner, but flashing home there was Jackson Russell to take out that consolation event.
Yeah, what a fantastic race. Looking at the replay up on the big screen. That was as close as you're going to get. How good is that footage? How good is that footage, Ian? Those live streamers, they're professionals, those guys, aren't they? I just thought it was a bunch of hacks. You see the big boss of the live stream sitting back now. She's got all her minions working. Up next, Ned Pollard and Max Liebenecht. Two very exciting riders. It's 15 and 16, so there'll be nothing in this. Max leads out. He's in the red kit. Ned Pollard in the black and white. Walking pace around the first couple of turns. Max on the front, working his way just up a little bit on the track, keeping his eyes glued to Pollard. They head up to the fence. Max has got a little bit of room there. He might go early while he's got a bit of a gap. Pollard responding. He's closing it up. The pace picking up. Max keeping an eye on Pollard. Pollard now closing that gap. They get the bell and Pollard responds. Into the back straight. Ned Pollard is coming as hard as he can. Can Liebenecht hold on? He comes onto the shoulder. Well, it's going to be very close. Oh, you couldn't pick it. I think the outside rider got it. I think Pollard just got over the top there. He put a ton of effort into that last 150 metres and he may have been rewarded for it.
Waiting on that result. Very close photo. Looking at the replay.
A little disappointed, Ian, there's no actual replay on the live stream. Oh no, I've upset the switcher now, he's coming down. I might have to go. The switcher just got up, he was going to come down, he was a bit aggressive there. Yeah, he didn't like that.
Ned Pollard got the judge's verdict. Ned Pollard.
You were right, Ian. It did look like he got over the top, but it must have been very, very close.
Coming up now from Malaysia, Umar Hazabullah and the young Australian in John Trovis. Easy to pick up the Malaysian riders. They're always in the black Malaysian kit. And John Trovis there in the New South Wales Institute of Sport colours. They're both on the black BTs. And John Trovis is the rider that will lead out. Of course, after the final consolation sprint between the two Malaysians, we'll have the decider between Thomas Coursing and Ryan Elliott. There'll be the third decider, which will come up after the final consolation heat. We'll have the third decider. So you can see Tom Cornish and also Ryan Bailey sitting up there ready to go for their third decider. But we're watching here Umar Hazabullah from Malaysia and John Trovis. And as Trovis it leads out, the winner goes on and the loser calls it a day. And as is the Australian, John Trovis in the New South Wales kit, leads out at the bell. Trovis leads out, the Malaysian. Trovis half tracking at this stage. Cuts down to the sprinter's lane now, does Trovis. The Malaysian trying to come up to his hip, but Trovis is strong. The Malaysian now launches a final attempt, but oh no, on the inside with the naked eye, it would have been John Trovis taking out that match race. So John Trovis, I think you'll find, will progress, and the Malaysian will relax for the rest of the day. Next up, Sam Gallagher versus the New Zealander in Liam Kavanagh.
These are consolations. There's no progressing. No, it's just, that's it.
I'll be corrected. That was the consolation. Of course, they don't go on because the quarter-final goes to the semi-finals.
Right on the track now, Sam Gallagher. He's in the blue kit on the bottom, and Liam Kavanagh from New Zealand in the white kit. He's on the top. These guys position 11 and 12. Sam Gallagher on the front. Leading out Kavanagh around. And, I'm just loving this big screen. This is fully professional setup here at the disc. It should pay to come in and see this sort of thing. Sam Gallagher on the front, he's just moving his down now to too slow to be sitting up there on that bank. They move around and out of turn 4, and he's keeping a really close eye on Kavanagh. Kavanagh now moving up onto the fence, and Gallagher moving up just to keep him up there. Kavanagh gets the ascendancy. He goes down and he puts Kavanagh into the fence. Really tight on the fence there. Sam Gallagher now. It's a side-by-side 200-metre sprint. Gallagher has the ascendancy as they go into turn 3. He had that little bit of extra height. He turns it off, and great ride there from Sam Gallagher to take the win against a very animated Liam Kavanagh, who really put him up on that fence on the back straight. Great racing.
Definitely seen some great sprinting today, and it's not over yet. We've got semi-finals, and we've also got the finals to come yet later on this evening. Come up now, the two Malaysians coming up for bragging rights here. Akmal Jasina and Firdas Sharum. Great to see what John Burley's doing over there, bringing up these Malaysian coaches. It's great to see John Beasley, of course, being the Malaysian coach for many, many years, but it's great to see Malaysia themselves. They've got some accredited coaches now. And I think after the Paralympics, I think John is stepping down from the coach's role to take up another position with the Malaysian team. So talking to John after the Paris Olympics, John will be handing over to some of the other Malaysian coaches, and he'll take up a more senior role. They're loving living in New Zealand, in Kuala Lumpur, John and Vicky. Just on the outskirts, I believe, of KL, a very nice part of KL, so John tells me. So Jasina leads out, but Sharum higher on the track. Sharum in the Malaysian black colours, as I'll come and get the bell, but leading out here is Jasina. Jasina leads out. What can Sharum do? Down the back straight, it's still Jasina that leads out. Sharum now not going to get to him at this stage. He's kick. Oh, now he comes at him on the outside, and Sharum up on the outside and comes down and takes out bragging rights there to the rider of Findas Sharum. You've got a big call coming up now, Aaron. This is the third and decider between Ryan Elliott and Thomas Cornish.
I'll just be interested to see what the tactics are in this one. We saw the first one. Cornish may have underestimated the speed of Ryan Elliott. He came out in the second one, was very dominant. And what has Ryan got up his sleeve for this one? Ryan Elliott is out, he's on the bottom. It's one apiece, Cornish on the top. Cornish is in the Australian kit. Ryan Elliott leads out. The student and the master. This is for a spot in the semi-final. Onto the back straight. Ryan Elliott taking Cornish up to the fence. Elliott now just trying to control Cornish. But Cornish just rolls straight past. Ryan Elliott still first position. Rolls back to the front again. Keeping an eye on Cornish, who's very high on the fence. Ryan Elliott now just accelerating to try and keep Cornish there. Cornish pushing down on Ryan Elliott. Ryan Elliott holding his line. Back up onto the fence. Now they're into their work as they go down the back straight. Cornish goes for a bit of extra height. They're not fully into the sprint yet. Ryan Elliott now. Cornish comes up on his shoulder. Can Ryan Elliott hold on? It's coming down to the wire. Oh, it's close, but Cornish is too strong. And a very gentlemanly shaking of hands there from the two. Tom Cornish will go through. But what a ride from young Ryan Elliott. Great performance. But Tom Cornish too strong in the end. And he will progress. That was very exciting. There's no round three. There's no heat. Round 3 of the qualifiers required. So we go into event 33, the under-17 girls AJTS. 16 lap progressive points. The under-15 progressive points started on the whistle, so we'll assume this one does as well. Well, we've been talking a bit about the Malaysians, and we mentioned before, and I mentioned it again, that the Malaysians flew in at 5:30 this morning. And to be so competitive on so little rest.
I reckon they'll sleep well tonight, getting off a plane at 5:30, racing without any sleep. Got to be dog-tired, but a credit to them how well they've performed, Aaron, throughout today.
All right, our under-17 ladies onto the duck board. It's been a big, long day. There's no love for the back of the... There's one of the things that happens in this with these big fields is that if you come out of the gate last, you pretty much got to make up 3/4 of a lap to even get into the race. So these riders here, they're already a full lap behind, putting in a big effort to get on the back, but Tony Talk could blow the whistle and create a breakaway straight away, but we don't want to be too slow on the corner if you're up high. They're sort of coming around now, the last of the back markers. They've already done a bit of an effort already. So they're starting to bunch up. Kind of all together now, and they get the whistle, and that's the start. And on the front is rider 156, Sybil O'Rourke from Mercy Valley Devonport Cycling Club, and she's intent on getting a point. And Bella Potts, who's been at the front of everything, she's been the domestique here today, is right on her wheel, and there's a bit of a break there. They've really started with pace. Bella Potts now going over the top. Sybil O'Rourke gets the first point. Bella Potts is going to get the next one by the look of it. Bella Potts coming into the finishing straight. She gets 2 points. She looks over her shoulder. Is she going to roll up or is she going to keep going? Here comes the leader in Sienna Monteith. She's slowly making her way to Bella Potts, but looks like Bella Potts is going to pick up some more points. And she does. She looks over her shoulder. Are they going to work together? Addison Tor is there as well. Addison Tor had a big bingle in Bundaberg, but in the end, just a few scratches. She's been riding really well. Tony Tor's niece. He found someone in the family that's cycling. Megan Moore has dragged them all back together again. She comes up off the hip. Bella Potts is looking for some more. 11 to go. Bella Potts picks up another 5, and over the top goes Megan Moore. Megan Moore's got Alana Lake with her as well. Potts is leading at the moment on 10. Megan Moore now comes around. She's going to pick up a good swag of points. Alana Lake is there, and there as well as Lucy Allen. She's been involved in everything today. Sienna Monteith there as well, and in behind them is Pratt. Chloe Pratt in the black kit. Alana now going over the top of Megan Moore. She's going to have a work cut out. Alana Lake's been riding very well today. She takes some points. She's going to stay on the front, and it's been heavy going from the very beginning. He shedded some of the riders. It's still a big group, but there's a break in it. Alana Lake picks up some more points, and guess who's on the front of the chase? It's Bella Potts, and she hands over to Binti Hasbullah. April Paddy now on the front of the chase. Lucy Allen, she's in the orange jersey. She's looking good. She comes around, picks up. Alana Lake is on 15. Potts is on 10. Lucy Allen at 6. Sienna Monteith now trying to come around Allen. She's fighting back as she comes around. Lucy Allen doesn't want to give up the front place, and she holds on to it. Sienna Monteith relinquishes into second wheel. Now she rolls up. Neve Parslow and Alana Lake are coming. There's really only 4 riders left by the look of it. Pratt's trying to get across. Lucy Allen leads on 19. Sienna Monteith, they're coming up on the back markers. Sienna Monteith picks up. There's 5 laps on the lap board. It's Sienna Monteith, Lucy Allen, Neve Parslow, Alana Lake. Neve Parslow yet to get into the points, but she's sitting up there with the top 4. When's she going to attack? There's still 5 laps to go. Have they come over the top of some back markers? It's Sienna Monteith picks up the points. Now they settle in behind. Now coming from the outside all the way around to the front. Alana Lake onto the front of the race. There's 3 laps to go. Alana Lake's going to do it again, ladies and gentlemen. Where's the response? Sienna Monteith doesn't look like she's got enough left in the tank. She's on the front. Alana Lake, she's out to a big lead. Is she going to do it again? Alana Lake comes down the finishing straight. The Blackburn rider, there's 2 laps on the board. She's 28 points, she leads. She adds 14 to a total. Sienna Monteith is not getting much help in the chase. Alana Lake with the big deep dish wheels that she's ridden for years and years. It's her calling card. She looks over her shoulder. There's nobody there. Alana Lake gets the bell. She's doing it again. She's so strong. Where's the chase? Neve Parslow. She's trying to get to her. She's left it very late. Alana Lake, she can't be caught now, surely. She's really faded. Neve Parslow's coming with plenty of vigour, but Alana Lake, ladies and gentlemen, from Blackburn. Neve Parslow comes over second over the line, and 4th over the line is Lucy Allen, but Alana Lake, she did it in the what did she do it in? Tempo. I think she did it in the tempo. She's done it again in the progressive points. She waited and attacked. She was watching the points, and it was a clinical display.
I tell you what, she has come from nowhere as a cyclist. I remember down at Warragul, she was riding in a novice event, And then for the final event of the day, she then went in against the other girls, and the rest is history. Then she went on to the Victorian Championships, went across to the National course, and this young girl, I tell you what, she's got a big engine, and just look out for the name Alana Lake in the future. She is a talented young lady. Under 17 boys now, for their 16-lap progressive. Once the under 17 girls make their way around to the back straight, you should always exit in the back straight, always exit in the back straight, not the front straight. So nice and easy on the front. Thanks, Zach. Nice and easy. Nice and slow because they're still coming out of the chute. So you've got to take, you've nearly got to walk out the front. They're still coming out the chute, so it's got to be real slow. Zach, you're controlling the pace out the front. Zach Robinson, so stay behind me on the lead motorbike until we all form up. And Zach Robinson doing the pace making out the front. They'll all bunch up and the starter will send them on their way over the 16-lap journey. At the whistle now. Who's taking at the first point? I think it could be Alistair Norris, the boy 205. Yes, it is Alistair Norris from Blackburn Jets. This says, I want to get some early points on the board because if I get some early points, I might get into the placings. He'll come around this time and pick up 2 points. That makes it 3 here for Alistair Norris. But doing the chasing there is the rider of Lachlan Walters from the Hamilton Wheelers in the blue colours. He goes around the outside now. Zach Robinson, the silver medalist in the Madison there at second wheel. It looks like Walters are going to take out the 3 points, the Queenslander. Lachlan Walters takes out the 3. Zach Robinson now looking for the 4 points. Is he going to be challenged? Up on the top bend. No, they kind of come to him, but he's kicked in the sprinter's lane. No, he hasn't. Up on the outside, taking that one out, there was the rider of Rab Drummond from the Lidcombe Auburn Club up in New South Wales, and Rab Drummond took out those points. So more points up for grabs here now. Who wants this one? Up on the outside? No, on the inside. 215 from the Canberra, Angus Withington from the Canberra Combine team. Who's on the move? Have a guess who it is. And come down the front straight. It's Ollie Jurovic. And Jurovic is on the move. So these 3 riders are scooted clear along with Maxi Nuzpan. And we know what Ollie Jurovic's like. He could ride the Melbourne to Warrnambool. He still wouldn't be in trouble. He loves him. As far as it goes, he likes it, Ollie Jurovic. But Max Nuzpan will pick up these points. Nuzpan picks up the points. And the New Zealand rider there as well. So 3 very, very good riders out in front. And I don't think you're going to find anyone is going to go near those for the rest of the laps. 3 classy riders. I don't think anyone there in the main group is going to make contact with these 3. And it's the New Zealander there in 217. That is David Kawong that took those points out. Now Jurovic goes to the front. Nuzpan in the blue colours. So this trio, they've spread eagled the field here in the progressive points. And Ollie Jurovic. Down the back straight. And Max Nuzpan picked up the silver in the Madison with Zach Robinson. But on the outside, the New Zealander edged out. Maxi Nuzpan wasn't too happy with that. They look to be swapping turns, but Nuzpan now determined to make amends and pick up the points in this one. But Jurovic now says, no, Max, I'm going to pinch them off you. But up on the outside, the New Zealander just puts it into overdrive and once again picks up the points, David Kawong. Now, can the 2 Victorians respond to the New Zealander? Ollie Jurovic looks over the shoulder and Jurovic this time picks up the points. Jurovic picks up the points. in the JTS leaders jersey. As they head down the back straight once again, it is the New Zealander in David Kawong that leads out. Max Nuzpan, he's been up thereabouts but can't get the points, Max. And Kawong picks up those points. Quite a few riders are being lapped as they go down the back straight once again. Nuzpan, will Jerovic pitch the points again off Maxi Nuzpan? We'll soon see. Jerovic switches off the wheel. Nuzpan tries. Oh, Max, I tell you what, you're getting very frustrated, Maxi. Nuzpan, oh, yes, he wasn't happy with that. Ollie Jerovic leads out here from the New Zealander. In the front straight comes the jersey. Get the bell, and can Kawong take the final one out? Because Ollie Jerovic and these two riders, Kawong goes up on the outside. Jerovic kicks on the inside. Jerovic on the inside, Kwong on the outside. Jerovic and Kawong. Jerovic, he's strong, the Victorian, and Jerovic will take out the final point over the New Zealander in David Kawong. Third across the line there is Maxi Nuzpan. Fourth across the line is the rider in black there. That's number 227, the rider from South Australia. So that was a dominant display there. The three riders went away early and Max Nuzpan, very frustrated. He'd lead into the straight many, many times, but Ollie Jerovic or David Kawong would come over the top of him. And looks on the board, Ollie Jerovic with 56 points, David Kawong on 42, Max Nuzpan on 7. Under 17 boys, once again, have been reminded they must ride in the drops. Not on top of the bars, you must ride in the drops. In a bunched event, you must ride in the drops. Quite a few of the riders are putting their hands up on top of the bars, but under 17s, all juniors must ride in the drops.
Yeah, well, some of the under 17 riders have the bunch bars with the hoods. They watch their heroes riding them on the hoods, and they've just got to wait 1 or 2 more years before they can do that. Quite often seeing them doing it on the road as well.
Yes, they're not in the big league yet. They're still under 17, so they must ride in the drops. And of course, the first 4 back for a rollout.
It's a bit of just what just happened with these under 17 riders. It's just so quick. And some very, very good riders that just getting dropped there. Dominant display. But the second group, heat number 2 of this under 17 boys cohort are out. And just waiting for Sam Hilditch and Porter White to catch up. They get the whistle for the start, 16 laps. 16 lap progressive points race, and Flynn Kessel is after the early points. He's going to be under a little bit of pressure, but I think Flynn is going to secure the first of the points. He looks over his shoulder. One's enough. Hands over to Gus Challis. Gus Challis has got Sydney Chittenden on his wheel. They've got a little bit of a break, these two. So 2 points goes to Gus Challis, and Oscar Schoff now doing the work, the first year under 17, doing the work to try and bring them back together, and he's got a friend in Brown, I think it is, coming down the main straight now, these two off the front. So getting the points there is Sydney Chittenden. Now they're all back together. Oscar Schoff's brought everybody back together again. He's just trying to find himself a wheel as this William Brown, it was Brown that's on the front, and he's got Ben Cade with him. Brown's going to try and get 2 laps. It's William Brown is on the... takes the points. He's going to stay on the front. William, yeah, he's staying on the front all right. Ben Cade sitting there in second wheel. It's a fast pace. Now, 10 laps on the lap board already. It's gone super quick. Brown's picked up another point, but he's another set of points, but Oliver Ward, number 251, picks up 7 points. It looked like Luca Lancaster from Shepparton was going to come around, but he's been beaten to the punch by Ben Cade. Oh, and Brown just pulled out there. It looked very close, but Porter White is trying to bridge the gap to Ben Cade. There's 7 laps on the lap board, and it's William Brown with 15 who leads. Ben Cade not relinquishing the front just yet. Porter White going up on his shoulder. Porter White now goes to the front. Porter wants some points. Porter goes round Cade. He's got a couple of bike lengths, maybe 1 bike length. Cade pushes back. Porter White picks up some points. Can he keep going? Porter White gets 10 points. He's still got Cade on him. And there also is Luca Lancaster. Oscar Schoff into 4th wheel. Porter White's going to hold on for some more points. He looks over his shoulder. He relinquishes the lead to Ben Cade. Porter White just picked up 11. He goes all the way to the back of this group of 7 riders. Porter White leaves on 21. Cade is on 17. He'll want these points here. Cade picks them up. He's not relinquishing. Oscar Schoff wants to come around the outside, as does Luca Lancaster. Luca Lancaster, he's got some pressure from Oscar Schoff. Oscar Schoff comes around the outside. Ben Cade's leading on 29. Porter White, 21. Here he comes, the first year. He picks himself up some points, and immediately there's an attack from Sydney Chittenden. He's got Sam Hilditch on him. Brown's back in there again. Porter White's in 4th wheel. There's 2 laps on the lap board. There's not much time. Sam Hilditch, can he steal the points? Yes, he does. Sam Hilditch is going on with it. They're around the back markers now. Sam Hilditch gets 14. He's got himself out to a few lengths. Cade is on 29. Porter White's on 21. Porter White wants to... Sam Hilditch, he's run away with it. Can they get him? Brown's doing the best he can. William Brown's doing the best he can. Porter White's on his shoulder as well. Cade is on 29. Hilditch is on 29. Hilditch comes around and he's going to take it. Time to perfection. Sam Hilditch, Porter White 2nd over the line. And then Gus Challis 3rd over the line. But wow, look at that. He waited till the perfect time. Sam Hilditch has secured it. We'll wait for the official results. Fantastic finish there for the under-17 boys, the 2nd group.
Yeah, some top racing there by the next wave of cyclists in Australia. We've seen some great racing by the under-17s. And coming up now, we've got the exciting semi-finals of the men's sprint coming up. First up, Lee Hoffman and Daniel Barber. And then it'll be Tom Cornish versus Byron Davies. We have seen some top racing here in the JTS events. You'll see shortly going up onto the board the results of the progressive points in Heat 2. And there's the final sprint. It was Sam Hilditch that picked up the 16 points.
We're all supposed to go back to the hotel.
Yeah. So what?
You got enough operators or not?
Well, we'll just lock it on the thing, and I'll get Aaron to come up.
So Sam Hilditch takes out the progressive points with 45. Great riding from Porter White 20. Ben Cade 29, and then Porter White 23.
I think we can give you. Where are you though? How far away?
Here's some great racing coming on now. We have got the first race in the semi-final for elite men. Lee Hoffman and Daniel Barber. We've got the top 4 riders here now.
Like that.
Best of 3.
Yeah, and on there, and then I'll just. Yeah, maybe just. That's
Lee
it.
Hoffman the top, Daniel Barber the bottom.
That's it. Just out a tiny bit. All right, and then I'll go.
On their way, Daniel Barber leading out. And Lee Hoffman had a sensational flying 200 earlier today to be the fastest qualifier. Daniel Barber riding very well as well in the New South Wales kit. But in the AIS colours we have got Lee Hoffman. Coming down the front straight after the first lap, no change in the order. Barber leading out. I think Hoffman at this stage happy to come from behind. Pace starts to quicken down the back straight, and it's Barber that leads out. Lee Hoffman higher on the bank. He closed the gate, did Barber, but they get the bell, and around the outside explodes the boy from Whyalla. And this is the rider here of Lee Hoffman, and conceding there. Daniel Barber just sits up and he says, no, this is all yours, Lee. And Lee Hoffman will come down and take out race 1 in that match race. Very impressive there by Lee Hoffman.
All right, Lee Hoffman takes the first one. And that brings us to the second semi-final between Tom Cornish and Byron Davies. Hold on to your seats.
I'm looking forward to this one, Aaron. This could be a beauty.
Well, 2 absolute monsters of sprinting. And, wow. Can't wait. Byron Davies being led out to the track. Sam Hilditch required for rollout. Patrick McRae, 231, you're required for rollout as well. And 236. Oscar Schoff, gentlemen, please report to rollout. They get the whistle and Cornish leads out Byron Davies. They roll around turn 1. Cornish on the front. Byron Davies in the blue and maroon. Cornish in the Australian kit. He's locked up Byron onto the fence. Now they go down into turn 3. Just below the blue line, back up again. This is going to be very fast when the boys finally go. Byron Davies on the back, maintaining some height. Cornish now comes up. Byron Davies right up on the fence as he goes down the back straight. Byron Davies ducks down. Cornish picks up the pace. Byron Davies back on the fence again. Cornish just checking. Byron Davies drops early. Byron Davies goes back to the fence. Cornish then comes up, holds him on the fence. They come into the back straight. Byron Davies on the back. Byron Davies accelerates. What's Cornish got? Byron Davies comes into turn 3, out of turn 4. Cornish is on the front. Can he get over the top? Whoa, it's very, very A fast finish there. Cornish holds on, shows his pedigree. I'd love to see the time. It's got to be super quick. Tom Cornish was under all sorts of pressure, but he had the inside line and he held it. He demonstrated why he wears that kit.
A very quick final 200 there, and what a great match race that was between two very fast men on wheels, Thomas Cornish and Byron Davies. Next up, we turn our attention to the Elites Women Sprint semi-final. And Christina Clonan comes onto the track now, and she'll be racing against Kalinda Robinson. So they were the top four to go through to the semi-finals. As we said earlier, turned her attention from winning a Madison to winning the last four elite national sprint championships, and got very close to Anna Mia's record in Canada at the over at Milton. She would start favourite, but as we know, in match racing, anything can happen. And Kalinda Robinson in the sassy colours, South Australian Institute of Sport, and Christina Clonan there in the Australian colours, the national colours. Nearly come to a halt in the back straight. Bit of track standing there from Kalinda. She's trying to force Christina to the front, but that's not happening. Great balance. But she's achieved that, Kalinda Robinson. She said, no, I want you to go to the front, Christina. And Christina Clonan now leads down with 2 to go. Kalinda Robinson. Now Clonan takes Robinson high on the track, and once again the pace goes off. She's learning her craft nicely as Kalinda Robinson. She's in the next wave of sprinters, but she's gone a long way from home, Christina Clonan. Hasn't gone full gas yet, but they'll get the bell. Now she'll unwind. Kalinda Robinson trying to get to her back wheel, but Christina Clonan down in the drops and down the back straight. Robinson coming at her, but down the back straight, Christina Clonan leads. Up on the top bench, she's still got a handy lead. And the number 1 Australian sprinter in Christina Clonan comes down to take out race 1 of the semi-final match race. A good effort there by Kalinda Robinson though, the youngster, forcing Christina Clonan to the front. But when she kicked out, the youngster couldn't quite to get to her.
Yeah, it looked like that second track stand over here on the front straight just held Kalinda up a bit too much. Christina Clonan saw that she had a gap, so she just turned it up and maintained that gap.
Of course, that's experience from being the national champion 4 years in a row, of course. She got a little bit older than what Kalinda is.
So our juniors are on the way out after some fantastic racing this weekend. Not this weekend, it feels like the weekend. Today, some more HATS racing tomorrow, and have a good sleep. Don't spend too much time on your phone, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Out on the track now, Molly McGill and Alessia McKay. This will be a good matchup. This is the pointy end of the sprints. Molly McGill in the Queensland QAS kit. She's in the blue and maroon. Alessia McKay in the Victorian blue kit as they head round to start the first of their semi-final races. From a rank point of view, Alicia McKay could be the favourite out here, but anything can happen. Molly McGill is on the up. Well, there's always a lot of pressure in this sport. You get yourself to the position you want to get to, there's always someone knocking at the door. And Molly McGill leading out as they come into the front straight for the first time. Alicia McKay just going up just a little on the shoulder. Molly McGill, BMX rider, former BMX world champion. She is very comfortable with close racing at speed. Alicia McKay now just picking the pace up a little. She wants plenty of height. Out of the saddle, she's keeping the acceleration going. Molly McGill is not full tilt yet. Now she gets down onto the drops and it's a drag race down the back straight. Alicia McKay's out of the saddle as they come in to turn 4. Has Alicia McKay got enough? She slingshots out of turn 4. And a good race there from Molly McGill. But the top-seeded rider does what she does, and she accelerated out perfectly, slinging out of turn 4 with the extra pace. And she takes the first one.
Yes, that's the all the semi-finals. Race 1 done. Now coming out, we've got the tandem, and Jessica Gallagher is an Australian Paralympic alpine skier, track and field athlete, and tandem cyclist. She was Australia's second female winter Paralympian and the first Australian woman to win a medal at the Winter Paralympics at Vancouver in 2010, and she competed at the 2004 Winter Paralympics in Sochi and won a bronze medal in the women's giant slalom. So unbelievable. She has now got a new pilot, and that her name is Celestine France. She finished third in the Oceanias, Celestine. So she's now the new pilot for Jessica Gallagher, with her original pilot, of course, now being classified as a C5 competitor. So Caitlin is still doing the sprint types, and Celestine Franks is doing the endurance. Thanks to Sam DeRuyter for that information. Of course, Sam is a Victorian, I think she's still the Australian record holder for the individual pursuit. Well done, Sam. But unbelievable, Jessica Gallagher. Her sports included netball, basketball, snowboarding, competitive skiing, competitive athletics, competitive cycling. From the Geelong suburb of Highton, she's a registered osteopath. She graduated from the RMIT University with a master's. Just having a look at what she'd done in Christchurch back in 2011 in the IPC Athletics World Championships in the long jump and javelin. She's also represented the state of Victoria as a junior in netball and basketball. She was selected in the Australian cycling team with her pilot Madison Jansen for the 2016 Rio Paralympics. And her long-term goal was to become the first Australian to medal at the Summer and Winter Paralympics or Olympics. And this was achieved when she won a bronze medal in the women's 1,000-metre time trial in Rio. Gates coming out. So it's only in the endurance events that she's got a different pilot. Caitlin Ward will still be her pilot in the shorter events. Of course, they were silver medalists this year in both the sprint and the time trial at the World Championships. So the tandem about to be locked into the starting gate. Of course, Jessica with her partner hold the Australian tandem record for the flying 200, 10.675, and also the 1,000 metre time trial Australian record, which was set in London in 2022, a 107.138. Came home with 2 silver medals from the 2023 UCI World Track Championships. The clock starts running. Over the 12-lap journey. Got out of the gates nicely, and the pilot there in Celestine Franks is the one that starts to wind it up here with the very talented Jessica Gallagher. And they'll settle down into the saddle now and come around to complete their first lap. Down on the bars goes Celestine. They'll try to remain in that sprinter's lane. Very hard to control a tandem around the corners, but they're doing a good job here. The pilot here of Jessica Gallagher. He got into a nice even tempo now. As I'll come into the front straight once again. Nick Owens there giving the instructions to the riders. So they'll come around to complete their first kilometre. That's 4 laps down and 8 to go. Down the front straight once again. Looking to lift it a little bit. Still a nice even tempo. I think they've got 5 to go this time as they come down the front straight. This is where they've got to dig deep, that final kilometre. So down the front straight once again. Two and a half laps to go as they go down the back straight. Celestine Franks, the pilot here of Jessica Gallagher. They're about to get the bell as they come into the front straight. Final lap. Lactic acid building up here. The legs are screaming at them, riders, in this final lap. But they'll come into the front straight to complete their individual tandem pursuit, coming down the front straight and stopping the clock in the 3:48.262. 3:48.262. Good to see Luke back here at the How you going, Luke? Good, mate. Good to see you back. I tell you what, you had a good year.
Yeah, it's been a bit ups and downs. It's ups and downs. Stuck up in the high country and training this.
Of course, now you know what, with any opportunity, you can do this way.
Yeah, it's softened it up and feels like we've come home. So really exciting.
So looking forward to 2024, of course, you've got the Nationals coming up. Can you play 3 in a row at Ballarat?
I hope so, mate. I hope so. I'll definitely try to training. So, no, it's really exciting to come
Of course, this is the last year that Ballarat is going to be tended out, so could you make it 3 on it? Be exciting out there to win the 3 on it at Ballarat.
yeah, he was the last person to do it on the way, so he's messaging me and letting me know that the challenge, I'm sure that's going to happen.
So what's the go with the track? Are you looking at the Paris for the team pursuit, or what do you go there?
Not sure at the moment, just sort of taking that balance, see where everything falls in the next sort of few months. But no, definitely focusing on the road.
Well, all the best for 3 on the side to Ballarat. We play ladies and gentlemen. What a great ride. It was a good ride there. It was a ride, a tough there. Good place. And it was close. What is the ride for young Friday? Riding it out. The whistle sounds good when a rider is caught, but you play the whistle and it's finished. Play good. Off the top of the horse, 16.1. 16.1. Well done there. So, 2 riders. He's up in the front straight. They've got the Australian 3,000 metre Australian record holder. Australian record is Tokyo 2021. 815. That's Victorian. From the members of the UCI World Championship for this year, just told the 3 Australian records for a C3 rider, flying 200, 500 tons of shoot. The lifestyle side up there in Queensland. Should be riding in the Queensland Academy Sport colours. That's right, we've got Victoria in the middle. The best way to read the barriers will make all the riders to lock in, people to the elite, everyone's a white box, and put the flag up, the current cyclist, wait till they're ready to go, or while you put the flag up now, and the clock start running. I play the Australian record holder. There's a
Yeah.
She got away out of the gate to Lara. Over the 12-lap journey. As I said earlier today, there's always a great road rider with the National Road Series events. But due to a very, very bad car accident, it's been hospitalised for some time. It's great to see her back racing as a C5 competitor. And that's been justified by her going and winning a gold medal at the World Championship. And also setting a new Australian Pursuit Championship record. Formerly from the ACT, now based in Ballarat, a doctor by profession. She'll come around next time to get 4 laps to go. Alana Forster. Into her final kilometre, which is 4 laps here at the velodrome. Two laps to go. Still looking nicely controlled here, no rocking of the shoulders or that at this stage. She still looks to have under control. Bell sound, 3:33. She rode a 3:49. I tell you what, this could be quick here. No, she's going to be the last lap here. Going to be a little bit slower, I would think, than her time in the qualifiers, but a great ride nonetheless here by Alana Forster, a 3:52.719, 3:52.719. Next up, we've got the final of the AWII women. Georgia Pounding in the front straight and Molly Thatcher in the back straight. bikes are going into the gates. But with the paras, we wait till the riders are locked in and ready to go. Of course, both these riders, part of the inclusive sports training group. Georgia Pounding and Molly Thatcher, two of the riders with the inclusive sports. Watching the two riders now in the women's AWII and Molly Thatcher and Georgia Pounding. Georgia does hold the Australian record for the AIW. She set that in Brisbane in 2022. Georgia Pounding, she's wearing number 9. And Molly Thatcher, probably better known over the shorter distance. Flying 200 and time trial, where she holds the Australian record. But Georgia Pounding, better known as the endurance competitor. Then we move on to the men AWII bronze medal ride-off. Sprint next, sorry, yes, round 2 of the sprint. Keep reading the program, Ian. Elite men's sprint up next. So the whistle is gone, so that decides the gold and silver for the AWII competitors. Now we move on to the men's sprint. Second race in the semi-final. So coming up now, this is the second race in the semi-final between Lee Hoffman and Daniel Barber. Lee took out the race number 1. Thomas Cornish took out his semi-final race 1. Christina Cronin took out the first of the women's, and Alessia McKay took out the second of the women's. So they're now back for their second race. So we've got the men's sprint second round, the women's sprint second round, then we go to the para AWI bronze and gold medal ride-off. Lee Hoffman the bottom, Daniel Barber the top. Daniel Barber not making eye, oh yes, he makes eye contact now with Lee Hoffman. Daniel Barber from Dubbo up there in New South Wales. And Lee Hoffman from Whyalla in South Australia. So it's Hoffman half tracking, he's got Barber higher on the track. Having a good look there is Lee Hoffman, controlling the event at this stage. Lap and a half to go, and they've gone early, although not at full tilt yet. They get the bell now. Now Lee Hoffman looks over his shoulder. What can Daniel Barber produce in this final lap? Down the back straight, Hoffman leads out. Barber goes up to his back wheel. It's Hoffman on the inside. Barber now comes at him though. Hoffman on the inside, Barber on the outside. Oh, Hoffman on the inside. Made him work all the way to the line there, did Daniel Barber. But you'll find that Lee Hoffman has taken out race 2. Great racing. Next up, Thomas Cornish versus Byron Davies. Coming onto the track now, Thomas Cornish and Byron Davies from the Southern Cross Cycling Club in New South Wales. Thomas Cornish and Byron Davies rides for the Balmoral Club up in Queensland, in the Queensland Academy of Sports kit. Thomas Cornish took out the first race. Byron Davies came at him in the front straight, but Thomas Cornish took the win. Next up, we got Christina Cronin versus Kalinda Robinson, followed by Alessia McKay and Molly McGill. Then we go back to the men AWII pursuits. This is the Queenslander that's leading out, Byron Davies. This is where you should have a full house here to watch Australia's top sprinters. The especially the juniors, to be here to watch this would be magnificent. But down the back straight, and it's the Queenslander that leads out from Thomas Cornish. They'll come around and get the bell. The bell about to sound. Byron Davies. Thomas Cornish switched off his wheel now. Byron Davies in the sprinters lane, but up on the outside, Thomas Cornish. He'll get a run off the back. Kicking back as Davies on the inside, but Thomas Cornish takes it out by half a bike. And Thomas Cornish goes through now to the gold medal ride-off against Lee Hoffman. And you'll find Daniel Barber will be riding against Byron Davies. Next up, Christina Clonan coming onto the track now. Up against a youngster from South Australia, and Kalinda Robinson, formerly from New South Wales. Kalinda, over there with Sassy now. Here from Bathurst in New South Wales, Kalinda Robinson. They're sent on their way. Christina Clonan from the Sunshine Coast. Born up there in Queensland at Maryborough, so she's been a Queenslander all her life. Won the National Madison Championships in 2019 with Maeve Palouf, and also won the 2019 Bendigo International Madison with Alexandra Martin Wallace. She won the Austral Wheel Race back here in 2018, defeating Alexander Martin Wallace and Amy Cure. And that same year, she won the National Madison Championship along with Macy Stewart. So it just shows, been very versatile in her career. And after missing the Tokyo selection for the Tokyo Olympics in 2018, she turned to sprinting, and the rest is history. Two laps to go. The ever watchful Christina Clonan having a good look here at the youngster in Kalinda Robinson. Down the back straight, the pace quickens. We'll come and get the bell. She's hit out a long way from home here is Christina Clonan. She grabs the drops and puts the Robinson though is not done with yet though. She goes up to the back wheel of Christina Clonan, comes at her into the front straight. She looks over her shoulder there to Christina Clonan, and Kalinda Robinson concedes that on the day, Christina will go through to the gold medal ride. Next up, Victoria versus Queensland. Next up, Alessia McCaig and Molly McGill. Molly will be up the top this time. They're sent on their way. hails from my old hometown of Bendigo. As I said earlier today, she holds 5 Australian records from under 17s right through to elite. And Molly McGill from the strong Balmoral Club up there in Queensland. These two teamed up with Christina Clonan to set a new Australian team sprint record. Christina, Alicia and Molly do hold the Australian team sprint record. But this is a match race here between these two. Leading out this time is Alicia McKay. She came from behind in the first race. She ducks down to the sprinters lane now. Molly McGill's out after her. The 20-year-old from Bendigo though, she opens up now. McGill tries to switch off her wheel, but Alicia McKay will come down and ride off against Christina Clonan in the final. So Christina Clonan and Alicia McKay will ride off for the final, and Kalinda Robinson will be riding off against Molly McGill. So some great finals coming up a little bit later on. We turn our attention now to the para-cycling once again. And this is the men AWI bronze medal ride. We got from Brunswick Nathan Brown, and from Hawthorn Cameron Marshall. Cameron Marshall in the back straight. Nathan Brown in the front straight. This is the bronze medal ride for the AWII competitors. Then the gold medal ride-off will be between Curly Kikovic and Happy Harry Mezger.
Plenty of family watching this then. Come to realise.
Nathan comes to the front straight. Cameron in the Hawthorn colours in the back straight. Nathan picked up a bronze medal in the time trial behind Cooley and Harry. Silver medal in the Victorian Championships. Cameron picked up the bronze. This is for a bronze medal. On their way from Brunswick, leaving the front straight, is the rider of Nathan Brown, and leaving the back straight in the yellow colours is the Hawthorn rider. In Cameron Marshall. It's over the 12-lap journey. So you see Nathan in the Brunswick colours. We'll soon have Cameron in his sights. So 1K completed, 2Ks to go. Although if Nathan catches Cameron, the whistle will blow and it will be the finish of the event. But Cameron's kicking back nicely there, Cameron Marshall. Nathan went out very quick from the start. Could be tiring a little bit here, the Brunswick rider, coming down with 6 laps to go. Next up, we've got from the Gold Coast, Curly Kikovic versus Harry Mezger from the Preston Cycling Club are up next. We're still there watching the bronze medal ride off here. So they'll come into their respective straights to get 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go. Coming to the front straight, Nathan Rowan. And into the back straight, Cameron Marshall. So into their respective straights they'll come to get 2 laps to go. The bell about the sound now for the rider in the Brunswick colours. This is Nathan Rowan. And in the back straight, the bell sounds here for Cameron Marshall. So into the front straight to complete his 3,000 metres. He'll pick up the bronze medal here. This is Nathan Browan. He'll come to the line to record a time there of 4:02.169 and Cameron Marshall of 4:06.366. Of course, Cameron will pick up the bronze medal for the Victorian individual pursuit. 3 Victorians in this category. So he will pick up the bronze for the Victorian Championships. Nathan will get the silver, but the bronze for the Nationals. Curly Kikovic from the Gold Coast in the front straight. Harry Mezger from Preston in the back straight. Then we've got Darren Hicks in the front straight. On their way So we didn't require a third event in the men and women's sprint. So Happy Mezga up against Cooley Kikovic from the Gold Coast. So 4 laps completed, 8 to go. It is the gold medal ride-off for the AWII. Cooley Kikovic out after Harry Mezga. This is the gold medal ride-off. Cooley's now got Harry in his sights. 4 laps to go here for the Queenslander in Cooley Kikovic. Down the back straight, and Cooley Kikovic will come around and get 2 laps to go. He's now got Harry in his sights.
Well done, Keely.
And Cooley Kikovic goes up there to Harry Mezga. The whistle sounds, and your gold medalist for the individual pursuit will go to Cooley Kikovic, and the silver medal there to Harry Mezga. Well done to both the riders in the AWII category.
Well done, buddy.
Looking at the program, we didn't require a men's sprint or a women's sprint, so it looks like we go to the paras next up. First of all, it will be Darren Hicks. And then we'll have David Nicholas versus Kyle Willis. And then Corey Bothington, a C4 rider. And then we've got the C5 event between Alistair Donahue and Maxwell Studholt. $12 laps for Darren Hicks. leaving the starting gate there is the rider in the sassy colours. This is Darren Hicks. Darren, a C2 competitor from Norwood in South Australia. He did set the Australian record for this distance in Glasgow, where he secured a silver medal in the individual pursuit. 3:33.186 is the Australian record, set by Darren Hicks. Got into his rhythm now is Darren Hicks. An incredible performer, this rider. Of course, his best event is the individual pursuit. Into the front straight. He'll come around to get 1K to go. 4 laps. Darren Hicks from South Australia, from the Norwood Club over there. Riding to a schedule. This is where it starts to hurt, these last few laps. And coming around to get 2 laps, 500 metres. Until he packs the bike away today. And we presented with another gold medal to add to his trophy cabinet. He'll come around and get the bell. One lap to go. He went through in 3:27. And a gold medal ride here from Darren Hicks from South Australia, and he comes down and stops the clock in a 3:46.288. 3:46.288. So, as I said, another gold medal to Darren Hicks. Next up, we move to the C3 category for the paracyclists. And this will be a match race here between David Nicholas and Kyle Willis, both Queenslanders. David Nicholas from New South Wales, Kyle Willis from Queensland, David Nicholas from Bathurst in New South Wales. But he's riding in the Queensland Academy of Sports colours. He does hold the Australian record for this event. Set a few years ago over in Japan in 2021, where we rode a 3:23.674. following this gold medal ride, we'll have Corey Bothington in the C4, and then we'll have a contest between Alistair Donahue and Maxwell Studholtz. Then we'll turn our attention to just got to check the program to make sure I've got it right. Men's sprint final, best of 3 by the program. Got away nicely from the gate there, did David Nicholas. These two riders from Queensland. From the Queensland Academy of Sport. So this event is for gold and silver in the C3 category. David Nicholas and Kyle Willis. Kyle Willis from the Moreton Bay Cycling Club up there in Queensland. So David Nicholas at this stage has got a 2.1 advantage over Kyle Willis. He's taken that out now to 3.5. So riding strongly is the rider in David Nicholas. Kyle Willis probably better known over the shorter distance. He holds the Australian record for the flying 200 in the C3. David Nicholas. A very accomplished individual pursuiter. He's now got Kyle Willis in his sights as they head down the back straight. The whistle sounds and your gold medalist there will be the rider of David Nicholas. Takes out the gold. Kyle Willis will pick up the silver. Next up, we turn our attention to the C4. This is over the 16 laps. Next up, in the C4 category, we've got Corey Boardington. So 2 more para events, and that concludes their competition for the day. Apparently Corey is not riding, I believe. He's down to... So if that's the case, we'll have the gold medal right off for the C5. Yes, Corey, you rode his event this morning. Alistair Donahue in the front straight, Maxwell Sudholtz in the back straight. And that will then... So in an individual pursuit, if a rider is caught, it's only the lead rider that can continue for a time. So it's only the lead rider that can ride for a time if there is a catch. Both riders on their way. Alistair Donahue leaves the front straight, and the rider from the ACT in Max Sudholtz. Because with the para cyclists, time is all very important because they've got to ride at time so they can qualify for the World Championships. And Max Sudholtz has gone out like a man possessed out after Alistair Donahue. It looks like he's trying to do a catch early. But Alistair Donahue here on a schedule. But look at Max Sudholtz. He wants to ride for a time, but the only right way he can ride for a time if he has a catch. But Alistair Donahue settling into his work very nicely now. Max Sudholtz went out like a rocket from the starting gate, but he's going to tire significantly now. Alistair Donahue, a world-class C5 rider, formerly from the Northern Territory. perfect pursuit position. Got the chin there on the head stem, looking at that black line. I think you'll find that Alistair will be riding for a time if he catches Maxwell, which is about to make a catch now. So the silver medal will go to Maxwell Studholt, but Alistair Donahue riding for a time, one would suggest, to qualify for the World Championships. Coming around to get 7 to go. Still looking very, very strong, Alistair, as he comes into the front straight once again. So we need the sprinters to be lining up, the sprinters in the front straight to start lining up. Alistair Donahue, into the front straight he comes. With 5 to go. Coming down for the final kilometre. Nick wants a little bit more out of Alistair. Nick Owens, of course, looking after the paracyclists at national level. A little bit more, Al. He's coming home strongly. Can he come home for the last 2 laps through a great time? Alistair Donahue into the front straight. 500 metres, Alistair, to go. 500 metres. Digging deep here is Alistair Donahue. Second last time down the back straight. He'll come and get the bell. Big final lap here from Alistair Donahue. A slight adjustment on the saddle as he goes down the back straight for the last time. Alistair Donahue looking at the clock, and he'll come down and stop the clock in the front straight with a time of 4 minutes 33.875. 4:33.875 to Alistair Donahue. We do need the paracyclists to be presenting in their race kit. So don't go away, don't get changed, because we'll be making the presentations for all the paracyclists. But now, ladies and gentlemen, first round here of the bronze medal ride, Byron Davies up against the rider here in Daniel Barber. So paracyclists, start getting ready, because it won't take long before these sprint events take place, and we want you straight ready for presentations, all the para athletes. And as Byron Davies from the Balmoral Club. Daniel Barber. This is the first race. And Daniel Barber, I tell you what, he did catch Byron Davies napping there. They'll come and get the bell, and he's on the move here, Daniel Barber. What can the big man from Queensland do? Daniel Barber down the back straight. Byron Davies has got a bit of work to do. Barber finding plenty. Coming at him there with Byron Davies, you're going to sit up. A heady ride there by Daniel Barber, and Daniel Barber takes out race one. Next up, Lee Hoffman, Tom Cornish next up. That'll be followed by Molly McGill and Kalinda Robinson, Christina Cronin and Alessia McCaig. So just another reminder to all the paracyclists to be kitted up, ready for the presentations. Lee Hoffman ready. Tom Cornish coming up now. This is the gold medal ride, race one. Lee Hoffman was fastest this morning in the flying 200. This should be a great race here. And Tom Cornish just rolls off the line. And Lee Hoffman just happy to track him around. Then we see the elite women are over there ready to go. So the pace quickens with 2 to go. And Lee Hoffman increases the tempo. Daniel Barber just laying off him at this stage. Hoffman leads. Cornish gets a little closer. The bell about to sound. Half tracking there is Hoffman. Ducks down to the sprinter's lane. Goes up the track again. He hasn't gone for it yet. He looks underneath. The gate was open, but Cornish didn't go. Up on the top bend, Lee Hoffman, but Tom Cornish around the outside. Lee Hoffman, Tom Cornish. Cornish down there. Oh, yes. Cornish on the outside. Got there on the line. And Tom Cornish takes out race one of the 1 versus 2 final. Great racing. Next up, we've got Molly McGill versus Kalinda Robinson. Coming onto the track now from Queensland, Molly McGill. And in the sassy colours, we have got Kalinda Robinson. Been set on their way, race one of the elite women's sprint, 3 versus 4. coming around to complete their first lap. And it is the rider in the sassy colours in Kalinda Robinson, leading out Molly McGill, the Queenslander. And Nina going home to wish her husband a happy birthday, so happy birthday to Michael Gallagher. And Nina going home to have a late celebration with her husband for his birthday. Coming down to get the bell, and it's Kalinda Robinson that leads out. And around the outside goes Molly McGill. What can Kalinda Robinson do in the sprinters lane? She kicks back in the sprinters lane. Molly McGill down the outside, takes it out by a bike length. And it's going to be Molly McGill that takes out race 1. Next up will be Christina Clonan and Alessia McKay. I've been told by the commissaires that then straight after that will be Byron Davis and Daniel Barber. And then Lee Hoffman and Tom Cornish again. And then we're looking for all the paracyclists to be absolutely ready to go for presentations. Presentations will definitely take place after race 2 of the final. Regardless of a decider being run, the presentations for the paras will take place straight after race 2 of the women. But this is race 1 of the top 2 riders in Christina Clonan and Alessia McKay. Currently, they're the 2 top sprinters in Australia. And it is the rider of Christina Clonan. Alessia McKay some 5 years younger than Christina. Comes down from Bendigo 3 days a week to train. That's a big commitment from Alessia McKay, coming down from Bendigo 3 times a week to train here with the VIS. But that's what you've got to do if you want to reach the top. You've got to be committed. They get the bell, and it's Christina Clonan that hits out. What can the youngster do? Alessia McKay. She's on full gas here is Christina Clonan. Alessia McKay, the youngster, trying to come at her, but down the front straight, and Christina Clonan takes it out. Christina Clonan. Looking now for Byron Davies and Daniel Barber. Of course, they're the top 2 Australian sprinters, of course, after the retirement of Anna Mears, Carly McCulloch and Steph Morton. And Christina Clonan has won the last 4 national sprint championships. And she took out race 1 against the youngster in Alessia McKay. Now next up, Daniel Barber and Byron Davies. We saw Daniel Barber catch Byron Davies by surprise in race 1. Can Byron turn the tables here and make a go to a decider? Paracyclists, you should be ready to go for presentations. Paras. They've had their 10 minutes, I've been told by the commissaires. They've had their 10-minute break. So I want those two riders on the track, thank you. They've had their 10-minute break. First up, Byron Davies versus Daniel Barber. So Byron Davies the top, Daniel Barber the bottom. On their way by Tony Tor. We'll see what happens in this one. Daniel Barber definitely caught Byron Davies by surprise in the first race. This is race 2. This is for the bronze medal. 3 versus 4. Where could you go in Melbourne from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night for nothing to watch events like this? Unbelievable entertainment, 12 hours of entertainment for not $1. Unbelievable. Daniel Barber leads out. Byron Davies taking close attention to him this time as they'll come around and get the bell, and it's Barber. He's laying off him some distance here as Byron Davies. They get the bell. He's gone for home once again. Here is Daniel Barber. Byron Davies has got a bit of work to do, the Queenslander. And once again, Daniel Barber finding plenty. I think he's flown the coop here. And Daniel Barber, he comes down. Byron Davies comes at him. But Daniel Barber is too strong. And Daniel Barber takes it out. A great ride there. In both occasions, Byron just gave him too much distance. Coming up next, Tom Cornish and Lee Hoffman up next. Don't forget AWI and paracyclists, be ready for your presentations, thank you. So 3 more events and then presentations will take place. regardless if it goes to a decider or not. Cornish up the top. Hoffman down the bottom. The riders acknowledged they're ready to start. They're sent on their way. This is race 2, the clash between Lee Hoffman and Tom Cornish. Lee Hoffman from the Whyalla Cycling Club in South Australia and from the St George Club in New South Wales. We have got Thomas Cornish. Then we go back then to the race 2 between Molly McGill and Kalinda Robinson. Then Christina Clonan and Alessia McCaig. Then we'll have the presentations of the paras, regardless of the results of the remaining sprints. So it's Hoffman that leads out here from Thomas Cornish. Two of Australia's top sprinters. And Hoffman, the fastest in the flying 200 today. Switching around there is Thomas Cornish. Hoffman leads out at the bell. Cornish just laying off him some distance. Now Hoffman looks over the shoulder. Now Cornish puts the afterburners on, but Hoffman finding plenty in the sprinters lane. Around the outside comes Cornish. I don't think he's going to get there though, and that's going to go to a third decider with Lee Hoffman taking out race number 2. So next up, Molly McGill and Kalinda Robinson. Up now, Molly McGill took out race 1 from Kalinda Robinson. So Molly McGill is a rider that leads out. Quite a few presentations to get through shortly with the paracyclists. And also there'll be the Victorian medals for the AWI competitors. The bell about to sound, and it's Molly McGill that leads out from the youngster in the sassy colours, Kalinda Robinson. Molly McGill looking to add a medal to her trophy cabinet. She leads out there from the youngster, Kalinda Robinson, and Molly McGill just got too much in the tank, and she'll come down, and Kalinda Robinson concedes, and Molly McGill will be here for presentations a little bit. So after the next event, there'll be medal presentations for all the paracyclists, plus the Victorian medals for the AWI riders. Christina Clonan took out race 1. They're on their way, and after the conclusion of this event, we'll be moving on to the presentations for the paracyclists. Just got to get a printout of the results so we can do the presentations. We'll get that after this event. We'll get a printout, and then we'll move on with the presentations. It was probably my fault by asking to put the stand up. So after this event, the presentations. And Alicia McCaig leads out this time from the rider of Christina Clonan. They'll come around and get the bell. And it's Alicia McCaig that's going to lead out this time. Leads out, Christina Clonan. Switches down, oh, very smart to the sprinter's lane. That's all experience there from Christina Clonan. And Alicia McCaig says, no, you're too good there, Christina. And Christina Clonan comes down once again and takes it out. The door was open there, and she took the inside run, and Christina Clonan takes out race 2. We just wait till we get the printout for the presentation of the medals, and then we're back for presentation. Oh, you got him there, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention for the presentations of the paracycling individual pursuit. Presenting the medals will be Karen O'Callaghan, UCI Commissaire. Just getting ready for the presentations. The first presentation will be for the tandem, the women's tandem. Presenting the gold medals, we have got Karen O'Callaghan. In first place, a winner of the gold medal, Jessica Gallagher and Celeste France. So putting on the jersey here, Celestine Franks, who was the pilot for Jessica Gallagher. And Jessica now we present the medals. Her 2024 3,000 metre individual pursuit tandem gold medalist Jessica Gallagher and Celestine Franks. Moving now on to the women, C2. In second place and winner of the silver medal from the Brunswick Cycling Club, Annalise Hodge. In first place and winner of the gold medal, the 2024 champion, Talia Clayton-Goody. We do ask the riders to stay around for a group photo. The medal now being presented to Talia Clayton-Goody from the Geelong and Surf Coast Cycling Club. It goes up on the top step. Our medalists, ladies and gentlemen, in the C2, Talia Clayton-Goody and Annalise Hodge. Moving now on to C3. In second place, and winner of the silver medal in the VIS, Emma Mickle. In first place, and winner of the gold medal, the 2024 individual pursuit champion from Queensland, Paige Greco. Our medalists, ladies and gentlemen, Paige Greco and Emma Mickle. Moving now on to the C4 classification. In second place and winner of the silver medal from South Australia, Meg Lemon. In first place, the winner of the gold medal, the 2024 C3 champion, Emily Petricola. Our C4 medalists, ladies and gentlemen, Emily Petricola and Meg Lemon. Moving now on to the C5 category. In first place and winner of the gold medal from Ballarat, riding in the VIS colours, Alan Forrester. A world champion gold medalist in the scratch race. The ever smiling Alana Forrester getting a nice photo taken. Well done, Alana. Thanks, Alana. We'll have a group photo shortly. Moving now on to the AWI category. In second place and winner of the silver medal from the Blackburn Cycling Club, Molly Thatcher. In second place and winner of the gold medal, the 2024 AWI champion, Georgia Pounding from the Preston Cycling Club. Our medalists, ladies and gentlemen, Georgia Pounding and Molly Thatcher. Moving now on to the AWII men. In third place and winner of the bronze medal from the Brunswick Cycling Club, Nathan Browan. In second place and winner of the silver medal from the Preston Cycling Club, Harry Mesgard. They call him Happy Harry. In first place and winner of the gold medal, the 2024 AWII champion from the Gold Coast Club in Queensland, Kelly Kikovich. Our medalists, ladies and gentlemen, Kelly Kikovich, Harry Mezger and Nathan Drowan. Moving on now to the C2 men. In first place, winner of the gold medal from South Australia, Darren Hicks. Ladies and gentlemen, Darren Hicks, another medal for his trophy cabinet, Darren Hicks. It's not a world medal, but it's a Australian medal. Well done, Darren. Moving now on to the C3 category. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal from the Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club, Brendan Clark. In second place, and winner of the silver medal from Queensland, Kyle Willis. In first place, the winner of the gold medal, the 2024 C3 Individual Pursuit Champion from Queensland, David Nicholas. Our podium, ladies, David Nicholas, Kyle Willis and Brendan Clark. Moving now on to the C4. In first place, the winner of the gold medal, the 2024 Individual Pursuit Champion from Queensland, Corey Boardington. Well done, Corey. He's the gold medalist and champion for 2024 in the C4 category. Well done, Corey. Moving now on to the C5. In second place and winner of the silver medal, he hails from the ACT, Maxwell Studholtz. Alistair Donahue. Okay, group photo, because the riders are ready to come onto the track for their third heat. So a group photo over there. Thank you, riders. We'll get a group photo over here. And the Victorian one's just going to stay here because they want to get on with this event. So we're going to do the Victorian presentations. So the final ride of the day for the gold medal will have Thomas Cornish up against the rider of Lee Hoffman. What a great group photo here of the paras, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all those Australian colours there. Magnificent racing by all the para cyclists. This is for the girls for the time trial. Girls for the time trial. Molly was gold. Gold for the time trial to Molly. Give her the gold now. Molly, okay. So attention here on this final event. They're doing presentations over there for the Victorian Championship, but it's Tom Cornish that leads out here for Lee Hoffman. The final event on the track. Cornish leads out. What's Hoffman got? One each they are for the final decider. They come and get the belt. Hoffman goes up on the outside. Cornish couldn't hold the sprinter's lane. And the boy from Wyalla in South Australia, he's gone for home. He's gone for the gold medal. Tom Cornish can't do any better. And coming down the front straight will be the gold medalist here in Lee Hoffman. Just doing the presentations over here now for the Victorian Time Trial Championship, and the time trial was taken out by Molly Thatcher, the gold, and the bronze will go there to Georgia Pounding. Well done, girls. Now we'll turn our attention to the individual pursuit. Should be two for the girls. We'll do the girls first. So in second place in the individual pursuit was Molly Thatcher. And the gold medal for the pursuit goes to Georgia Pounding. So stand over there, girls, for a photo together for the Victorian Championships. This is the Victorian Championships. And in the AWI Victorian Championships, in third place, the winner of the bronze medal from the Hawthorn Cycling Club. So I tell you what, my mind is going a blank. Cameron Marshall, sorry. Bronze medal to Cameron. It's been a long day. In second place, the winner of the silver medal, Happy Harry, it's the rider here of Nathan Browen, picks up the silver. And the 2024 Victorian champion from Preston, Happy Harry Mesgar. Over there in front of the board, boy. It's just lighter. So this is for the Victorian Championships for the AWII. Harry Mesgar, Nathan Browen, and the rider there of Cameron Marshall. Well done, boys. That's okay.
Thanks very much.
No, we had to do it. Won't be long before the presentations for the elite men and elite women. Get up there with the backdrop, girls, for a photo. Well done. Both stand up on the stop tip because you both won a gold medal. That's great. Yep. So the final presentations will be for the elite women and elite men sprint. Bring them on. Just waiting on the men to...
I was going to say, we just want one photo, eh?
So Christina Clonan will come for presentations, along with Daniel Barber, Lee Hoffman and Tom Cornish. And that'll be the final presentations for day 2 of a big 4 days of racing here at DISC. Thanks to all the officials today, all the commissaires, everyone who's assisted. From the smallest task to the biggest task. We thank you all for all your work.